audio solved? Is your audio solved, Vivian? Vivian, can you hear us?
I can hear you. You're quiet to me, but
Well, am I louder now? Well, Vivian usually reads our rules. So I just want to make sure she's set up before we start.
so
Hi, just testing my audio, trying a few different things.
Can you hear us?
Oh, I've been told that you can hear me. Mark, can you hear me?
Mark looks frozen.
Hi all, I understand we're waiting for Mark to rejoin. Just wanted to see if you can hear me now.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh, okay, yeah, finally, I can now.
Okay.
Good evening.
Assuming Mark's going to join us, so I think we can get the meeting started. I'm going to call to order this September 24th Planning Board meeting. Vivian's going to walk us through the rules of public participation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, Planning Board members, everyone from the public who's joining us in person and online. I'll just go through these rules of public participation before we have the open comment. The city is engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations, and this vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board commission members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. And we have more information about this productive atmospheres vision on our website. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision, and these will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct a meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to identify themselves using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their first and last names. I see a few people online where there's just a phone number or just a first name. So please right click on your name and you can change it that way, or otherwise you can send me your name through the Q&A function, which is just meant to be used for such things as changing your name or questions about process, but not content. Currently only audio testimony is permitted online in this Zoom webinar format. And to let us know that you would like to speak at the appropriate times, you can hover over the raise hand icon, which you can find a couple different ways. So one is going directly to that hand, and another is by pressing the emoticon icon, and you'll get a few different things that pop up, including a raised hand. And if you are joining us by phone, you can raise your virtual hand by dialing *9, and it'll raise the hand like it does for everyone else joining us by computer. So that's it for the rules of public participation. And we can move right into the open comment portion, if that's okay, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, for this, we ask that the community members who wish to speak focus on items that are not related to the public hearing, which is later on in the meeting, and each member will have 3 minutes to speak. So far, we have one community member with their hand raised, so we'll just go ahead with Lynn Siegel and then see if others raise their hand. Please go ahead, Lynn. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I wanted to, let's see here, have you call up 5675 Arapahoe. Life Science Building, no parking reductions. And if we have parking reductions, period, we shouldn't be violating them. And we shouldn't be adding extra height and stop the subsidies. Boulder's growing way too much. We're over congested already. I don't want to ride my bike anymore because it's so, it's 10 minutes to get out to the JCC just in stoplights, waiting for cars. And I'm just not going to do it. I'll just get in my car instead. And I only drive my car 5 times a year. And you shouldn't be shrinking Iris. You should be enlarging it because of all the construction where the People's Clinic was. That's a new development. Alpine Balsam, Weather Vane, the Millennium, National Geographic, the Hyundai site. It's just a long chain of more apartment buildings, apartments where people don't want to live because they don't have much open space and they want to get out and they go in their car to the mountains, and it's just too much congestion. And, you end up basically killing the golden goose. So please just don't give these subsidies. People, I mean, if you don't want the rules, then don't make them to start with. But we have those parking restrictions for a reason. Don't reduce them. I mean, we have, a certain level of parking that we allow. Don't reduce those amounts. As it is, Jared Polis is just trying to turn every square inch into housing, which just creates more congestion and by lifting the housing reductions anyway. So don't hand them out freely. Let's see. I think anything we need to do is to lower the population in Boulder, lower by far than it is. Done.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for joining us tonight. I'd also like to give folks that are joining you there live in person an opportunity to speak during open comment as well. I can't see the audience, but maybe Thomas, you can help and let me know.
I didn't see anybody signed up on the open comment sheet, but if anybody would like to speak for open comment period, please go ahead. Otherwise, we'll move on. I think we're good to move on. Thank you.
Yeah, and just so you know, I can't hear you that well.
Oh,
So
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit closer.
thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks, Lynn, for your comments during public participation. We don't have any minutes this evening, so we'll go to our call-up item for the evening, which is site review LUR 2023-0036. to develop the site at 5675 Arapahoe Avenue in the IG zone. They're looking for a parking reduction of 19% to allow 420 spaces where 518 were required. Does anyone have any comments or concerns or would like to call this item up? Yeah, Amel.
Okay. Yes, hi. I have a question. I think, Chandler, were you the person on that? I have a question. One of the statements that was made, and I'll just quote it, staff found that the project is consistent with the development standards of the land use code and on balance is consistent with the site review criteria. Can you explain to me what you mean by on balance, that is consistent? I thought we were required to meet the site review criteria.
Yeah, we are required to meet the site review criteria, and it's not really an on balance question with that.
Okay.
Did I say? I guess I said on balance with the site review criteria.
That's okay if it was an oversight. I was just
Yeah,
confused.
that may have been.
No, what I think I'm finding is that that's a vestige from the templates that exist in our memo from before we changed the site review criteria when it was an on balance argument.
Got it.
So
Okay.
I'll make sure that we get that
Yeah,
out there.
sorry
I
about
think that's
that.
the second time you've caught that
I know,
recently.
because
So.
you know, I put it on myself to think I know what I'm doing. And then suddenly I look at that and I said, well, I don't know what I'm doing then. So, but thank you for explaining it. We all have those vestiges somewhere. Thanks so much. That's my only question. And I won't be calling it up.
Hey, Mark, I saw your hand up.
Hi, everyone. Joining remotely tonight and on kind of a odd setup and with very shaky Wi-Fi. So anyway, let me know if you're not hearing me or if I'm breaking up or whatever. We now are operating under the new planning board requirements of having 2 members required to call this up, to call an item up. And so I'm going to initiate that. And I initiate this call up somewhat reluctantly, but I hearken back to our concept review, where the board thought that the concept review materials were thin, and it made it hard for us to judge and provide much feedback. But I do remember talking with the applicant about the site design and the TDM planning that they presented at the time. And as I reviewed this proposal, again, I'm reluctantly calling it up because I understand the burden that places on the applicant. I understand the burden it places on staff, but I'm going to state my reasons for calling it up. And if any other planning board member wants to agree with me and state their own reasons, then that will get us to the 2 requirement or more. But I'd like any of us that want to call this up, and I haven't been talking with most of you, to state the reasons. My reasons are, I think a project of this magnitude that should be a large contributor to the Boulder business community and the built environment for decades needs to have adequate TDM planning and a TDM program. And I've talked with staff and applicants about this, that our current TDM requirements, which will be undergoing revision, are both flexible and highly subjective, which puts the burden on applicants to, if they're coming forward with a project of this kind of magnitude, to be really forward-looking, creative, and extend themselves in their TDM planning. And so this one, I think, is fails or is inadequate in its bicycle infrastructure. The way I read the plans are, they meet the numerical requirement, for number of long and short-term bike parking spaces, but they have no plan for, larger bikes, electrification, charging infrastructure. They have no planning for. They have the only programmatic element that they have is RTD eco passes, which I applaud, but no programmatic elements for shared vehicles, van rideshare programming, no micro mobility for scooter or bike planning, no parking buyouts such as Google has. And so I think their parking reduction request is actually inadequate and it's a parking forward design. So those are the reasons I am calling this up, but I need a second person, and I'm interested in other planning board members' feedback.
So we don't actually need a second since this application was submitted in advance of the code changes that now require 2 board members to call something up. So Mark's call up request, I think, would stand.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and schedule a public hearing.
Okay, great. It sounded like Laura had a comment.
Well, I had a couple questions. I can either save them for the public hearing or go ahead and do them now. If folks have an opinion. It's called up. Okay, I'll save them for the public hearing.
Yeah, I had a comment, unless someone else did. I'll get to you. My comment's just quick, which is I agree with Mark as far as the call up. I think it makes sense. I have a slightly different take on it, so I want the applicant to think about it, which is this is coded as R&D and life sciences. The floor plates are only 12 feet to 12 feet, which is different than some of the floor to ceiling are only 12 feet versus some life sciences buildings that we've seen where we've seen space for lab space and hoods and things like that. This to me looks like an office building incognito. The parking reduction, as light as it is, also kind of symbolizes that. And so I'd like when this does come back to be prepared to talk about that and make sure it's defensible as R&D and not just a big office building. Kurt.
Thanks. I also support the call up, not that it matters, but just for the record. And my concerns also regard primarily the TDM plan. I'm grateful to see that the applicant was using a different engineering firm consultant, Fair and Peers, which has great reputation for really some progressive thinking in terms of transportation design and so on. But the content was remarkably limited for only a 19% parking reduction. This is a highly car dependent site. And so I think it's going to take some work to really achieve significant TDM. There was no reference to pricing parking or even parking cash outs, but parking pricing would be the most effective way to reduce the amount of vehicle travel to the site. EcoPass is only 3 years, which, okay, 3 years is great, but then after 3 years, there's nothing. And so that to me doesn't feel very adequate. And so those are my main concerns about TDM.
Great. Anybody else have comments before? All right. Thank you. So that item will be called up and scheduled. We are now going to go to our public hearing. Do you want me to read this whole thing in? It's like a page long.
It's up to you.
I think it would be good if at least you read in the addresses and types of
Okay.
application and application numbers.
I'll just try to read it quickly and hopefully that's acceptable. So we're going to enter our public hearing. The agenda title is Public Hearing for Consideration of the following items related to the proposed Alpine Balsam redevelopment project at 1100 Balsam Ave and 1155 Alpine Ave. Item 1, form-based code review for site infrastructure improvements with a form-based code area generally located at 1100 Balsam Avenue and redevelopment of the site with 217 housing units split between 7 buildings with a total of 157 permanently affordable housing units and 60 market rate units, as well as 2,100 square feet of commercial space. Reviewed under case numbers LUR 2023-00034, LUR 2023-00042, LUR 2024-00017. These applications include a request for an amendment to Alpine Balsam Area Plan, Connections Plan to relocate the mobility hub from the west side of 9th and Alpine Connector Street on the southwest corner of the site, east side of the street, and to allow the 11th Street to be a private drive instead of public street. Item 2, site review and use application to amend the Boulder Community Hospital PUD LUR 2023-00015, generally located at 1155 Alpine Avenue and 2655 Broadway, to allow for renovations and a 4-story addition to the existing pavilion building and renovation of the city parking garage, including a request for a height modification to allow building heights of 55 feet. This application also seeks to extend the PUD to include properties located at 1125 and 1136 North Street, 1136 Alpine Ave. The use review is to allow a principal parking facility use at 2655 Broadway as proposed on the ground floor and BC2 zoning district, along with parking structures Broadway frontage proposed to replace the existing commercial space, case number LUR 2023-00053. And finally, item number 3, recommendation of an ordinance amending Title IX Land Use Code BRC 1981 to adopt trip reduction standards and revised regulating plan for Alpine Balsam area and eliminate some principles for certain buildings with permanently affordable units and setting forth the related details. Thank you. All right, great. And I'd ask, because this is so complicated, I'd ask kind of the staff and Charles and whoever's presenting to just keep us on track as a board and do a little air traffic control for us to help us through it. Thank you.
And before we get started, if you could check in if there are any disclosures from any board members.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And I can start. So like a few other board members on this board, I live in the Newlands neighborhood. I don't live adjacent to the site, but I am very familiar with it. Did participate in a number of the meetings and the early stages of the city's planning. But I live several blocks away, and I don't feel like I am conflicted at all. So you might have to
And
ask the question.
you can be fair and impartial in making your decision on this application and base it solely on the evidence presented to you here.
Yes.
Thanks.
Any other? Kurt?
Similarly, I live very close to George and very close to the site across the park. But, and I also participated in, I guess, a couple of the sort of neighborhood-oriented meetings. But I feel that I can be fair and impartial. Is that the right terminology? I'll let you do it.
That's great terminology. And I have one follow-up question. Did you get mailed notice about the pending applications?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And you'll be able to make your decision based on the criteria and evidence presented here today?
I will.
Thank you.
Okay, another Newlands person here. As George and Kurt, I also live in the neighborhood farther away, I think, than either of you. And I only participated in one of the public meetings prior. Did not get a letter about this application. And I absolutely can be fair and impartial and give good input on this.
And you'll be able to base your decisions on the evidence presented and the criteria
Totally.
you're reviewing under?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Claudia.
I am not a resident of the Newlands neighborhood, but I did participate in some of these city meetings early in the planning process for this property.
And can you be fair and impartial in your review of the project?
Yes.
Thanks.
Mark.
Like Claudia, I am not a neighbor to the project. And like Claudia, I did participate back in the early days of this project in a number of different public meetings sponsored by the city. But that was long before my time on TAB or planning board. And I believe I can be fair and impartial and base my decision solely upon the information presented in the meeting tonight.
Great. I don't see Mason, so I think we're good. All right, perfect. So we'll go on to the presentation.
All righty. Good evening, planning board members. This, as you all know, is the public hearing for the Alpine Balsam redevelopment. I'm going to kind of apologize in advance. This presentation is quite long. Due to the very technical nature of a lot of these, it's also quite wordy. So you don't have to read all the words on the slides. I will try to summarize for you as well as I can. I'll also let you know that just due to kind of the extensive nature of the project, my presentation will be focused a lot on kind of process and the technical issues. And the applicant will be diving a lot deeper into the design elements of the project. So you get boring words with me and pretty pictures with them. Okay. And let's see if okay. So as George just read, there are several public hearing items tonight. 3 of these are form-based code reviews. The first form-based code review is for site and infrastructure improvements for the form-based code area. That's LUR 2023-00034. Redevelopment of the site with 217 new housing units in 7 buildings, and that's a total of 157 affordable and 60 market rate units and 2,100 square feet of commercial space. Those are the other 2, which are LUR 2023-42 and LUR 2024-17. As previously mentioned as well, the infrastructure plan does include a request for amendments to the Alpine Balsam area plan, specifically the connections plan, to relocate a mobility hub from the west side of the 9th and Alpine Connector Street to the east side, and to allow for 11th Street to be a private drive instead of a public street. There's also a site and use review application. This is to amend the Boulder Community Hospital PUD to allow for renovations and a 4th-story addition to the existing pavilion building, as well as renovation of the parking garage and extension of the PUD to include essentially what is the Brenton building site. This includes a request for a height modification to allow for the pavilion to reach up to 55 feet, as well as a 33% parking reduction to allow for 295 spaces where 463 are required. And as mentioned, there's also a use review request, and this is for the parking facility. It's replacement of the existing retail space along Broadway with additional parking spaces. And then finally, recommendation of the ordinance, which I will dive into the purpose of the ordinance further later, but adopting trip reduction standards and revising the regulating plan, as well as eliminating some principles for certain buildings. So in terms of the kind of the order of operations and the objective of the meeting, planning board will hear presentations by myself and the applicant and may ask questions following each presentation. There will then be the public hearing, the opportunity for the applicant to respond to public hearing comments. And then we have key issues and motion language essentially broken down to these 4 parts. So we'll first ask planning board to take action on the form-based code applications, and that includes the requested exceptions. We'll then ask planning board to take action on the proposed amendments to the Alpine Balsam area plan, connections plan, and then take action on the site and use review, and finally make a recommendation to City Council on the proposed ordinance. So a little bit about form-based code review. As a new redevelopment project within the Alpine Balsam area, the proposal is subject to the regulations and review process of the form-based code. The form-based code regulations are found in Appendix M of the Land Use Code, and the review process is within Section 9216. Form-based code reviews are typically staff level reviews, which are subject to planning board call-up or citizen appeal. However, given the scope of the project and the additional items that require actions by the board, staff is referring the form-based code applications to planning board for a final decision at a public hearing. Form-based code reviews do not require height modifications like site review applications, so that is not a request that's included with this. Unlike site reviews, form-based code reviews are largely prescriptive in nature and are subject to compliance with detailed regulations found in Appendix M. To allow for some flexibility, exceptions may be requested and can be approved if the criteria of Section 9216I are met. So for the area plan amendment being requested as part of the infrastructure plan, these require a legislative action separate from a decision on the form-based code application by the planning board, as well as city council. Any amendment to the connections plan will be permitted upon finding that one of the criteria has been met, either that there is a physical or practical hardship, that the connection is being made in a manner that is equivalent to the connection shown in the connections plan, or that such amendment is consistent with the objectives of the connections plan. So for the site and use review, the pavilion building and the city parking garage are located within the amended Boulder Community Hospital PUD. And you all may remember when the amendment came in 2021, I believe, maybe 2022, when we basically shrunk the Boulder Community Hospital PUD. This was done intentionally by the city in order to basically free up the housing parcels to be subject just to the form-based code. We could not remove the pavilion from the PUD because otherwise it would just be the parking garage and it would be a non-conforming use. So essentially we had to leave two buildings in the PUD in order to make the PUD still meet code, and those were the pavilion and the parking garage. So they are the remnant of the Boulder Community Hospital PUD. So the site review amendment is required for renovations and the expansion of the PUD boundary, as well as the height modification and the parking reduction. The pavilion building is still located within the form-based code area. The code has special provisions that apply to PUDs that are within form-based code. And that's basically that it goes through site review. It has to meet the site review criteria, but it must be, to the extent practicable, compatible in terms of building height, mass, scale, orientation, architecture, and project configuration with form-based code standards. So they're not required to meet all the form-based code standards, but they are supposed to try to meet them to the extent practicable. As I mentioned before, the use review is required for replacement of the commercial space in the garage with ground floor parking. This is because it's located in an area subject to special use restrictions in the code in the BC2 zone. As part of the use review criteria, in addition to the standard criteria, they have to show that the use will not adversely affect the intended function or character of the area as a neighborhood serving business area where retail type stores predominate on the ground floor. These require planning board action subject to city council call-up. And finally, for the draft ordinance, this would amend the FBC regulating plan map in Appendix M of the Land Use Code to reflect the requested area plan connections plan amendments. So basically just moving, changing some words around 11th Street and moving the mobility hub icon on the map. It would amend Section 996I of the Land Use Code to allow the city manager to exempt buildings with permanently affordable housing, permanently affordable units that are funding with LIHTC funding or low-income housing tax credit from the unbundled parking requirements in MU4 and RH7. We'll get a lot further into that later. It would modify the trip generation requirements of Section 9922 to require a 20% instead of 55% trip reduction requirement in MU4 or RH6 or RH7. Without adoption of the proposed ordinance, the form-based code and site and use review applications cannot meet all applicable code requirements and cannot proceed as currently proposed. This requires a planning board recommendation to city council. So this is just the decision-making matrix. We don't have to spend too much time on this. Essentially, it's showing that you guys are asked to make decisions on 3 of these items and a recommendation on 1 of them. Okay, so jumping into the background, the subject site is located in North Boulder. It encompasses the former Boulder Community Hospital site between Broadway and 9th to the east and west, and Balsam and Alpine to the north and south, as well as the city-owned parking garage on the southwest corner of Broadway and Alpine and the adjacent Brenton Building properties. Michelle Crane is going to give a bit more background on the adoption and process for the Alpine Balsam Area Plan. I will just say, following adoption of the Alpine Balsam Area Plan, land use designation changes to the city-owned site were adopted in the 2020 midterm update to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, followed by a city-initiated rezoning of the site and adoption of new form-based code standards in 2021. So the image there on the left is the recommended land use map from the Alpine Balsam Area Plan, and the image on the right is the current BVCP land use designations, which correspond largely to the area plan. This is just the conceptual diagram of future city uses and improvements, which is taken from the Alpine Balsam Area Plan. This also informed the land use designation changes. So the zoning of the area is a mix of RH7, MU4, P or public, BT1, which is business transitional 1, and BC2, which is business community 2. This image also shows just the overall project area, which is the white dashed line, versus the form-based code area. So the form-based code area is in red, overall project boundaries in white. Just quickly as well, some background. In 2021, the city entered into an intergovernmental agreement with Boulder Housing Partners to allow them to act as the developer for the portion of the site designated in the plan for housing. The IGA sets forth anticipated development outcomes for the site, roles and responsibilities of each party in each phase, and schedule of development milestones. So now I'm going to jump into the form-based code applications. So the first FBC application is LUR 2023-00034. This is the infrastructure plan. This is showing the project scope within the red dotted lines. So this is for all the site and infrastructure elements that are part of the form-based code area of Alpine Balsam. These include north-south multi-use path connecting Alpine to Balsam between lots 1 and 2, a new 0.11 acre pocket park between lots 1 and 2, which is also, and when I say lots 1 and 2, apologies, that I'm referring to the preliminary plat that was submitted with this as well. A new local 9th and Alpine connector street, which bends across the southwest corner of the site. There's also a mobility hub shown there. A new 2.02 acre greenway flood channel along the south side of Balsam Avenue, and a new 11th Street connection proposed to be private between Alpine and Balsam. So as I mentioned before, this application requires 2 amendments to the area plan and regulating plan map. The first amendment is to shift the mobility hub from the west side of the 9th and Alpine connector street to the east side of the street. The second requested amendment is to allow for 11th Street to be a private drive and type B frontage rather than a local street and type B frontage. This application also includes a request for an exception to the form-based code standards to allow for 31% total impervious and semi-pervious coverage within the greenway and flood channel, where 30% is currently the maximum allowed per the FBC. So in terms of the mobility hub relocation, the image on top shows where the regulating plan map shows the mobility hub, which is on the west side of the connector street. And the image on the bottom shows where the applicant is proposing to place the mobility hub, which is on the east side of that street. Relocation of the mobility hub is intended to better accommodate the 9th and Alpine connector street, pedestrian access and travel pathways, and overall connectivity of the small scale transit components. Staff finds that it will not create any adverse impacts to residents, that it will provide better connectivity to the mobility hub transit components to the rest of the site without the separation that would otherwise occur by the connector street. It also allows for a greater buffer between the transit programming, and the existing adjacent property, and that the intention of the regulating plan is being met with the general site location, programming elements, and adjacency to both public and private users. In terms of the requested amendment for 11th Street, so this came about as a result of discussions between the applicant and city transportation and engineering staff, during which time it was determined that a private drive would allow for a more aesthetic, pedestrian-friendly design than would otherwise be permitted under the city's design and construction standards. Specifically, making the connection a private access drive would allow for enhanced curbside demand management applications, including flexible loading zones and designated transportation network company, aka Uber and Lyft, pickup and drop off locations, the use of permeable pavers, and narrow raised crossings at both the enhanced Paseo and Greenway for increased pedestrian visibility and safety. It also allows for enhanced access to mobility hub services, including micromobility. The private drive is proposed to become a subdivision outlot. So even though it's a private drive, will be owned by the city in perpetuity. So it's essentially acts as right of way because it will be a city-owned outlot forever. Same outlot that the Greenway and flood channel will exist in. So we're calling it a private drive, but it will be a publicly owned private drive. In terms of the exception to the outdoor open space requirements, as I mentioned before, they're requesting to allow 31% total impervious and semi-pervious coverage within the flood channel, where 30% is the maximum allowed. It meets the intent of the form-based code and the area plan in that it is provided in the required location. It meets the required minimum and average dimension sizes and provides the required pedestrian connection pathways. It's consistent with the area plan goals to establish a linear naturalized greenway connection from Broadway to North Boulder Park. It includes all of the zones identified in the area plan, including landscape and pedestrian zones to the south of Balsam, conveyance zone for floodwaters, and a pedestrian zone on the south side of the floodway. This request really came about after design details began to be formulated. They realized that with all of the requested street sections and sidewalks, et cetera, that they found that it was not feasible to meet the 30% impervious. So they're just over. Okay, so moving on, and I guess I'll also say I'm only really focusing on the exceptions and amendments. So we have found that all of these meet the form-based code unless I state otherwise. So LUR 2023-00042 is for buildings B and D. This is the project boundary shown here in the red dashed lines, and then kind of a massing study down below that shows which of the buildings are included as well. So this is the middle portion of the site. These would be 89 permanently affordable housing units in building B and 55 age-restricted permanently affordable housing units in building D. Building B is inclusive of buildings B1, B2, and B3, which are connected via bridges. This application would also include construction of a portion of the enhanced Paseo between the Pocket Park and the Mobility Hub area to the west and 11th Street to the east, and then adjacent sidewalks, courtyards, and outdoor open spaces to these buildings. So this application is subject to the Paseo standards of section M110B. The requested exception included with this is to allow for a 14-foot minimum easement width for the enhanced Paseo rather than the 35-foot minimum easement width, which is currently required. They're also asking for an exception to the general building type requirements of section M117, which specify, oh no, sorry, they're not asking for an exception. They're subject to the general building type requirements of section M117, which specify the build to requirements for type A and B frontages, maximum building heights, floor to floor requirements, building length, fenestration, building entry and cap requirements, et cetera. And then the building design section of the FBC, which is found in M123 and M129. So a little bit about parking here. No on-site parking is provided for these developments. 139 spaces are proposed to be reserved for residents in the city-owned parking garage, with 89 for building B and 50 for building D. Section 996I requires parking spaces to be leased or sold separately from the rental or purchase fees for dwelling units within RH7 and MU4 zones in the Alpine Balsam area. However, federal low-income housing tax credit regulations require that residents must have access to a parking space with their deed-restricted unit in order for the costs of the parking facilities to be financed through LIHTC funding. And there's some other nuance and details there that we're prepared to discuss later. But essentially, the proposed ordinance is to allow the city manager to exempt buildings that are using LIHTC funding to construct permanently affordable units from the requirement to unbundle parking. So for the requested exception to the Paseo design standards, this is just a diagram showing the proposed easement width Again, it's just to allow for a 14-foot minimum easement width rather than the 35-foot minimum easement width, which is currently required. We have talked about this extensively with the applicant, with fire, with engineering. We found that the requested exception meets the standards of 9216I in that it enables required building and Paseo features while meeting the intended design function of the Paseo. The proposed Paseo meets the surface material requirements, in this case, a combination of concrete with decorative scoring, pavers. It also meets the minimum pedestrian travel way, which is 10 feet, and the overall Paseo width and minimum fire access width of 20 feet. So the overall Paseo will still be 35 feet in width. It's really just the easement that has to be reduced. And a big part of the reasoning behind this is that the Paseo standards require a lot of permanent features to be located in the Paseo, including stoops and landscape seating walls and things like this. The code anticipates that people would obtain revocables to allow these. However, we don't really like to issue revocables for permanent structures. So it would be just another several layers of essentially administrative burden on both staff and the applicant to issue a bunch of really long-term revocables for things that we're requiring be in the Paseo. So they're basically providing the Paseo as it's intended to be designed, but they're just reducing the easement width to avoid having to get long-term revocable leases for all of the features that we're requiring. So jumping to LUR 2024-00017. This is for buildings A1 through A4 and building C. This proposal is for 51 units, 38 market rate and 13 permanently affordable, and the 2,100 square feet of commercial space in building C, and 22 market rate townhome style units in the A buildings. So again, showing the project scope here in red, as well as the massing studies of the buildings on the lower right. So this, similar to the last one, is also subject to the Paseo standards. They are requesting the same exception. Building C is subject to the general building type requirements of M117. The A buildings are subject to the row building type requirements. This application includes requested exception to the general and row building type siting standards to allow for the maximum impervious surface coverage for both lots, lot 1 and lot 3, to be increased. On lot 1, it would be 75%, where 60% is the maximum allowed. And on lot 3, it would be 82%, where 65% is the maximum allowed. So for the exception for the Paseo design standards, it's the same analysis essentially. They will be meeting all of the standards except for the minimum Paseo easement width, or public access easement width rather, and are requesting same reduction in easement width for the same purposes. In terms of the maximum site impervious coverage, staff finds that this exception meets the criteria of 9216I as well. The site layout is intended to maximize the number of units on the site, which is supportive of Alpine Balsam Area Plan goals to provide a diverse mixture of housing types that balance market rate and permanently affordable units. It will not create any adverse impacts to neighboring properties. There have shown that there'll be no increase in historic runoff patterns. The sites comply with all the other building design and siting requirements, so in keeping with the overall intent of the form-based code and area plan. And based on lot layout and required build-to zones, as well as geotechnical guidelines to limit infiltration within 10 feet of structures, the applicant has shown that it is not practical to meet the form-based code requirements of permeability on these lots. So staff is supportive of that requested exception. So these are the 3 key issues, and I will bring these back up once we're all the way through the presentation so we can go through these in order. But the 3 key issues are just whether the form-based code applications are consistent with the form-based code regulations. Are the proposed amendments to the Alpine Balsam Area Plan consistent with the criteria? And then does the planning board find that the requested exceptions meet the standards of 9216I? So now jumping into LUR 2023-00053. This is the site and use review application for the Pavilion Building, Garage, and Brenton site. So this shows the site and use review location, the project area boundaries in the context of the greater form-based code area. So I feel like we've already said these words a bunch, but now we're in it, so I'll repeat them. So the site review amendment is for renovations and additions to the existing Pavilion Building and parking garage and site improvements to the Pavilion, Garage, and Brenton Building properties located at 1155 Alpine, 2655 Broadway, 1125 and 36 North Street, and 1136 Alpine. The proposal includes addition of approximately 55,100 square feet to the Pavilion Building, including a new 4th story. Renovations to the parking structure include demolition of the existing brick facade elements on the north and east facades, and addition of new curtain walls and metal panel facade elements. And as mentioned before, it includes a request for a height modification to allow for building heights up to 55 feet, as well as a 33% parking reduction. So in terms of the Pavilion Building, this is the site plan shown for the proposed building. The renovation and addition of the Pavilion Building is intended to help achieve several important goals for the city, including consolidating community services and city departments that are currently spread across the city into one centralized location for better delivery of services and better collaboration between staff and departments, to create a welcoming, inclusive, and equitable experience for both the community accessing services at this location, as well as staff using the building, as contrasted with current city buildings that are unwelcoming, do not meet current standards for ADA and inclusive design, and provide great disparity across service and work environments. Investment in this new campus enables the city to meet and exceed climate action plan goals for city buildings, while also achieving the goals identified in A and B above, rather than making significant investments in current infrastructure that keeps services scattered and does not achieve other social values. Consolidation further allows the city to dispose of properties to help fund new infrastructure investment in the WCC, or Western City Campus as we are calling this, removes buildings that have been identified as needing to be deconstructed and are unsafe, and allows for other city planning projects in the civic area to advance. So again, there's an approximately 55,000 square foot addition to the existing 62,500 square foot Pavilion Building, including the addition of a 4th floor. There's also a new public plaza proposed on the north side of the building, south of the Paseo. Replacement of the existing building envelope. The building is proposed to be all electric and highly energy efficient. The building envelope will be replaced, including the exterior facade, to optimize energy performance. And the efficiency is aimed at achieving an energy use intensity below 20. Reuse of 3 existing concrete structures increases the project sustainability. The addition is also proposed to be constructed from cross-laminated timber that will be sustainably sourced. New public entries into the building are proposed at the corner of Alpine and Broadway, as well as along the Paseo, and a new staff entry is proposed along 11th Street connection. So, and I promise I'm going to show you pictures of the building soon. So design of the Civic Building and Garage is based on attributes of existing Civic buildings. So use of materials such as brick and stone, repetition of fixed and recessed windows, etc. The existing pavilion facade will be removed and replaced with a high-performing envelope, as I just mentioned. The applicant has kind of broken the building down into 2 parts. The chassis, or the workplace component, will include stone, metal, and vertically oriented rectangular windows, as well as a vertical solar shading component to mitigate eastern sun. And the gem component of the building is at the northwest corner of the plaza and corresponds to the multi-purpose room that will host a variety of events. This facade will be high-performance glazing and a solar shading component to mitigate western sun. So here are some pictures. I feel like these are the first pictures in many slides. The top picture is showing both the Pavilion Building and the garage, basically looking due west from across Broadway. The lower left image is looking at the Pavilion Building from the southeast corner of Broadway and Alpine, and the other image is looking at the Pavilion Building from west across Broadway near the entrance of the Paseo. These are also renderings provided by the applicant. The top left is showing the Alpine and Balsam primary entrance, and the top right is showing the entrance that's located off of the plaza, and then a bottom image is a bit closer up view of the plaza. So quickly go over the garage and Brenton site. Proposal would add a new elevator and refurbish existing elevator equipment to improve safety and use of the existing garage infrastructure. It would enclose the existing stairs in the northwest and southeast corners with a glass curtain wall system, rebuild the stairs, remove existing brick facade elements on the north and east facades, It adds a 3-story glass curtain wall enclosed lobby in the northeast corner, as well as a mechanical room on the 4th floor. It would renovate the existing bank office space to create a public safety office. As mentioned, and as is the reason for the use review, would replace existing retail space on the southeast corner with 6 new parking spaces. It would add a new precast concrete facade finished with a thin stone veneer over the north and east elevations. And then it would make significant circulation improvements to the lots south of the Brenton building, including a new 2-way garage access, stormwater detention, pickup and drop-off zone, new pedestrian pathway from Alpine Avenue, and a reconfigured and improved parking area. So this site plan on the left there illustrates some of the proposed site improvements south of the Brenton building, as well as around the parking garage. And then I've just provided an elevation, the west elevation of the parking garage, as well as the same rendering that we saw before, just to show it in context. So we did refer this project to the Design Advisory Board. It went to DAB on May 8th, 2024. At the time, we found that the project was generally consistent with the site review criteria in terms of design, but just wanted some additional feedback on a few key project elements, mainly relating to the area plan goal to achieve welcoming public buildings. The board discussed the project at length and overall really just supported the project design as proposed, and did not ask for any significant changes. There were a few tweaks that the applicant can discuss, but really overall there was a lot of support for the design. So I'm going to jump into the parking and the TDM. This is kind of a big piece of this one. First, I'm just going to go over a few things that are included in the Alpine Balsam area plan. So the area plan really kind of dives into access and mobility and parking approach as part of the overall planning process. And the applicant has really been trying to follow these goals as closely as they can. So the plan talks about utilizing SUMP principles and existing parking structure for most needs. So it really anticipates that the city parking garage is going to provide shared, unbundled, and managed and paid parking for the entire development. There's also discussion that there should be minimal or no investment to construct parking. So they do not want the city spending a bunch of new money to build new parking, and to the extent possible to use the existing parking that is in the city parking garage. In terms of the required parking, so this mobility scale, which I believe may have been kind of blurry in the packet, and I apologize for that. Really what this is getting at is it's kind of showing what the desired parking rates would be for the Alpine Balsam area. And that's kind of based on TDM and other measures, but what they're really aiming for is about 0.9, somewhere between 0.8 and 0.9 parking spaces per unit for residential. And that's reflected in the existing zoning, which has no minimum parking requirement and a maximum parking of 1 space per unit. And then aims for about 1.9 spaces per 1,000 square feet for commercial uses, which for office represents about a 53% parking reduction, and for retail represents about a 60% parking reduction. So the applicant was able to kind of come in with a parking reduction slightly lower than what the area plan actually anticipated. This is a parking diagram that we don't have to spend too much time on, but it really just kind of shows, so the purple and the blue building, those are the affordable housing buildings. Those will have reserved spaces in the garage, which are shown on the kind of colored bars in the garage. The pink building, which is the pavilion building, will also have parking provided in the garage through shared parking. The orange and yellow building, which is building C, that's the mixed use building that has a mix of market and permanently affordable units and retail space. We'll also be using shared parking in the garage, and the green buildings, which are the townhomes, are self-parked. So I am going to verbally summarize this table for you. This is taken from the TDM plan. So essentially there are 404 total spaces in the garage. 139 of those would be reserved for the affordable units in buildings B and D, as I mentioned before. A total of 295 spaces, which will be a mix of reserved and shared spaces, will be available to city employees and customers during business hours. So that includes 30 spaces on the Brenton lot. Those are surface spaces provided on the reconfigured lots below the Brenton building. and then 265 spaces within the garage. 49 of those spaces will be reserved for pavilion customers during daytime use, still paid. 18 of those spaces are reserved for special uses, such as facility vehicles, fleet vehicles, things like that. And then 198 spaces will be shared and paid spaces. So those will be available to city employees as well as residents of Building C. So if you guys read the TDM plan, the parking plan, it's fairly complicated, but essentially the 51 units in Building C will be able to have parking permits, but it does not guarantee them a space. So they can essentially, they can buy a parking permit, which allows them, if there is a space available, to park in the garage. And they will get a lower rate by buying a parking permit, but it doesn't, there are no saved spaces for them. So the permit essentially just allows them to pay ahead of time at a slightly better rate than if they just show up at the garage and try to pay for a parking space. The TDM plan anticipates a 30% trip reduction through TDM. With that 30% trip reduction, the anticipated peak demand is about 318 spaces. So the project is providing 295 spaces in the garage. There are also 43 on-street parking spaces available on the adjacent rights-of-way within the project. And the parking consultant for the applicant also did a parking study during the peak hours on a weekday and found 300 available parking spaces within one block of the development. And that's within the one block of the entire development. So one block from Alpine and Balsam. So the TDM adjustment includes a variety of on-site infrastructure, amenity, and programmatic measures intended to incentivize travel modes other than driving. These include residential parking and TDM strategies, such as parking policy and pricing, again, just unbundling and charging for the market rate units, and shared parking, and the TDM programs and services, including car share access, on-site shared micro mobility options, B-cycle memberships, and provision of neighborhood eco passes for residents. And in terms of city employee parking and TDM strategies, all of the office parking for all of the office space will be paid and shared. The project will provide electric vehicle charging stations. We also will implement the TDM commuter benefits program, which provides a number of incentives for employees, renewed parking cash out, continued hybrid work environment and telework options, an annual eco pass, annual B-cycle membership, van pool subsidy, carpool incentive program, compressed work week options, access to city-owned vehicles, and potentially to a fleet of e-bikes, and end-of-trip facilities, including showers and bike parking. One thing it's important to note that Chris Hagelin is here and can talk about more if we need him to, is that, this is the kind of the great thing about the city being the one to implement the TDM plan for this pavilion building is that the city can kind of pull levers as we need to, right? And if we find that things are not working the way that we want and that we're not achieving the trip reduction measures that we anticipated, we can modify things because we own the building and there are programs. So it allows us some ongoing kind of control and flexibility when it comes to TDM measures. So in terms of just facilities, and these are across the site. So 508 bicycle parking spaces, 70 long-term spots at the pavilion, 6 spots for e-bikes, 4 bike lockers for specialty items, 2 service station racks, 60 hanging stalls, bike repair station, both within the building and at the mobility hub, variety of new and enhanced pedestrian and bicycle corridors throughout the site, right-of-way improvements on the surrounding streets, and then a bunch of micro mobility features as well. So currently there's one 13-dock B-cycle station at Alpine between Broadway and 13th. 3 more are proposed, one on the corner of Balsam and 9th near the mobility hub and at the Broadway bus stop. And the project also proposes 3 new lime groves, which are areas for lime scooters on Broadway near the transit stop, at the alley, and in the residential section of the site. So moving on to the use review component of this. As I said before, the proposal to remove the existing commercial space requires a use review in addition to site review, and you have to show that it will not adversely affect the intended function and character of the area as a neighborhood serving business area where retail type stores predominate. So this is just a graphic image provided by the applicant showing the area to be removed from the building, as well as the new parking spaces that will be accommodated by removal of the existing retail space. It's approximately 120 linear feet of ground floor commercial space will be removed from the existing parking structure's east and north facades. Much of that existing space is less than 5 feet wide and is not very functional for typical seating and other retail functions. I provided additional analysis in the memo, but essentially what staff and the applicant found is that the existing retail space is underutilized and does not really add a lot to the kind of lively frontage of Broadway, specifically because there's no parking on Broadway there. And so access to the existing retail space is a challenge, will continue to be a challenge because there is no new parking provided or proposed on Broadway. And the applicant has really made an effort to make the facade along Broadway visually interesting. They'll be able to discuss more, but the proposal includes basically making space for art. So there can be kind of ongoing and rotating art installations along the Broadway frontage. Further, it was just found that based on the area plan goals and kind of the tightness of the space, that the 6 additional parking spaces would provide a much greater benefit to the project than keeping the extremely narrow retail space and having that be owned and managed by the city. So the key issues for discussion here is the project consistent with site review criteria, including height modifications and parking reduction criteria, and is the use review consistent with the use review criteria? Oh, so I do actually dive into staff findings here. Sorry, forgetting my own presentation. So key issue number 4, staff findings. Staff finds the project is consistent with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan land use map and on balance with the goals and policies of the BVCP, particularly those that address the built environment. It's consistent with several characteristics of sustainable urban form definition, implements goals and achieves the vision of the Alpine Balsam Area Plan, and meets several comp plan goals and policies in Section 2, built environment, Section 4, energy, climate, and waste, and Section 6, transportation. The project also incorporates site design techniques and infrastructure that supports and encourages alternatives to single occupant vehicles, provides for a balance of private and common open space. Landscaping includes a variety of plants, colors, and contrasts. Building and siting design is compatible with the character of the surrounding area and successfully creates visual interest and a vibrant pedestrian experience with simple, human-scaled, high-quality architecture. The additional criteria for height modifications, in summary, staff finds that the building's form and massing are consistent with the character established in the area plan and form-based code, which anticipate up to 5 stories and 55 feet. It also largely complies with the form-based code standards for civic buildings. There's a few areas where it doesn't meet that. I can let the applicant go into that. Designed to a human scale and to create visual permeability to and through the site, and meets the specific open space requirements for buildings requesting a height modification. In terms of the parking reduction criteria, staff finds that the mix of reserved and shared and unbundled and managed parking, as well as the programs and services to incentivize alternate modes, combined with enhanced facilities and site design techniques, and the on-street parking proposed as part of the project, as well as the available on-street parking found by the applicant, all combines to say that the probable number of all motor vehicles to be owned by occupants of and visitors to the project will be adequately accommodated. As I mentioned before, they also found that there will be available on-street parking in addition to the 295 spaces off-street that I mentioned. Use of multimodal transportation options will continue to reduce the need for on-site parking on an ongoing basis. And this is really the robust TDM plan and parking management plan, which outline the strategies that are proposed to reduce the parking needs of the project. Again, overall, a 30% trip reduction is anticipated due to TDM strategies, and city has control over implementation and can adjust as needed. So I forgot that I included this, so I kind of jumped ahead, but staff also finds that the use review is consistent with the zoning and nonconformity. So the consistency with the zoning really just says that uses that require use review can be approved through use review. So it's going through the required process. It does provide a direct service or convenience to and reduces adverse impacts to the surrounding uses or neighborhood. Specifically by providing as much parking as possible for the new development, it is reducing potential off-site parking impacts. We find that it is compatible with the surrounding area. The parking garage has been there for over 20 years, and really they're not they're adding 6 parking spaces to the existing parking garage. So it's not a change in the level of compatibility compared to the existing level. All of the existing infrastructure required to serve the development is already in place. And then in terms of the predominant character of the surrounding area, as established by adopted plans for the area. So this really came about as a result of the applicant's desire to meet the goal of the Alpine Balsam Area Plan to provide shared managed parking for the entire Alpine Balsam redevelopment area. The area plan goal related to parking is for current structured parking facility at the corner of Broadway to be utilized to accommodate the parking demand for the land use plan to the fullest extent possible. Excuse me. As I mentioned, the existing parking structure has been in this location for over 20 years. The Alpine Balsam Area Plan specifically references the parking structure as the primary location for off-site parking. And the proposed changes to the parking area would greatly improve the functionality of the parking structure and ensure that the character of the area as envisioned by the area plan is achieved. So the area plan does show this as MU2, which is a mixed use 2 land use designation, which anticipates active ground floor uses. As I mentioned, the existing 450 square foot space is underutilized, narrow, and has difficult access. There's greater benefit to the development to add parking. The applicant intends to integrate artwork and high quality materials into the campus's design to improve the pedestrian environment. And finally, the remainder of the Broadway corridor shown as MU2 is also zone BC2 and not owned by the city and not designated specifically in the area plan for parking. So the chances are very strong that redevelopment in the BC2 zones on the rest of the Broadway corridor will follow the BC2 zoning intent. So the overall corridor will still remain neighborhood serving retail dominated area with just this exception for the parking garage. So we're almost to the end of this one. So key issue 6, does planning board support the proposed ordinance? The title of which is an ordinance amending Title IX Land Use Code BRC 1981 to adopt trip reduction standards and a revised regulating plan for the Alpine Balsam area and to eliminate some principles for certain buildings with permanently affordable units and setting forth related details. So it updates the form-based code regulating map basically to reflect the area plan amendments that are being requested as part of the infrastructure plan. Again, those are just the change from 11th Street from public right-of-way to a private access lane and the relocation of the mobility hub. It allows the city manager to not require unbundled parking if it conflicts with the ability to get low-income housing tax credit funding for permanently affordable units, which the applicant has indicated it does. It applies a 20% alternative modes requirement to Alpine Balsam instead of the 55% offset required in Boulder Junction. We're prepared to go into this in more detail, but essentially the 55% offset required for Boulder Junction was applied because Boulder Junction's anticipated level of multimodal access and transportation was extremely high. So with bus rapid transit, with a train that was supposed to be there, with a district approach to parking, there were just a lot more things that the city and developers could use to try to reduce trips in Boulder Junction. Many of those things, most specifically the parking district, is not present in Alpine Balsam. So the 55% trip reduction was found to be an unreasonable burden on redevelopment in the area. So we are asking to reduce it to 20%, but are happy to discuss that in further detail. And then finally, it creates consistency for TDM terminology. And this is just some kind of wordsmithing based on current best practices. Okay, so this is just showing the regulating map. Oh, here we go. So again, the 11th Street connection there. This is the 9th and Alpine connection and the relocation of the mobility hub. So staff recommends approval of ordinance 8653 because the code changes would enable the proposed project to proceed as designed, create trip avoidance and reduction standards appropriate to the Alpine Balsam area per policy 6.03 of the BVCP. It also supports the comp plan's affordable housing goals by authorizing a waiver of unbundled parking requirement for certain LIHTC funded permanently affordable housing projects. And it meets many other Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan policies. So I will now happily answer questions, and I have a recommended discussion format as well as key issues and motion language I can pull up as needed.
Great, thanks. I'm sure everyone has a lot of questions. So why don't we try to keep it to 2 questions each, and then if people want to circle back to additional ones after different board members get to have questions.
Just
I
a
have
process
a-
question.
Go ahead.
Would it make sense to get all questions like on each piece, like all questions relating to the first site review proposal and then the second, rather than jumping around by board member?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea. I'm certainly open to it if everyone else is. I mean, I don't think there's an easy way to attack it. So, I mean, my only concern about that is that we're going to get, that's like 6 rounds versus 1 round and then additional rounds after that. That would be my concern about that.
I promise I'm not going to expand my questions based on the way that we order them.
I appreciate Laura's suggestion. That's actually the way that I have organized my questions. So I think that would be helpful to go through in that order.
Kurt?
Well, I was going to ask a different process question, which was that I think there's more presentation, right? Isn't there the applicant presentation? So I'm just wondering if it would make sense to combine staff questions with applicant questions.
What do you think, Charles, since you've run through
It's
all
up to
this?
you guys. We typically will do a round of clarifying questions for staff after the staff's presentation, just based on the procedural information that we've presented as well as the recommendations that we've made. But we're happy to accommodate you either way.
I was just thinking because of the complexity, it might be helpful
I
to
would
combine
be-
them, but either way.
You know, personally, I'd be in favor of that just because there's so much to get through, and there's probably a lot of our questions that might get answered through the application. So you guys are up for that. All right, so let's continue then. How much time do we have allocated to this component?
30 to 40 minutes.
30 to
Yeah,
40
we're
minutes.
hoping 35 minutes.
Okay, all right, so target around 8, which is 41 minutes from now, and then maybe we'll take a quick break, and then we'll go from there.
Do you guys mind if I try to dim these lights while you're giving the presentation? It's a little bright in here. Okay.
Thomas, can they share or should they plug in directly?
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. I'm just not logged into the Zoom on that.
Mark, are you a vestige there? Or what's your?
No, I raised my hand and I thought, wow, the technical things are going on. I have an extremely general question that may result in people thinking deriding me or whatever. But if I could just ask her.
We are, just so you know, I don't know if you heard us, but we're going to hold our questions until the applicant finishes up.
Okay. My question was, who's the applicant?
Good question.
Is it the city? Is it the city?
Michelle.
Is it BHP?
It's a very good clarifying question. That'd be a great way to start the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I think we're ready. Good evening, Planning Board. I'm Michelle Crane, a Deputy Director of Facilities and Fleet, and we are very excited to be here presenting this project to you. I am going to give a really brief overview and some context of the process that has led us here tonight for the whole Alpine Balsam project, starting with the purchase of the
Would you mind
site.
just tilting your mic a little bit closer to you?
Oh, sure.
Thanks.
And I will address the applicant question as I get to the end of this. So really high level before I hand it off, this city purchased this site all the way back in 2015. And there were two key interests in that purchase. One is to help guide the development of this area that had been influenced for nearly a century by the Boulder Community Health Hospital being in this area. And also to address an opportunity to modernize our city buildings. We've talked about a lot of the challenges that we are currently facing with city buildings, failing infrastructure, dispersed staff and services. So those were two of the key motivating factors really in the original purchase of this property. Make sure. Here we go. There. Oh, now we're going too far. Okay, so following that purchase of the site, the city embarked on a long planning process, and we spent roughly 4 years engaging the community through a vision planning process first, an area planning process. It sounds like many of you participate in some of those events. There were more than 600 individual contacts, numerous events over those many years as the plans iterated and as we brought different concepts forward through the community. And so that ultimately resulted in first a vision for the site, but then the area plan that was adopted by City Council back in October of 2019. And these were the goals and objectives really put forth in that area plan. So looking at the land use and urban form of the area, a focus on the public realm and the public spaces, again, looking at local government services in this area, developing housing, providing good access and mobility and being a kind of a leader in these areas, and also then addressing our environmental sustainability and flood mitigation. It is these goals and objectives that have really guided the process moving forward and a lot of the design work that has been resulting in what we're bringing forward here tonight. So then following the area plan, the kind of last pieces of the planning process were to, as Chandler had mentioned earlier, is to put in the land use changes and then ultimately apply a form-based code to the area. And that form-based code helped really become the guiding regulatory document that you're seeing and we're reviewing under tonight, and helped implement that clear direction for the adopted area plan. So to the question about the applicants here tonight. Following these planning processes and the regulations put into effect, the city has partnered with Boulder Housing Partners to co-develop the site. And so the applicants are the city and Boulder Housing Partners. The city has really taken a focus on the Western City campus and has been working with our selected design team, ZGF, to develop that project. Boulder Housing Partners has been working with Coburn to develop the housing portions, and collaboratively we have been designing the infrastructure and informing the infrastructure across the site. And so those are the two teams that you'll be hearing from tonight as we bring the project forward. And so with that, I think I'm going to hand it over to Ian with Boulder Housing Partners to start that part.
All right, good evening, Planning Board. I'm Ian Swallow with Boulder Housing Partners. I'm a senior development project manager. Nice to be here. Nice to see you all. I think I will be brief. This is a project we've been involved in for a number of years. Very excited to have it at this point. This is a slide. You probably see something very similar every time we're at Planning Board. I think you all know who we are as BHP, but just it's a very technical process that you're reviewing tonight. I think it will continue to be a technical process, but just really want to ground the discussion sort of in who BHP serves and really what we're going to be able to achieve at this site, which is some really well designed, really thoughtful, affordable housing for families and seniors, really in one of the best locations in Boulder. So won't get into any of the details sort of in the small font that you see here, but just wanted to really bring it back to what we're going to ultimately do is create homes for people to live in this community and live in a really nice part of this community that don't exist today. So just a lens to keep in mind when we're going through kind of the technical aspects of this site. And just quickly, before I hand it off to Pete Weber with Coburn Architecture, just to give you a little bit more detail on the housing components. So in the center of the site, sort of shaded in the light blue, you'll see the B and D buildings. Those are the permanently affordable buildings that will be developed by Boulder Housing Partners. Those will use the low-income housing tax credit as their primary source of financing. Building D, which is sort of on Alpine on the southeast corner of Alpine and 11th, there will be 55 senior or older adult housing units. And then building B is 89 units that's sort of connected through 3 different buildings that will be sort of a family site or really just a non-age restricted community. Parcel A, which is on the far west side of the site, will be 22 townhomes. And then parcel C on the east side of the site will be 51 market rate units. So the real idea here in the partnership with the city, both facilities and HHS, is that A and C will be sort of entitled by BHP. They will be then sort of sold to a market rate developer to ultimately develop, but with a very predictable outcome for the city. And those proceeds would go to support the affordable housing as well as the site in general. So it's a model we've used before at 30 Pearl and a model that has really worked well. So that's what you're sort of going to see with the housing. And I'm going to hand it off to Pete, but happy to answer any questions that come up, especially related to SUMP and low-income housing tax credits and all those things. So hand it off to Pete with Coburn.
Thanks, Ian. Hey, I'm Pete Weber, one of the principals at Coburn Architecture. Really excited to be here. I've been working on this since the area plan days when we were consulting with the design team. What you're looking at on the screen now is the overall site plan, and I'm going to kind of go through how we got there. First, just
Pete, we just have a little hard time hearing you. Just you're okay. You're okay.
Okay.
It'd be great if you could just
Thanks. Just a reminder about the form-based code regulating plan and the prescriptive nature of the form-based code. Basically, the form-based code says you do these things and you're good. So rather than discretionary like site review, the form-based code is really quite different. The various aspects of the form-based code related to the infrastructure plan include the greenway to the north, which doubles as a flood control element. There's the Paseo that runs down the middle of the site in the east-west direction. The 11th Street, which Chandler hit on a number of times, which connects Alpine to Balsam and aligns with 11th Street to the north. And then the mobility hub at the western edge of the property. And a pocket park that lives right between the townhomes and some of the affordable housing. We're going to go through each one of these rather briefly. The greenway, again, doubles as flood control on the north side of the property. There are a number of things that the form-based code dictates about the physical characteristics of the greenway, including its overall size, its minimum dimensions. And just as a reminder on that flood control aspect, it is in process with FEMA and the city to go through the Clomer-Lomer process to actually, the primary benefit of which is to get the rest of the site out of the 100-year floodplain. As Chandler alluded to in his presentation, there is one exception related to the greenway that is really a technical issue regarding impervious area. We need to be just a little bit above what's required by the form-based code, and that's really due to, first of all, when the regulating plan was created, we didn't know, right? We didn't know exactly how all this was going to play out. The details were not figured out on purpose. Leave it to the design team to interpret the form-based code and create the ultimate design for the site. But then there's overlapping aspects of the form-based code that the impacts of which were not always anticipated. So by the time we put in the multi-use path on the north side of the site, the various pedestrian connections and 11th Street were just shy of the form-based code requirement. The Paseo is a pedestrian connection that runs through the middle of the site, connecting Broadway ultimately all the way up towards 9th. It also has several requirements in the form-based code. Chandler touched on a few of those. The minimum width of 35 feet. The paving is dictated by the form-based code. And reminder, this is an enhanced Paseo, which is a little bit bigger and has a few more elements associated with it, like stoops and that kind of thing that a normal Paseo would not include. And here's what that looks like. This is the Paseo looking to the northeast from the Pocket Park with the B building in the foreground. And then the Paseo from the plaza looking across 11th Street to the northwest. And Chandler, I think, did a good job of explaining the exception here, so I won't go into too much detail, but just a reminder that we are maintaining the 35 feet for the enhanced Paseo from building to building. It's really just a matter of the actual public access easement and narrowing that up to allow us a little more freedom with regard to stoops and other building projections. The mobility hub, really we're just moving it to the other side of the street. You know, the primary reason for that is that where it was located, put everything on the opposite side of the street for where all the people are. That's the primary reason. But as we started to think about the mobility hub and argued amongst each other on the design team, it really occurred to us that really the entire site is really the mobility hub. And so we've scattered various aspects of mobility across the site, they are concentrated at the location at the corner of 10th Street there, but they are also scattered throughout the site. The bus stop, for instance, is on Broadway. We're not moving the bus stop over to 10th Street, right? So you can see in this diagram how the scooter corrals, B-cycle stations, wayfinding is scattered throughout the site. And then the Pocket Park is a small pedestrian park that is meant for the local residents. This is not competing with North Boulder Park. It is small in nature, it's landscape and a combination of passive and active elements, some minimum requirements, and it is required to include a playground, which we've provided. And this is that Pocket Park looking south from the where the little bridge crosses the Greenway. And what you're seeing there where the folks are walking is also, I should point that out, that's a multi-use path that connects Broadway to Alpine, or Balsam to Alpine. And then 11th Street. This is a new street with a type B frontage. The type B frontage is not meant to be the primary fronts for buildings, but is really secondary. And as we came to design this site in detail, we realized that 11th Street is really the primary service street for all those buildings that face it. So the Pavilion building, the C and B and D buildings on our part, it's where all the services need to be taken from. So trash, pick up and drop off, package delivery, all that is going to happen on 11th Street. The street's been designed primarily as a pedestrian street. You can see the paving pattern there is really meant to encourage pedestrian movement and discourage vehicular movement. So while that street does need to accommodate these services, we're trying to design it primarily for pedestrians. And I think Chandler did a nice job of explaining the city-owned aspect of this, so I won't go into any detail there. This is 11th Street looking south from the crossing at the Greenway. You can see the market rate C building on the left, the B affordable building on the right, and then the city building, Pavilion building in the background. And this is what it looks like when we put it all together. We designed this site along with our partners to be a site that's porous. We actually went above and beyond the pieces that the form-based code calls for to provide easy access throughout the site. We have a variety of building sizes. The entire site is really designed for pedestrians. After all, the parking is across the street. And then there's a variety of open spaces. There is the things called out on the form-based code, the Pocket Park, the Greenway. But then also I want to point out the courtyard that exists between building D and the B buildings, not called for by the form-based code, but because of the geometry of the site provided an awesome opportunity for a central court in the middle of the project. Form-based code for buildings. The form-based code for buildings is similar to the site in that it has several things that it dictates. It talks about building placement, the functional characteristics, the form of the buildings, design character and quality, the windows and doors, the fenestration, the materials and the balance of materials, along with several elements like stoops and balconies and that sort of thing. And then a number of details are also suggested and dictated by the form-based code, things like vertical and horizontal expressions. So as we design the buildings, we need to pay attention to all these things and actually demonstrate how we've complied with the form-based code. This is just one of the sets of buildings, the A townhomes, and how we've diagrammed how we comply with the various aspects of the form-based code with regard to how the building sits on the site, hitting the build to zones, providing the vehicular access, the stoops, and the building entries. So that we've done this for all the buildings. The number of diagram sheets, I don't even know, Chandler, there's, I don't know, 80 of them or something, is an enormous amount of information. And then the buildings themselves, there is form-based code requirements for changes in materials and the amount of materials and how that's handled across the building. Again, the fenestration, we have minimum requirements for windows on the various facades. Major and minor materials have to be balanced at certain percentages. And then those add-on elements like balconies and stoops also have to be shown how we've come into compliance. And we've met all of the form-based code requirements with regard to the building design. The exceptions, here's all that, how that all sits on the site plan. We're going to go through this building by building rather quickly. The B buildings are affordable buildings, 17 on B2, 42 on B1. These buildings take their primary accesses off of the Paseo. So that pedestrian walkway, that's how you get to your front doors, is off the Paseo. And here's what those buildings look like. This is looking to the northeast from the Pocket Park. These buildings are primarily brick with some wood accents and a little bit of metal panel. This is the same building on the right, looking from the plaza back to the northwest, with the D building on the left. And then the B3 building is at the corner of 10th Street and Alpine, 30 affordable units. That is a primarily brick building, although this corner, right on the corner there with where the residential entry is, we've put some solar panels as sidings. In addition to solar on the roof, we actually have solar as siding on the corner of the building. And then here's the building looking from the south end of the Pocket Park across the mobility hub. And then the D building is a age-restricted building with 55 affordable units. It takes its primary entry off of Alpine and 11th, but then there's also some entries off of the Paseo. And that building is a primarily brick with some metal accents across the top and to accentuate some of the entries. And I want to point out on this one that courtyard that lives in the middle of the project for all the residents. And here's that building again, looking northwest from Alpine. And we put those together and look down Alpine, looking east with the pavilion building in the background and the two affordable buildings in the foreground. So here's how it all fits together when it sits on the site. There are, the A buildings. I'm going to get back to the A buildings. These are the townhomes that are across the street from North Boulder Park. They are individual townhomes. They all are self-parked, one parking space for each unit in a garage on site. And those are, again, primarily brick. You can see the greenway in the foreground here, and then the buildings in the background. There is, as Chandler pointed out, some exceptions to impervious area for both the A and C buildings. Similar to the greenway, when we get everything on there, the numbers just don't quite shake out. And so technically we need to get an exception to that. And then the C building is market rate building on the corner of Broadway and Balsam, 51 units. And it is seen here from 11th Street, looking back to the southeast with the greenway to your left. And again, that impervious exception here. And one of the things I want to point out about that impervious exception, while technically the A and C buildings are a little short, the B and D buildings are long on impervious area by virtue of that courtyard. So again, the form-based code, when it was put together, didn't know exactly how things were going to shake out across the site, but quite a bit more pervious area on the site. Certainly there is today. As a reminder, that site was entirely paved. Just a quick hit on parking. I think Chandler covered this pretty well, so I won't belabor it. 22 individual garages for the 22 units in the townhomes. The B and D affordable buildings park in the garage. As a designer, this project is kind of a dream project. Too often we spend an inordinate amount of time designing around parking, and this was a great relief not to have to do that. And then the C building is part of the shared parking program in the garage. And then additionally, there is street parking. Oops, sorry, went too far. Street parking has been added along Balsam. Balsam currently doesn't have parallel parking. We've added that on the south side of Balsam. We've maintained some of the parallel parking on Alpine, and then there is accessible parking to the west of B3 and then in building C. One of the things the form-based code did not anticipate is the proximity needed for accessible parking. And then there is additional short-term parking on 11th Street, part of that service corridor, short-term parking for package delivery, pickup, and drop-off. I went the wrong way, sorry. And then bike parking is all over the site. I won't get into the pavilion building, but for the residential portions of this, a mixture of short-term and long-term parking, the short-term being at bike racks and the long-term parking being within the buildings. The A buildings have their garages, and then there's bike rooms in all of the affordable buildings to house the long-term bike parking. And then lastly, just a note on sustainability. Part of BHB's mission is to create a diverse, inclusive, and sustainable Boulder. And here's the way that this site has helped with that. We have a mix of housing types, a mix of income levels, and a mix of unit sizes to add that diversity. That diversity of unit types will lead to age diversity, including from kids to seniors with the parks nearby and the age restriction on the building D. It's a mixture of residential, commercial, service and retail across the site. The site is super rich in transit, all the TDM measures that we put in addition to the access to Broadway. And then on the energy side, the site is all electric. A lot of PV, the roofs should be covered with PV as well as that facade on building B3. All of the affordable buildings will be net zero ready. And we're trying to optimize natural light by keeping our footprints narrow so light can get deep into the buildings, including we're trying to incentivize movement through stairwells rather than elevators by keeping the stairwells well lit. That's it for me. Thank you. I'm going to hand it off to Justin from ZGF.
All right. Good evening, Planning Board and City staff. Thanks for having us here tonight. We're excited to share our project work. So we'll just jump right in. So we're going to focus in this piece on the site design review for the pavilion building and the garage, as well as the use change for the garage. So I just want to start by sort of laying out the design goals of the project for us. Certainly one of the first is we've designed to meet the city's aspirations and guiding principles, those around creating equitable, accessible, and high-performing workplace, as well as a project that is fundamentally sustainable, financially sustainable, and efficient in its use. We've also want to point out the sort of start point for us was really, as in much of our design, to do more with a little bit less. In this case, this is a very large adaptive reuse of an existing facility. The image on the top left represents the existing pavilion building that is to remain with its skin removed. There is some surgical demo to be done, and then a new mass timber superstructure to be put in place. The net gain here is that we really get a big benefit on the project's embodied carbon impacts. So looking to that sort of sustainability and environmental stewardship that's part of the city's goals. We also needed to design to meet the city's programmatic requirements. This took a fair amount of investigation. I think Chandler laid out fairly well that there's some vertical expansion as well as horizontal. In the end, we had to think hard about where to grow vertically and horizontally and what programs to use and how to maximize efficiency in our floor plates to ensure that people have access to views, natural light, and flexible long-term office space. Ultimately, we've wound up creating a building that is expanded in the western direction. You can see that in the sort of red block that sits towards the west of the existing pavilion with an additional 4th story. The key public or sort of representational spaces within the building exist as what Chandler referred to as the gems, these sort of yellow blocks that you see reaching out to what I would call our sort of 100% urban corners, those being the new plaza as well as the Broadway and Alpine intersection. An underlining priority for us in everything we've done as we've moved through this design is with sustainability in mind. Certainly, we are producing a large amount of electricity through the on-site PV, but in order to achieve even better goals, we've reduced energy use through the building systems, reduced water use, and shown, and I got this in your report, it's fairly small here, but a significant reduction in embodied carbon, energy use, and a fairly low EUI for the project. So we're very proud of that. In terms of the design criteria that we needed to meet, as was explained earlier, we sit at this sort of overlap between the site design review process, sort of abstractly outlined there, and the form-based code process here. We feel we worked hard to meet the site design review process requirements and have to the best practicable ability met the form-based code requirements as well with some minor exceptions. We can go into those in a little more detail if there are questions a little bit later on. In terms of connections, I think that Peter did a good job explaining this sort of multimodal transportation across the broader site that exists here at the pavilion as well, with key nodes on the east and west ends of bike parking, wayfinding and signage, as well as drop-off parking. Access points and connections have been reinforced and improved from the site to the south, coming across at the improved crosswalk from the parking garage up to the pavilion building. The key here is that all of these connections really serve to knit together a series of new and we think really inviting and accessible public realm spaces, those being the new courtyard as well as the sort of gateway corner at Alpine and Broadway, as well as an improved connection to the south from the parking garage. So really trying to activate and increase that porosity and connection across the site through the architecture and the site design. The pavilion site design is designed with sort of a richness of texture, a broad range of plants, certainly a focus on low water intensity plantings as well as pollinator plantings, and then a richness in the textures of the pervious and impervious landscaping elements, including the use of wood, concrete, and other textures. That very rich palette is extended to the south and continues to drive sort of a sense of cohesion and connectivity down to the south side of the Brenton building, as well as create connection to the parking garage circulation systems. We think that those materials are going to be really very timeless, quite beautiful, quite rich, and I would say very inviting for the community to use these new civic spaces. The connections in our mind also need to involve the inside of the building. And so the way that the sort of public functions of the building have been organized, they're intended to extend out into that exterior public realm and vice versa. The new plaza space is imagined almost as a porch that extends that yellow block on the northeast corner, which is a multi-purpose room, almost extends that functional space out into the landscape through the use of transparency, glazing, and windows. So that really the sort of public engagement elements and events happening within this building do become participatory in the outside and inside space. Likewise, a two-story sort of gallery space that adjoins some function training room programs on the bottom level of the building are adjacent circulation elements on the southeast corner of the building, again, trying to create that transparency in and through the building in conjunction with transparency across the site. This is reinforced by the use of public art. We're certainly looking at our use of the 1% for Art program to key pieces within the pavilion, site plan that we've looked at are within that two-story space on the southeast corner inside the building, as well as in the landscape on the northeast corner in the new plaza. We also have, sort of indicated in the yellow wrapper, developed a graphic story, a mural, if you will, that extends inside and out of the building that really is intending to sort of talk about the character and story of Boulder as a place and a culture. And that starts to activate and draw people in and through the building. So the intent here is that this is a building that's connected both inside and out, some of those broader campus connections, but also these interior spaces really are connected to key moments of transparency and openness. Here on the top left, you can see that multifunction space that sits within the plaza. We're facing, in this case, downward on the page. And that transparency of the windows behind would really let those events spill out into the public realm. On the top and the bottom right, you can see the sort of connection through the building that lets you actually pass through the physical space. And see that both at north and south main building entry. I think it's really important to keep in mind that this should be thought of as a campus. And so the relationship between the parking garage, it's something I'm doing perhaps.
Maybe somebody has a laptop open. Video.
Yeah, if you're on the Zoom meeting in the room,
That on Zoom meeting,
if you could make sure that your audio is muted on your laptop.
or I suppose maybe somebody on.
And poof, back from below. That one's muted, so we'll keep going. If it becomes worse, let me know. Just need to share it again. Cool. All right, so thinking of this as a campus, that there's a relationship between these two buildings, both in the massing and form and the use of the materials. I think that becomes a bit evident in this elevation view. First, the criteria from site design is that is this cohesive with the existing character? Certainly, we're changing some of that character. These are the existing buildings on the bottom, the parking garage on the left, the existing medical office building on the right, or the pavilion. However, we are still sticking in a sort of language, an architectural language of solid stone elements and glazed elements. That relate to each other. We've worked to break down the building form and mass, as Chandler said, into pieces that we call the chassis. So thinking of the pavilion on the right side, the chassis is outlined in the lighter stone. It's a limestone. It's intended to be light and fairly refined as the building lifts up from the ground plane, while these other elements that lock into the landscape are a more rough-hewn sandstone. So the intent is that there is a play of massing, a breakdown in scale, and a step back in the building form as you move back from the street edge. In terms of relationship to the street edge, we largely inherited the footprint of the existing building. We have worked to bring the building out some extent towards Broadway, so we're meeting close to those minimum setback requirements. One of the areas, as Chandler mentioned, that we do not quite meet the form-based code is on the south side of the site, where the existing building and the additional new skin just asks us to come a little bit closer to Alpine than we otherwise could within the setback. Now we'll just do a little walk around the building and think and talk about the architectural character. So if we start from the major civic corner on the southeast side of the building there at Broadway, this is that new sort of gateway experience showing high quality materials, the use of stone, metal panel that's perforated and shaped in a way that's intended to create a very sort of expressive, almost iconic solar shading strategy for both our south and east facing facades at this corner. And then the use of glazing at the base of the building here, really to just lift the building up and create that porosity and inviting moment into the space. So we think about the key building entries. The primary entry off of Alpine occurs about a quarter of the way down the block. This is, again, is part of inheriting this existing building and its floor-to-floor conditions and relationships to grade. We've worked to manage that grade through the use of retaining walls, integrated landscape, and I think very elegant ADA accessible ramping installations that let you come up into and actually engage the landscape under the building. We've created glazed canopies. The use of fins and other articulation really did bring visual energy to show that this is primary building entry. As we move around to the Paseo end of the building and look up through that sort of more campus connection, the long view is that this gem, this multi-purpose space, which is also shrouded in these formed metal louvers, starts to peek out and actually become part of the wayfinding strategy. So really you see that expressive piece of architecture, and it's intended to draw you in. One of the things we heard from the design advisory meeting was thinking about breadcrumbs in the landscape that bring some of that language down. What we've done based on their advice is bring signage elements down into the landscape that pick up on the shapes and forms of these folded fins. As we move into that entry, again, we are asked to manage grade due to inheriting that sort of funny relationship in the existing building to the current grade conditions. But we've worked to integrate seating, landscaping, transparency within the facade, as well as finer sort of more human scale detail elements within the architecture. And if we come around to the courtyard, this is sort of the longer view looking down the Paseo, where really we're sort of cupping and creating that new space with the gem element that sort of becomes the iconic piece reaching out into it. As we step in closer, the hope is that this is a really inviting and habitable space, that the richness of textures within the landscape, the sight, smells, sounds, even the sense of play with the water is something that really invites the public in, and this is an extension of the civic facility. And we'll come around to what is, if there was to be a back of this building, it's largely a four-sided building, but here on 11th, where we have our service entry and staff entry there in the sort of recess about mid-page, we have our trash and deliveries, as well as access to an internal bike room for staff. Within the context of form-based code, again, working with an expansion on the existing building footprint, we worked hard to break down the building scale into multiple elements, almost as if multiple building facades. And we did that through the use of these multiple stone applications, the smooth versus the rough, the grounded versus the floating, as well as the use of vertically oriented windows that sort of break up that facade rhythm. So while it is a long facade, any one section is less than 90 feet, which we think is within line of the spirit of the form-based code. And there is always a change in the sort of patterning of that fenestration as you move around. There's also the use of the golden section in the proportion of the window layouts, something again that the form-based code asks for, and a leaning into those sort of primary materials in the sense of stone in different typologies as opposed to metal panel, which is really the secondary material. So it's something that's civic and permanent in nature. Keep spinning around here as we look at each of these massing breakdowns. We've also worked to put as much of the mechanical equipment set back from the edge of the roof as we can to minimize its appearance within the architecture. The materials of the building are intended to be really timeless, really beautiful, really related to the natural environment here in Boulder. So the use of that sort of beige sandstone, the use of a rougher hewn stone, that type A in the landscape, and then this lighter, smoother limestone in the upper bodies of the building, which is offset through the use of folded solar shading fins. And then in certain areas of the building, that wrapping sort of wayfinding strategy that wraps inside the building and the bottom there being something that's very colorful, vibrant, and inviting.
So just a quick time check. Where, are we close?
4 slides from there. All right, so on to the garage. So the use review requests, as Chandler laid out, the land use code for the BC2, where retail type stores are predominant, asks for a retail use at the ground level. We know that as was explained, we're inheriting some of that ground floor use. Right now, it is quite small, 5 feet deep in areas, and not terribly efficient. It's also, at least the southern part, is essentially a mid-block condition, which does not have really adjacent parking, nor is there adjacent parking on Broadway. So something that is actually hard to access and hard to support, particularly given the parking constraints on site. I do want to point out that the northwest corner, where it's the green square here, we are really improving that civic corner by creating that multi-story space with glazed frontage, with the hope that the city programs can use that in the future. And so in our view that the balance of the retail space going to the parking need is probably the higher and best use for the project, but that is, I think, something we should keep discussing. The garage itself is designed with the intent of picking up on many of the architectural cues of the pavilion building, massing, form, and materials, as well as tonality, including some of that finer detail of the folded perforated forms. And we look at those improved entrances, enclosure of the stairs, which will improve safety and accessibility within the facility. And if we come back down to the Broadway frontage, you can see that we have that sort of enclosure of the stairs, that multi-story, this becomes the new enclosed future program use for city use. So still thinking that there's activation at the corner. And then thinking of that as part of this kit of campus parts, and that Alpine really acts as the campus gateway. So with that, I'll leave it there and welcome your questions and comments. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. I think we'll take a quick, it's 8:02. Why don't we take a quick 8-minute break for everyone? We'll be back at 8:10. Just process from there. I think Laura's suggestion was good relative to that. It sounded like we had agreement on sort of going through each item. When we get back, I would like to really limit us to questions and not a whole lot of statements. Obviously, we'll have an opportunity for that as well. And then we have to get to public participation as well. So we'll be back at 8:10. Thanks, everyone. So before we get started, a few points of order. If there's any public in the room that would like to participate in public comment, please see Thomas to sign up. I think there's a sign up sheet over there on that table. I'll thank staff and the applicant on behalf of the board. That way we don't spend time thanking you guys. We all know how much time and effort has gone into this. It's an army out there, and I'm sure you guys are just the tips of the spear that exist on this entire project. So we thank you for that. I think the structure that we'll use is we'll go item by item and ask clarifying questions only. So try to stay away from personal statements and things like that. Try not to be redundant as a board as it relates to the questions. I think we should probably do 1 or 2 questions each. Obviously, if someone has burning questions, go ahead and ask them, but we can always circle back around through the board again and again until we get all the questions out. I just want to make sure to get everyone's priorities out there. Any other input on process or thoughts from anybody before we get started? No? Okay. All right. Why don't we start with the items? I don't see, do you have the list of the actual items? Yeah. Yeah, the LURs. Or maybe one by one, because it's hard to understand even what we're looking at a little bit.
Yeah, for each one, there were multiple exceptions that were being asked for, and that's how I organize it in my brain is, you know, an exception for moving the mobility hub or an exception for making 11th Street private drive, that kind of thing. Yep. That level of detail.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is the infrastructure plan with the requested amendments and the exception.
Great.
Would this be helpful?
Yeah, that's super helpful. Let's go ahead with questions on this plan if someone wants to kick us off.
Great. So I have questions for staff. And one is, I've got 2 questions. One is, so we've heard about this mobility hub getting moved. What did we gain by moving it?
So there are kind of a number of benefits to moving it. I mean, the biggest one is just that it puts the mobility hub, as Pete said, closer to the people, where the people live, right? So by moving it to the east side of the street, it basically becomes the terminus of the multi-use path. People within the development don't have to cross the street to get to it. And so it just kind of allows greater connectivity with the actual development as opposed to making people have to cross 10th Street to get to the mobility hub and the accessible parking.
And is it aligned to the bus stop on Broadway? Is that dotted line there? Would you be able to see this mobility hub from the bus stop?
I don't think you'd be able to see it from the bus stop. I think you can really just see it either from the multi-use path or from Alpine. But yeah, it was really just kind of more, it's mostly just a functionality thing.
Right. Okay. So my second question is having to do with the impervious, semi-impervious square footage. It sounded, I was understanding from the presentation that it went up to 31% versus 30%. Now, is that explicitly specified in the project that it won't go beyond 31%? Or that that's the max?
Yeah, the current design results in the 31% total.
Okay, so that is specified in the project.
Yep.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else? Questions? Kurt?
So I asked a couple of questions by email. One about the mobility hub. I'm still not totally clear what all the differences are between what the infrastructure, the connections and so on would look like if the mobility hub were placed as intended on the area plan versus what's improved, or what's proposed. So for example, does the location of that north-south portion of the connector street, does that move as a result of this? What are there other things that are moving around? It's just not clear to me what all the ramifications are.
Yeah, I mean, the area plan, is pretty conceptual, right? So, I mean, overall, the location of the street stays the same. I think the main thing that's moving is that either the mobility hub would be on a narrow strip between the street and the adjacent property, or it would be on the side of the development. In terms of the DCS like specifics, I might defer to the applicant on some of that. I mean, I know that there were lengthy discussions with engineering staff just about whether this street needed to be a street or whether it could possibly meet alley standards, because they were having a hard time fitting in the number of units they wanted on the townhome site. Ultimately, we kind of came to the minimum street standards that the DCS would allow. That includes sidewalk. We went with an attached sidewalk as opposed to a detached sidewalk, just to kind of create space. So the main thing that changes is really just mobility hub on one side versus another. And the same thing would probably apply to the accessible parking that's provided. So right now there's head-in accessible parking on the same side of the street as the mobility hub. That would likely have to be on the other side of the street as well. So I think just functionally everyone felt like it would just make a lot more sense for the mobility hub to be essentially attached to the development instead of separated by the street.
And what is then where the mobility hub would have been?
That's now the street.
So the street is moving.
Yeah, I mean, again, like this does not anticipate minimum required right-of-way width or turning radiuses or DCS standards. It's just lines on a map. So, I mean, the street maybe is moving 8 feet or something compared to where it was, but again, it was never specified. I mean, there's another place in the area plan that shows the mobility hub in a different location than that. This is just what ended up on the regulating map, but there's a couple of different like conceptual maps that show slightly different locations for the mobility hub, which is why I felt like we all thought that shifting it to the other side is not a huge change from the overall intent.
Okay, thank you. Then I also had an emailed question about the 11th Street, and I think that I've been explained this multiple times, but I still don't really understand what the difference is between having a street be a private street versus a public street. If it's better to have public streets, if it's okay to have private streets, why aren't all our streets private? I don't understand what the ramifications are.
And I think a big part of that is we were all talking about all the different modifications of the DCS that would be required to have this be a public street. And then we remembered the city owns it anyways. So if this were a privately owned lot and they were requesting it to be a private drive, it would probably be a very different conversation. But the fact that this is city owned, and this is all going to be essentially part of the city owned outlot, right? The same outlot that the Greenway and flood channel will be on, really gives us like it's still essentially a public street, but we're just calling it a privately owned, or it will be a privately owned street by the city in order for us to allow, instead of giving 15 modifications to the DCS and essentially achieving the same thing by having it be dedicated right of way, we're just keeping it as a private street under city ownership. So it'll still function as a public street.
But in theory, the city could sell this tomorrow, right?
Could what?
Could sell it. In which case it would be,
we couldn't sell just the outlot.
The proposal is for the outlot to be designated for city ownership on the subdivision plat that's required. And there can't be any sale until the subdivision is approved. And there was actually an analysis to see if there could be modifications or variations approved to the DCS to allow this, and the determination was no, it couldn't be approved through that process. And that's why we're proposing it in this manner.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Kurt. Next. Claudia? Oh, okay, great. Laura. I don't see Mason or Mark's hand, so I'll wait for them, but I've got just a few quick questions, mostly around the pervious and semi-pervious. So understand 30% was the goal. We're at 31%. Question is the following. That 1% is roughly what on a square footage basis? And number two, if you had to optimize and get to that goal with the project, what opportunities exist within the design to do that? So a more granular question around that would be, as I saw it on the plan, I could be wrong, in the townhome area, the paved area going to the parking looks impervious, but I don't know if it's semi-pervious or not, but that I saw as a potential opportunity. I'd also be curious, I don't know that green roofs or things like that count towards that, but I'd be curious to get some clarification on all those things.
I can answer the basic math question. So it's about 871 square feet, loosely, is the 1%. My understanding was that there would have to be some other exception requested to basically get there, at least within the greenway itself, either a reduction in sidewalk width or a reduction in paving in some other area. And then as far as if I understood correctly, it was kind of a combination question about the impervious area on the townhome lot as well. I would defer to the applicant probably to answer that one.
Yeah, I think the drive you're referring to is specific to the townhome lot, which is A. So if we're talking about,
yeah, it was just an
Yeah.
example of an area that I saw that looked like it was paved as impervious that could possibly be semi-pervious, but I don't know. I was asking for
it's actually a combination. We can get to that one. It's a combination of semi-pervious and pervious on that particular piece of it. For the infrastructure, we're just talking about the greenway itself, and that does have also a combination of pervious and semi-pervious.
All right, so maybe to target my question a little bit better, because I was trying to get to math outside of the greenway, but assuming you had to do it within the greenway, what are the opportunities to get that 1% since it was a project goal?
Well, simply reduce the other amounts of paving, but a lot of those pieces are required by other aspects of the form-based code. The multi-use path, we want to provide a walkway that connects the pocket park up to that multi-use path, the sidewalk along 9th. So some of that would have to change and or go away in order to tip the scales. When we designed that greenway, we purposely didn't want to worry about that. We tried to design a beautiful greenway that fit within the overall design requirements and desires for the site. And the result, after trying to tweak it and try to do these little things like, hey, it's 1%, it's a beautiful design, is just really an issue. So that's how we wound up where we did.
Thanks. That was my question. Mark or Mason, I don't see your hands up. Do you have any questions relative to this issue?
None for this issue.
I do. Sorry if you can't see my hand. I think it's raised. I'll lower it. So I feel like most of my questions been answered. One quick one. I know that the mobility hub has areas for Lime scooters, and this, I know it's a little bit of an edge case, it doesn't really matter, but I'm just curious, why specifically Lime? Is that something our city does?
Can defer to Chris.
Yeah, Chris Hagelin, principal planner. So to organize Lime scooter parking, we use geofencing with our partner at Lime. And so we create mandatory parking zones so that people who use scooters they can't park them just anywhere they want. Within a mandatory parking zone, we create what we call lime groves, which are designated areas typically with a painted rectangle and the lime scooter symbol. And then scooter users who end their trip within that geofenced area must park the scooter in that designated location. And so, this concept of the mobility hub and kind of being dispersed throughout, we would have several different lime groves in order to organize that parking so that we just don't have people leaving scooters anywhere on the site.
And I assume those spots have space for if Lime decides to go using a docking station.
It could be. Eventually, you know, we have a space dedicated for the parking. It could be used for a dock station, but at this present time with our micro mobility plan, we are foreseeing that we'll be sticking with the dockless e-scooter system. The dock system that we'll have will be continue to be the bike share system.
Yep, makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Was that it, Mason? Or you have any follow-up ones? Good.
That's it.
Why don't we go to the next? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go. No, absolutely.
I
If
have
anyone
more,
has
I have
additional
more
questions.
infrastructure plan questions. The first is about the 9th to Alpine connecting street. I think you said that that had an attached sidewalk, and that's the entire way, including the north-south section?
No, I believe it's just the east-west section,
Just the east-west section?
Yep.
Okay. And that's on both sides of the street?
just on the north side.
Okay. If the south portion were that corner, cutout corner were to redevelop, would they be required to provide a sidewalk?
Yes.
Great. Second question is about the north-south multi-use path, which on the plan, the area plan there, shown as a nice straight line. But in what's proposed, it definitely does not look like a nice straight line. It has all kinds of jigs and jags as far as I can tell. Is that right? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, and I think there aren't any specific requirements in the form-based code that require it to be a straight line. So I think they took some, design flexibility to try to make it more inviting and more welcoming. Yeah, I mean the Paseo is kind of the same. The Paseo is shown as a completely straight line as well, and it wanders a little bit.
I guess so. That's sort of a question. To what extent do we need to be bound by the area plan, what's shown on the area plan? I know that to some extent that's conceptual, but we can't have something 100 feet off of that and say it still meets it. So what?
Right. Yeah,
What's
I mean
the
they're
threshold?
meeting all of the things that they're required to meet in the form-based code. So I think there's kind of a question of just intent. Is it meeting the intent of the connection in the general location, and meeting the minimum standards for the connection?
Maybe add just a little bit of color to that. It is a multi-use path that connects Alpine to Balsam, but it doesn't have continuity beyond that. And so we saw it as not the need to create a bike thoroughfare, but really just access from the internal parts of the project. It's a block long, and it moves through the pocket park. And so some of the movement in that path is specifically so to kind of slow traffic a little bit, because we are immediately adjacent to that park and a playground. So the design is not just aesthetic, but it's actually purposeful to kind of slow that movement a little bit.
And I was thinking about it more not in terms of people biking, because you're right, it doesn't really make sense for that. But for people walking, if you live up on 10th Street and you're going to, the north side of Alpine, and you're going to Mental Health Partners on the south side of Balsam, for example, I think that's Mental Health Partners or whatever that is. You want an efficient connection, and I'm not sure that that's a terribly efficient connection. That's my concern.
More steps are good for you, Kurt.
Say it again.
More steps are good for you.
Okay. Last question, also about pedestrian connections, is about the sidewalk on Alpine at Broadway. It doesn't look from the plans like it lines up really with the curb cut. Am I reading that right? It looks like you're going along in a straight line as you're eastbound along on the south side of Alpine. Balsam. South side of Balsam.
Oh.
And then all of a sudden you get to the corner and you have to jog over a ways to get to the curb cut,
To get to the curb cut on,
to cross Broadway.
so, sorry, what's the question? Is that,
Well, the question is, am I reading the plans right? I'm not always sure that I'm looking at these things right and that I can tell what is concrete and what isn't and so on. But it looks to me like you're heading straight for quite a ways, and then all of a sudden you have to jog over 8 feet or something to get to the curb cut.
I'm gonna share my screen one more time and just, we're gonna look at the, here we go.
So the very upper right-hand corner there. So that speckled area is
Yep.
the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
But then isn't the curb cut offset from there? I see the truncated domes, I think, there.
Here comes Curtis.
Curtis Stevens, Sanitas. I'm the civil engineer on trying to piece all this together. You're correct. There is a little offset for the crosswalk. You're talking about the crosswalk, right? Curb
Correct.
cut. And that's really standard as far as in many of these sites, the crosswalks are set. Well, in this case, we have a signal pole and a few other structures, including the condition on the other side of Broadway that we're matching right now. So we're holding that, but then we have a prescriptive or in the code requirement for a new tree lawn. So you're right. Like, I think there's a 3 or 4 foot little jog right there when you get to the concrete landing. I know everyone has different opinions. I always think an intersection, that's good because it keeps cyclists from just blasting out into the street. So it's a little bit of a safety to have a little jog there, but other people, yeah. But that's exactly what's driving that is there's utility poles, utility boxes, and a lot of stuff.
I'm just wondering about it from the standpoint of someone with limited, like a visual impairment or something. It seems like you're going along straight quite a ways, and then all of a sudden you get to the street and you're.
I would say it's more designed like you've got 2 paths coming in, and then there's a concrete landing area at the intersection to prep for crossing, and then you've got to make a decision which way you want to cross the street. Is really how that's designed. Is you kind of have your detached walks come in, and then you've got a flat area for one might say staging, and then you go, hey, do I want to cross this way or this way, and you execute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand. Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Laura.
Okay, is this the right time for questions about the Paseo? Is that part of the infrastructure plan?
That's not part of the infrastructure plan. That's part of the next two.
Okay, I'll wait.
Alrighty. Well, why don't we, that's a good segue. Let's go to the next one. Laura, you want to kick us off? Exception Paseo design standards.
Yeah, I think I understand what's driving this is just not wanting to have to make a lot of modifications to the, for stoops and things like that. Can you help me understand what is the purpose of that 14-foot easement? That's a public access easement, but the Paseo itself is still 35 feet wide.
Paseo itself is still 35 feet wide.
So that extra 11 feet, that I guess is like 5.5 feet on each side, is there any problem with public access? Like if people stray into that area, like does this create any kind of issues for the public trying to use the Paseo? Is it kind of like delineated? You can only use the middle section, or how does the public experience change if we make this decision, if at all?
Right. I don't think it changes. I mean, the code has the minimum public access easement width and then the minimum pedestrian travel path width, which are both 14 feet. Or which, I'm sorry, the minimum pedestrian travel width is 14 feet. So the requested exception is just kind of to match what the actual path width is supposed to be. But the design's been intended, they have to require, or they have to provide a minimum of 20 feet access for emergency vehicles and fire, so they were involved in this. But no, I mean, you can't put fences in there or anything. So, I mean, it's all still effectively public.
So why does the code require, or why does the regulating plan require, I'm not sure which requires it, but why is it supposed to be a 35-foot wide easement?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, because we require a bunch of stuff to be in there, and then it does say that revocable permits, will be used to handle all of the required encroachments, essentially. But again, we're not really in the practice of issuing revocable permits for permanent structures.
So it seems like maybe a code thing that needs to be rethought.
Definitely.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Do you have the overall LUR slide for this one?
Yes. I think this might be the overall LUR slide, which yep, I think these are the only slides I have on this one. So I think this is the overall.
Great.
So it's basically just the Paseo exception on this one.
Correct.
Other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Would this be an appropriate time to ask about the LIHTC parking situation, or would you prefer to save those questions for the garage?
I mean, we could. We are talking about buildings B&D, so.
Okay, so I think Kurt asked a similar question by email earlier today, but my question is about the parking reservation, as it were, for the B and D buildings in the garage. And I do understand that LIHTC funds cannot be used on an amenity that is separately priced in a development. But does the arrangement that you're proposing for reserved spaces imply that LIHTC funds are in some way being used to fund the parking garage that the city already owns? Could somebody please explain that situation?
Ian Swallow with BHP again. And yeah, that's sort of exactly the crux of the issue, right? In order to use tax credit financing and to be able to use that funding to pay for costs to basically, upgrade a portion or a, sort of allocated amount of the upgrades needed to the parking garage, which we intend to do, we can't charge for parking. So yes, we anticipate BHP through each project's financing would have a contribution, allocated based on number of spaces or square footage, I think TBD, but to pay for a share of the parking garage upgrade costs. Did that answer your?
Somewhat, yes. Adding on to that, would the affordable units then be, I mean, assuming everybody gets a reserved parking space, are they also subject to the pricing of the parking, or is that then essentially free parking for those units?
So we would not charge individual residents for parking. That doesn't mean the project itself can't pay for costs associated with the parking. And then I think sort of a kind of key component of it is that really the rest of SUMP applies, and we sort of operate our parking that way generally. So, unit 101 doesn't get space 2 marked in the garage. That is your dedicated space, right? Residents have access to the spaces. They do not have an assigned spot. They are not guaranteed a spot. We don't have one space per unit for every single unit at the site. So really it does operate as sort of shared and unbundled. It's just residents really cannot be charged for parking and or not charged for parking, right? We can't have that sort of disparate impact on people. So it won't be a situation where a specific unit has a specific space and they have a right to that space 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It will be more you are, if there is a space available in the garage in the allocated spaces for the affordable housing, you can park there. If there is not, you can't, is sort of how that will function.
Another question about the LIHTC exemption for unbundling. In the presentation and in the memo, it said the city, that what is being requested is that the city manager may waive the unbundling requirement. But in the ordinance, it says the city manager will waive for these projects. Which is intended, may waive or will waive?
Will waive. And it's been drafted that way because, we made it a city manager decision because at this stage in the process, projects typically don't know yet if they will get the LIHTC funding and even apply only after the entitlement process is over. So what we're anticipating is that it would be, if a project anticipates to get LIHTC funding, that would be a condition of approval, that they demonstrate that later that they're proceeding with LIHTC funding, and if not, then they would have to meet the criteria that otherwise apply.
Okay, and so this is intended in the ordinance, it's not just for this Alpine Balsam, but for any project in the city that's intending to use LIHTC funds, the city manager will waive that requirement, but if the project doesn't actually end up using LIHTC funds, that gets rescinded? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Then the sum principles would have to be met. And yeah, it is intended to generally apply in the code. It's right now, under current standards, only an issue in MU4, RH 6 and 7, because that's where those requirements apply. But we did know that the issue existed because we also had it at the Pollard site at Boulder Junction, and there was a special ordinance for that to deal with it. So we thought, since we are aware of the issue, we should just address it in a way that doesn't require us to pass ordinances. for
Okay, so
special
this ordinance would
circumstances.
apply going forward to all sites that are like this?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Another follow-up on this. So just so that I understand, this is all driven by the costs of the changes to the garage, right? It's not, that's what we're talking about, being able to wrap into the LIHTC funding.
That's right. Yeah, it's the ability to include those costs basically in the tax credit basis, which is what generates the investment and sort of funds the project. But yeah, that's correct.
And do you have any way of estimating at this point what, I guess, the cost to BHP would be if this were not to be approved?
Oh, in terms of the equity that would not be available. Oh boy.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
That.
I'm wondering how many affordable units would it cost us, for example, to say, oh, in this case, you need to meet the sum principles?
Yeah, but I don't have a number for you. I don't want to throw something out. We really haven't gotten to the pricing of the parking garage and how that works. I will say that the practical side of it is that it sort of creates an issue where we have difficulty sort of attracting that investment if we have sort of too many issues that come with we have parking out of basis, we're charging residents. That can sort of create an issue where we have fewer investors who are just interested in the project in general, because it's sort of a risk point for them and sort of reduces really the folks who are interested. So I can certainly work on an answer as the project progresses, but I don't have like you're losing 50% of the units. It wouldn't be that high, but you're losing 12 units because of this. It's just a little complex in terms of how that kind of shakes out.
Yeah, I understand that. And no, you don't need to work on that because we're making the decision tonight. and
Yeah. I figure,
It'll
yeah,
be
yeah. One is
water under
offered.
the bridge at that point. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I had a question around building D specifically that kind of applies also to some of the other buildings. see there's not really any roof articulation. Those seem like pretty straight and tall facades. I recall when we were going through form-based code, although I don't know what's in there and what's not. I haven't had the chance to look at it. But what have you guys thought about sort of articulation, the corners, you know, tucking the edges of the building to make it a little bit more interesting?
Yeah, I'll probably invite Pete, our architect, up to
Great.
speak to that.
Just to be clear, you're referring specifically to the D building?
I'm sorry?
You're referring specifically to the D building? D as in?
Yeah, as one aspect, but I think it also extends to B3, very similar sort of blockiness.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of differentiation of the roof. The roof is actually an overhanging roof on the D building. So it doesn't have a parapet that would move around. It's actually more of a hat that sits on top of it. So yes, that's correct. It does meet the requirements of the form-based code.
That does. Yeah, maybe this is a question for staff then, because I recall when we were talking through this that was one of the sort of thoughts and considerations. But I don't know if you guys had additional thoughts on that, or whether I'm just misremembering what we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what discussions were had. Are you talking about prior to adoption of the form-based code?
Yeah, I'm just what's interesting here is the sort of the right, because there was a lot of minutia in that form-based code. But my general sense was the outcome would be a little bit more articulated in building rather than just one mass that we're seeing. So.
I mean, I think for different buildings, it varies. You know, these are the general building type, and whatever ended up in the form-based code is what they complied with.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
I will point out that the B3 building does, that corner that has the solar on it does poke up above the rest of it. It does not have the hat like the D building.
Thanks. Anybody else here? Mark? You have a question? I don't see your hand on the screen. It's weird.
Oh, that's weird. I've raised my hand. Okay. I'll follow on to George's question first, and then go back to the LIHTC parking. And I'm confused about which building I'm talking about. But in some of the elevations, there was one building that has a if you're looking at it in profile, it has a sawtooth shaped roof that the ridge lines terminate in a facade that has zero overhang. And I don't know if that's building B or D, but that particular sort of a very flat facade that goes kind of from the ground right up to the peak of a ridge line doesn't seem to be something that speaks of timeless quality, high materiality. It speaks of, to me, of cheapness. And George, is that the facade that you were referring to?
No, I think you're referring to building B or B1. Yeah. I was referring to D, which is just one big block with a hat on it.
Okay. Well, I'd almost rather see a hat than an extruded shape. Where again, if I'm looking at it and I see the roof material itself, the pitched roof, then that pitched roof, as it comes down and meets the vertical wall, has an overhang. While if I go 90 degrees to either side of that, at least to my perception, there is no overhang, there is no top to that. It just goes up and becomes the roof at a 90-degree angle. Am I misreading that, or is that actually the way it's designed?
You're reading it correctly, if that's your question.
Yeah, okay. and so like George's question, that is compliant with the both the letter and the spirit of the form-based code?
Yes, I don't know of any provision in the form-based code that dictates the overhang of a pitched roof. I will, though, say we will take your comment under advisement. We haven't submitted for permits yet. We're a long way off of that, so something to
Okay.
consider.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. And then back to the LIHTC parking funding. I understand and would certainly not be interested in trading units for strict adherence to our sump parking principles or anything like that. However, does LIHTC funding and the operation of BHP units allow for rewards for those that would arrive without a car? Meaning, like, and again, this is it's carrots versus sticks. Can you offer someone, well, you're a resident and we'll give you a $40 per month discount on your rent if you don't have a car, and as part of your lease that you don't have a car. So are discounts available rather than charging for parking?
Yeah, Mark, great question. And this is actually one that we looked at a number of years ago when we brought 30 Pearl through, which is a similar form-based code, had some principles. We actually went down a path of doing just that as a way to comply with SUMP, where it was, we would look at offering basically a rent concession to someone who didn't bring a car as a way to sort of quantify that. The outcome of that was basically we made it through entitlements. We were working with a low-income housing tax credit investor who basically looked at that and said, we don't think this complies with the IRS, and basically was ready to put a stop to the project, which resulted in us coming back for a special ordinance at that time to basically exempt the project from SUMP. So it is it's a great idea. In my mind, it was one that did not really stand up to that same rigors of what the IRS tax code would allow, and that was sort of where we ended up, was a special ordinance in that case.
Okay, thank you. That answers my questions. Thank you.
I do have one more building D question. Again, it's around form-based code. I just want clarification. I'm looking at what appear to be non-functional balconies on building D's facade. Can you talk about those balconies and how they exist in form? I mean, are they that, or can you actually step out onto those spaces?
Yeah, those are for Juliet to talk to Romeo. We refer to them as Juliet balconies.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand
so
what
they are
That
not, you cannot walk out onto it, but you do have doors on the other side that allow you to open the door the full depth. Okay. They are not an aspect that is dictated by the form-based code one way or the other.
Okay, so we don't define balconies in the form-based code to actually be functional beyond sort of a Juliet type of condition?
They're not a requirement of the form-based code one way or the other. So,
well, yeah, I guess it's a question to staff. So if we have a balcony, it doesn't have to be functional?
Yeah, there's a minimum size requirement that allows you to open the doors. Like Pete says, that you can have a full door swing, but other than that, there's no.
When you mean open the doors, you mean these doors open into the interior because they're Juliets.
Balcony shall be a minimum of 4 feet. Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, there is a statement that says false balconies are not permitted on Type A frontage facades.
This is not.
False balconies consist of a rail and door and any outdoor platform less than 18 inches in depth. And then it says, in general, there's a size requirement for a minimum of 4 feet deep and 5 feet wide.
But that's for actual balconies, not for false balconies. Apologies.
Yeah, the Juliet balcony, I'll put balcony in quotes. It's not actually a balcony.
Right.
It's just a way for you to open your door with a guardrail in front
Sorry,
of you.
I was quoting the wrong line.
Okay. So these do protrude a little bit, so you can't step onto these at all. These are just a railing, essentially.
Correct, that's right.
Which again, I think the form-based code acknowledges.
They acknowledge the Juliet balconies.
Yeah, false balconies.
Sorry, can you just read that statement around false balconies again so I can?
False balconies are not permitted on any type A frontage facade. False balconies consist of a rail and door and any outdoor platform less than 18 inches in depth. The requirement of this subsection C shall not apply to false balconies.
I'm sorry. Am I on? Okay, so maybe you can, because this is a type A frontage, right?
Outside, do we want to show some images?
Yeah, that might be helpful.
I have to pull up.
So this is building.
Yeah, so this image is 11th Street. I don't have the frontages in front of me.
11th Street's a type B.
Yeah, it's a type B.
11th Street's a type B frontage.
I don't have your packet.
So it looks like there are Juliet balconies along Alpine. Would that not be a type A frontage?
I think that is a type A frontage.
And do you consider a Juliet balcony to be a false balcony?
I would consider it to be a false balcony because you cannot walk out on it.
So it sounds like
So-
you can't have those on Alpine, from what Hella read.
I'm confused by the language there, but
Maybe slide 37.
Yeah, it is complicated language, but it does say false balconies are not permitted on type A frontage facades, and then describes those as rail and door and any outdoor platform less than 18 inches in depth.
So page 26 on our packet says rendering of building D from southeast corner of Alpine and 11th. And it has those balconies along both Alpine and 11th.
yeah, it does. You can see it in the image there. This is Alpine. So if I'm hearing Hella correctly, we may have missed this one.
Less than 18 inches in depth.
They don't personally bother me, but I think they look nice. And it seems like a nice amenity for the folks to be able to open their window.
We're not commenting at this point, so we're just asking questions.
Fair enough. Sorry, I overstepped.
Right. Yeah.
All right, well, you guys can do some research on that, and then we can jump to other questions. Any other questions?
Yeah, can you see hands? I don't know
Oh,
if you can
yeah,
see
no,
mine.
I see it now. So thanks. If for some reason you have your hand raised and I don't call on you, just shout out because sometimes I can't see you on the screen.
Yeah, no worries. One quick question with the Paseo. Is this, I don't know how the regulations work. Will the Paseo be walk only? So you have to like a dismount zone, perhaps?
I'm not sure that we have that kind of programming set yet. The area plan
Is that, sorry, go ahead. Would this be the time to have that programming, or when does that occur? And
Whether people are going to be allowed to ride bikes on the Paseo. Yeah, I'm not sure why people wouldn't be allowed to ride bikes on the Paseo.
I know them overstepping my bounds by saying a comment, but that sounded like a question, so I'm going to try to answer it. From my perspective, it would be because we have uh, we have the age restricted affordable housing, and the Paseo is not straight. It might be hard to view. I see that kind of jaunty nature of it. I like it. Keeps maybe more visually interesting and gives carts more steps, but at the same time, like it might be a little more accident prone. But maybe I'm overstepping my bounds.
I'm just not sure that we have the ability to set regulations about the use of the Paseo through form-based code review. Hella, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think it would be done through the traffic engineer and signing.
Okay. That was my only question.
Great. Other questions on this item? Anybody? Nope. All right, maybe we can move forward to the next one. Mark, I can't see if you have a hand up, so just shout out if you do. Great. Uh, 17, anyone have any questions on this specific item? Go ahead, Claudia.
Okay, just to confirm, we're looking at, yeah, buildings A and C. My question is about the alleyways between the A buildings. Alleys are not in the infrastructure plan, and I'm wondering what their status is in the form-based code and what regulations there are on alleys that we're looking at.
The purpose of those alleys is to access the garages. And I don't know of anything in the form-based code that says anything about the nature of an alley or a drive. I don't recall anything that, having gone through it, that dictated the form or characteristics of those drives.
Yeah, and I think they're just the minimum 24-foot width, if I recall.
Maybe so. That would be a backup distance in any case,
Yeah.
which it does meet.
On an A frontage.
So I think the areas you're talking about referring to are, they're designed as driveways, they're just shared private driveways to access the unit, and they're not designed as an alley from like an alley design engineering standpoint. So they're basically designed based on a 24-foot backing distance requirement to operate out of the garages, some clear zone, and then those are primarily permeable pavers actually in there.
I guess I'm still wondering if the form-based code has anything to say about driveways or alleys, whatever we choose to call them. What are the standards for these kinds of passageways?
I don't recall that that they're even mentioned in the form-based code.
No, because they're not considered a frontage type. I mean, the form-based code generally just addresses specific frontage types. I mean, I can.
An alley in
I'll
the
look.
code falls under, an alley defined under the code falls under the DCS would be my interpretation, which is where we'd have concrete and no permeable pavers and utilities. Typically, in this case, they're a private driveway, hence we're allowed to use permeable pavers, but it's not spoken to in the code beyond permeability.
Right. Yeah, they're not a listed right-of-way or streetscape or Paseo type in the form-based code. So the form-based code is silent on private access drives.
Other questions?
So my questions are getting back to the impervious requirement. You see the slide is gone.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the form-based code. I'll pull it back up.
So it looks like that, I don't know, the 1% that we've gone over on the whole site, is the majority of that happening at the market rate location? Is the majority of the impervious requirement?
The bigger increase is actually at the building C site. That's the
Building C?
82% impervious. Actually, well, that's 17% above, and the other's 15% above. Yeah, so building C is
Is bigger.
slightly larger request.
So the question I'm having, one of the possibilities of managing, excuse me, impervious is to manage the stormwater off of the roofs in a way that it is dealt with as a, it feels like it could be a pervious type of a situation, but it's the roof. And the reason I'm just concerned about, this is the second one that I bring up, this impervious nature and the overage is, right, we've got Goose Creek down there, and I'm just concerned with, will it be recharged to the same capacity it is as it has historically been?
So, few things here to kind of talk through and clarify this is the 31% is only related to the greenway design. Like the building sites are not part of that calculation of compliance. So we are 1% over only in the greenway, and adding permeability to say A would actually not change that calc because it's a separate calc.
Got it.
But to your bigger picture question, I guess let me back up a little. If we were to take the 1% out of the greenway, basically we'd remove an amenity, right? Like it is, we're slightly over because once we put in the paths and the little park spaces and the benches and stuff, that's where we landed.
Mhm.
And as a team, we looked at it and said, I don't think the 1% there is worth pulling a bench out, right? Because that's what would kind of situation. To your, I think, related question and the real concern might be the runoff and how we're managing on the site and how we're handling things. We are reducing runoff from the existing development with the redevelopment, and basically, 80%, actually it's over 80% of the site is being in the developed area is being run through water quality features. So in this case, it's primarily rain gardens. So those townhomes, all the roof water either goes through the permeable paver treatment system, which is a filtration, or there's a few rain gardens in the design on the north side, and that will take out any pollutants before it goes in the floodway and the greenway. And that's all the buildings are set up that way. So, yeah, hopefully that helps a little bit.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I'm just looking at the, so on the A buildings were 15% over, on the C buildings were less than 20% over. So those are kind of significant numbers, but I'm hearing you say that the stormwater that does come off of those impervious areas is being pre-treated.
Absolutely. And furthermore, as I think Pete kind of mentioned in his presentation, the initial master planning phase, they're like, yeah, we kind of see this whole area as these percentage goals. Well, A and C are over, B and D are under. So if you kind of look at the intent of the goal and the project, we're a lot more in line when you balance them out. It just happened when we looked at the realities of the type use at each little parcel and these little pockets.
Mm-hmm.
This one spiked up because it's a little more intensive use. This one's down, and but all the water, and it's required by code, is being treated before it goes down the storm system. Or I guess it's 80% is the code. We're above that, but
right. And I think I heard you say, maybe just confirm, that the amount of groundwater that is going down to recharge Goose Creek, is that going to be historically the same?
Groundwater recharge would be a separate issue. We don't really look at the groundwater recharge. We look at the surface water.
Well,
and
that's
this-
that's the resultant of pervious versus impervious.
It is. No, so
There's a
in
connection.
my world, they're different kind of parameters, but I get where you're going with it. Have we run specific details of infiltration, like down a rabbit hole of soil types? No. The key thing we've looked at here is we have reduced the overall permeability or impervious area from existing conditions and reduced runoff, and that was obviously a project goal. And then all of that has been looked at pretty holistically with the flood design. I'm also on the flood design team.
And that's because we had the big asphalt parking lot.
Yes.
Historically on the side. So anything's going to be better. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That's my I'm going to think about it, but that's the extent of my question. Thank you very much.
Other questions for this one? Claudia.
I have more questions about the townhouses. So the A buildings, as I understand it, are in the RH7 zoning. They are subject to the SUMP principles. They have garages. How is ownership and access to these garages managed in this plan?
So it's the RH6 and 7 SUMP requirements only apply to buildings with 6 units or more. Yeah. Or maybe it's 7, but they're below the number of units where it kicks in.
I've got some questions about the townhouse buildings as well. Just trying to validate. So the height and form that we see sort of as the conceptual there, I'm talking about the rendering for A1 to A3 on our packet in page 34. And I recall seeing in the packet as well the overhead with solar panels on the roofs of these buildings. So there is no roof terrace contemplated on any of these. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are some balconies on those, but not a roof terrace.
Okay. And I mean, it says they're compliant in our packet with the form-based code. And again, I recall trying to get some articulation and residential sort of look there, but if it is, it is. I just want to make sure we're studying that and what the intent was when we approved it. So, sorry, that was probably a comment, so I will save that for comments. Other questions? Nope. No one online? All right, let's go to
I think the next one is, okay, so you guys feel like we've talked about the area plan connections amendment, requested exceptions and the form-based code. Okay. So next one.
the key issues for discussion for this one. Can you just clarify for us the height modifications that are being discussed in this?
Yes, so it's 55 feet for the pavilion. And
This is the additional story on the pavilion building, is that
Yep.
correct? Okay.
And then the parking garage is they're not adding any height, but it's, I think, 48 feet for the
Okay.
parking garage.
I can start with a question. I had it on the facade of the parking garage. It has to do with the those poles and that little hat that extend beyond sort of the two corners of the parking garage. Obviously, that if you're looking from the street or if you're looking from Community Plaza, you are seeing the mountains from there. Why was it chosen to put some kind of false structure 1 story above the building across the way?
Jeff Dawson was studio architecture, member of the CGF team. We were the design team for the parking structure, and the idea there was to.
Ooh, can I have you just speak a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
Yeah, I was just looking at the image here. The idea was to connect the corner elements of the building together to create a more cohesive mass for the building. So we looked at it multiple different ways. We looked at it with just the towers themselves and then the facade treatment that's along the face. And we decided that the connection across actually made a more cohesive design relative to the pavilion design.
Okay, so did you take into account that you're actually blocking the mountains with no usable square footage?
Blocking the mountains from.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in the, can you see in this bottom, it actually is a really good picture of that. Like
it's actually,
what's
actually an aerial photograph. So certainly from some location, you know, in the parking lot, potentially there would be some blockage of the mountains, but
you thought that was a worthy trade-off?
I didn't qualify it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions? Go ahead, Emma.
I think this is a question for staff. So I am looking at, and there's various different references to not removing the commercial use on the so 9215E2 establishes the rationale for the changes. And so what I'm curious to is, it doesn't seem like removing the commercial, which is a requirement of the zone, I think, meets any of those criteria.
Is there a question?
Well, it's supposed to meet one of the criteria, but
It's supposed to meet all of them, and I make my argument in the analysis where I provide the responses to each of the review criteria, and it sounds like you don't agree.
So the rationale for removing the commercial?
Right.
So it doesn't provide a direct service or convenience.
So I think
removing it, because right now there are commercial enterprises there that the public uses. It activates that sidewalk. It's directly across from another commercial use. So there's reciprocity, and there's activation of the sidewalk. So removing it, I don't think that it provides a direct service or convenience. Does it provide having it just be a parking garage with a blank facade, as I'm seeing up there? Does it provide compatible transition between higher density and lower densities? I don't think so. Does it foster a specific city policy as expressed in the BVCP? I think that supporting small businesses is probably a value of the BVCP. So I'm not sure that it meets C. And is it legal non-conforming? And it isn't. So I don't see which rationale, which needs to be, you need to meet one of them.
You're supposed to meet all of them. If
It
you'd like me
says
to
the
represent
use
my
of
argument,
either.
I can.
It says either, but
But I
Well, for
think-
the use review, you're supposed to meet all of them.
Yeah, I think Mel is talking in particular about E2.
E2.
And I wanted to clarify that what you analyze is the proposed use, not the taking away of a use, but what's proposed. So you would be looking at whether or not the parking use meets one of these 4 criteria.
Which one does it meet?
So my argument is that the parking provides a direct service and reduces adverse impacts to the neighborhood by reducing overflow impacts associated with the new development.
By reducing
Overflow parking impacts associated with the new development. So the 6 parking spaces being provided were deemed by the applicant team to be of greater benefit and needed for the development, part of the overall TDM and parking strategy. They were deemed to be more valuable than keeping the 450 square foot existing retail space. So that's my argument.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm hearing that. Okay. That's what I was curious about as to how it responded to that. Let me see. I think I have a second question. And I can't find it, so I will come back.
Mason, I see your hands.
You're muted if you're talking.
Sure am. So my question about the connection between the garage and the across Alpine. I saw that there's a crosswalk, which I appreciate. What I'm wondering is, I think I saw in the drawings that it's going to be a raised crosswalk. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, great. And that is my only question.
Sure. First, just quickly following up on that. So there's currently a raised crossing there. Is it just going to stay the same? Sorry?
It's being fully reconstructed.
Being fully reconstructed. Okay, but same design, basic design. Okay, great. My second question is, I guess, a little more legalistic. So I think it's in the area plan that it says there shall be minimal to no new investment in parking, right? That's in the area plan, right? And so ordinarily we don't think about economics, right? Or our purview is not how much a building costs or whatever. In this case, it's kind of saying that we need to think about that. Do we have any estimates for how, I mean, this is some pretty extensive changes, including facade stuff that's strictly aesthetic and so on. Do we have any way at this point of knowing what this new investment is and whether it's minimal?
I don't know the numbers. Maybe somebody does, but I think also, I mean, it's a balancing act because it's in site review. So the existing parking garage probably would not meet site review criteria for design. So they kind of have to do something to improve it because they're in this process. That being said, Michelle can probably talk about the economics of it a little bit.
Yeah, and first I just want to start with the intent in the area plan about no new investment. There was a lot of study done about whether or not we expand the parking structure, add another level, or actually add additional parking sort of infrastructure elsewhere on the site. So I think that the intent in the area plan is to talk about that there's not additional other new investments elsewhere. Rather, we're relying to park the entire site in this one existing structure. So I think from that perspective, it wasn't about the amount of money or the capital expense in this existing structure. It was about not building new infrastructure elsewhere on the site to support parking. But it's related to the actual investment in the parking structure, where I know, a lot of what we're seeing is aesthetic images. the vast majority of the actual capital investment is to support the actual infrastructure that's failing. We actually have a closed stair right now because the stair is not structurally sound. We have issues, and we've been improving a lot of the structural issues in the garage. And so a lion's share of the capital investment is to actually support the physical infrastructure, the structural infrastructure, and like the life safety systems of the garage. The aesthetic improvements are probably a low factor in the overall cost of the parking structure.
Okay, thank you. One other question on this is about what's been termed the lobby, which I think is where Premier is currently. I guess the first question is, why does a parking garage need a lobby? But the second question is, there was some reference to, well, maybe it would be used by city programming sometime in the future. I'm just wondering if we can get any clarification on that.
Yeah, as we've been looking a lot at the programming of this building, in particular in consolidating roughly 500 city staff to this one centralized location, this corner actually has presented in sort of a number of programming studies a key opportunity for us to provide either additional support to the customer service aspects of the Pavilion building across the street. Some of the things that have been brought up is whether or not it's a police annex or there are some other sort of more parking related services that could be accessed out of this corner, and it really can act in concert with some of the services of the entire campus. So we are trying to look at the three buildings as a new civic campus and how the three kind of activate and support each other. And so that corner there, as it's been presented here, is much a gateway to this campus, but it also can programmatically help support some of the physical functions that are going on here. And so that's why it does present as a key opportunity from a civic programming standpoint, rather than kind of having a bank or some sort of retail space on this prominent civic campus corner. So yeah, it's a preservation of that opportunity. We're still landing those kind of programmatic elements and still working through what exactly that is, but that's the rationale.
Thank you.
Just a quick colloquy on Kurt's question around the facade of the garage. I think I heard that it's not that the facade itself is structurally unsound. There are things that are structurally unsound, like the elevators and the stairways and things like that. But the facade doesn't sound like it would need to be replaced from a structural standpoint, but that it aesthetically doesn't meet the form-based code. Is that what I'm hearing?
More like site review criteria.
Site review criteria. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I did have a question, and if you don't have an answer, I can save it for commentary. It was around the retail space. I guess the question is, given this is a small business that's, I think, being displaced, but I don't know, obviously don't know the circumstances. What are the circumstances of the existing tenant in there? Is there an expectation that they have? Because the city is the applicant, I think it's particularly sensitive. So I'm curious what thoughts you can give us as it relates to that.
I might defer to Michelle again on that one.
I think that Flower Pepper, is that the restaurant there?
Yeah. They are not extending their lease, and so it's been under property management, and so those current retail buildings are they're not extending their leases, and that's about the extent of.
Okay, so
yeah.
they don't have it. I understand that they're not extending their lease. Do they have a desire to extend their lease, or they're just not extending their
We
lease?
are not extending the lease. Yeah.
Wow, that's a different answer. So is the city as the landlord
That's right.
denying them the ability to renew a lease there?
We have not extended their lease. I don't know about denying, but I mean, there's a lease term that we have come and we have not extended that lease.
So the city, so the the city is choosing not to renew for this small business that's there so that they can put parking spaces there. Is that how I'm understanding it?
So we can redevelop the site in, with the goals of the area plan and the building of a new civic campus on this site. So yes, I mean, as Chandler has presented, we've done a lot of evaluation on the parking needs and the rest of the redevelopment of the site in comparison to this business. And so we are choosing to not extend that lease.
Great, thank you. Other questions on this particular issue? No, okay, great. What's the next one? Or is this the last one that we went through?
I mean,
That's the last one for questions. Great.
Well, there's the site review.
The pavilion building.
For the pavilion.
Yeah.
No, they just kind of talked about that. If you want to talk about the pavilion.
That's the extension of the height of the pavilion, is that correct? Or-
Pavilion has the height modification. Yep, there's also, the parking reduction, if you guys want to talk about that.
I do have a question, and it's more around sort of the parking calculations. When this went through, we didn't have this LIHTC funding thing that kind of isolated what appears to be about a little more than a third of the parking in the garage. Is that correct? Roughly, directionally. Yeah. And so my question is that were a lot of assumptions made around sort of sharing of use and garage, and we're keeping the ratios that were in the plan that was approved, my understanding, but yet we're removing a component of shared use across the site. And my question is, what is the impact of separating that out to the shared use, and has there been an analysis done to make sure that we still have the same capacity that we thought we did when everything was being shared?
Yes, I mean, the TDM plan and the parking plan both have a ton of analysis on both the characteristics of the use, the kind of the hours of expected demand. So the result of the TDM plan, anticipating the 30% trip reduction, takes that into consideration. And from what it sounds like, the 139 spaces for building B and D, they're not exclusively reserved. Like he was saying, there's not like each unit has one space that is theirs and theirs only for 24 hours a day. Like they have the right to park in there without paying because it's bundled with their rent, but they're not guaranteed a space.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
they are exclusive to that component of the development. So my question is specifically around, there were assumptions presented and made around the overall shared use of the parking, and that parking is not now overall shared. What is the impact to the project?
Well, it is overall shared though, right? Because no one's guaranteed a space.
So there's no difference in the exclusive use of one component of the site for that component. So what you're saying is there's no impact because one has been isolated from the rest of the shared program?
Well, I think the only difference in the shared program between buildings B and D and the rest is that they just don't have to pay. Everyone else has to pay.
If I can colloquy, the parking diagram showed specific sites colored as these are designated for buildings B.
That may have been just for diagrammatic purposes.
Okay.
I don't know if Carly or somebody wants to speak to this, but I mean, the answer is that they worked backwards into essentially the number of parking spaces that were existing in the garage. So the whole shared program is intended to accommodate everybody on site. And what the study found is that peak demand with TDM measures would be just over the amount of spaces provided across the site, and that overall the amount of on-street parking.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm asking a very targeted question, which is you have parking that appears to be isolated from the rest of the parking of the development to serve a specific use.
What do you mean by isolated?
Isolated meaning only 100, how many spaces? 150?
So I think it is exclusive for
139.
the use of the housing.
That's
So that is correct. That parking is not shared off hours, peak times. That parking is exclusive for the use of B and D. It's not dedicated per resident, but it is exclusive.
So
for
that's
that.
what I was
yeah.
getting to. So my specific question is that I was under the impression that as a overall development, we were targeting a specific ratio that made sense when everything was shared, because you have a mixture of uses, people are commuting, people are coming in and out, and so there's benefit because there's cars moving around, right? And now we're separating the garage into two separate zones. What is the impact of that to what we had planned?
I mean, I think the impact is just that the pavilion and garage have to ask for a parking reduction now, right? Where they wouldn't have had to otherwise. They would have probably been way over the targeted parking ratio in the area plan if everything was shared. But because we're breaking off a piece of it, then we only have 295 spaces available for the pavilion use. So I think that's the impact.
Well, but that's not the impact. You're asking for a reduction, but that's not the impact. What's the impact? There must be an impact. There must be something that's consequential, and how are you addressing that?
I think sharing the table that has each of the different buildings and whether it's shared or dedicated might be helpful. So the analysis has the most updated. I'm not sure. Oh, sorry, I'm Carly Seif with Fair and Piers. So we did the TDM parking and traffic study analysis. There's that a table from the parking memo that has for each of yes. So this kind of outlines which of the buildings are dedicated or shared in the garage or self-parked. And so the analysis that shows that percent reduction is this representative of this breakdown of shared dedicated. So I don't know offhand if you know the change what the impact is in that case, but what we did look at is in the shared parking, we use the Urban Land Institute's best practice, knowing that different land uses are going to have different peak times of shared parking, and so what is that worst hour, which is 10 a.m. and how many kind of what is the deficit in that peak hour? But I can't tell you that number offhand without going into our raw numbers. Oh, if that makes sense.
I don't know if my question was really answered, but okay.
I'm just not sure I still understand the question. Like, I understand you're asking what the impact is of providing dedicated parking to affordable units and how we've addressed that impact.
So,
right?
so this goes back to my recollection about the site, right? So there was a lot of thought put into the ratios for the site, and my understanding was a lot of that thought hinged upon the sharing of uses and how those things played out. Now you have two separate pools, and there's still obviously a lot of overlap, right? Where you would have get the same benefit. But my question is, because we have two separate pools and not one pool, what is the impact of doing that? It would be interesting for us as a board to understand that, because someone must have thought that through and said, we need to do X, Y, and Z more, because when we don't have those that sharing of entirety, you know, do we need 20 more parking spaces, or do we understand that the impact is 20 more parking spaces, and so we need to do X, Y, and Z in our TDM to understand, you know, to accommodate that?
So, board member, maybe I can ask a question that may help for clarification. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're recalling back during some of the original approvals.
No, when the area plan and everything was approved,
the area
right?
plan and
Yeah.
everything, and you're saying at that time your understanding was that there were synergies that became part of the justification for the parking ratios that ultimately got codified. And I think you're asking the question now of, are those synergies still there, given that at least two of the parts have been bifurcated, even though there is, as you're admitting, some relationship between them, they are nonetheless bifurcated. Are those synergies still there? I don't know the answer to that, but I think
I think the answer is yes to the best of our ability.
Question.
Yeah.
Well, no, wait, hold on a second, hold on a second. The answer can't be yes to the best of our ability, because if there are differences, we need to understand them, and they just can't be, because we were told one thing, that sharing of parking accommodates a certain ratio, and now we're separating these two into pools, so they can't be the same. Or if they are the same, let us know that they're the same. But I mean, someone must have put some thought to this.
Yeah, well, Chris Hagelin, principal planner. So originally, yes, we thought all this parking is going to be shared. Now we have this issue with the low income tax credit. So we know that a portion is not going to be able to be shareable. So when we did this analysis knowing that some of those spaces were not going to be shared. So in the end, what we see is there's going to be a difference in the peak time uses and that peak time demand. And then we know that we've got to do the different TDM things in order to make up for that demand. The biggest levers we have are on the employees that we have. They're the ones that are likely to have the largest mode shift than anything, and we have the most control over that. But we do know under the current situation, at that extreme peak time, now that we have these shared things that are kind of untouchable, or unshared things that are untouchable, we know that there is going to be a deficit in the supply versus demand at that peak time. And I believe it was 23 spaces. Yeah, it was 23 parking spaces. But what we're not counting is the on-street parking that's also provided around the adjacent area. So hoping that that will make up for that peak demand. But we also think we could probably pull some more levers to make vehicle trip generation change with especially the employees, which again, we have the largest levers on in terms of what we charge employees to park, and also the renewal of a parking cash out program, which was very successful in the civic area. We saw a 14% reduction in vehicle trip generation after we raised the cost of parking in the civic area and then offered a parking cash out for those that did not drive. So we know we have those levers that we can pull. But I think the answer to your question is, when we redid the analysis, there's a deficit of 23 parking spaces at the ultimate peak hour due to this unshareable ratio of supply.
Thanks. Laura.
I have a couple. I'll try to be quick. I know we need to get to public comment, and I am so sorry for members of the public who have had to wait this long. Really quickly, I want to channel Lisa Smith here for a second with the plaza feature on the Pavilion building. I know that there are playground features in the Pocket Park, and there's a water feature that invites play, it sounds like, in the plaza. Were any other playground features considered for the plaza area, given that a lot of people are going to be coming to this civic campus to access city services, and some of those people will have children?
Justin Brooks, principal at CGF Architects. Good question. I think the focus of play in the plaza area is sort of nature play based. So yes, the water feature is part of that, as well as some of the rock formations, seating elements, and other things that may not, in their outward appearance, look like playground equipment, but are intended to have a sense of discovery and delight, and therefore invite a sense of play to the public.
Okay, thank you. Next question has to do with bike parking at the Pavilion. I saw that there are 60 hanging stalls, and that is the main, it looks like the main long-term bike parking at the Pavilion. And those, in my experience, and my experience is potentially out of date, those hanging stalls are not very useful for electric bikes, with electric bikes being so heavy and potentially seniors needing to use those kinds of facilities. Was that considered in the design of the long-term bike parking in the Pavilion?
It was, and I may have to lean on one of my teammates to give some specific numbers, but I believe we have some space for those electric bikes and larger sort of trailer bike type apparatus.
I think I saw six spaces out of the 70 bike stalls.
Yeah, 6 spots for e-bikes and 4 bike lockers for specialty items, 2 service station racks, and 60 hanging stalls.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that my understanding of hanging stalls not being great for electric bikes still stands. Thank you for that. And then my last question is around the TDM plan. And I may just not be connecting because my brain isn't keeping up, but in the memo, it talks about the trip generation requirements and for For Boulder Junction, it was 55% of trip reduction. And for Alpine Balsam, you're looking at only requiring 20% of trips rather than 55 be reduced. But in the TDM plan, it says you're expecting a 30% reduction. Are those the same number, the 20% and the 30%?
Well,
Talking about the same
it
thing?
will take me a little bit to explain, but once again, Chris Hagelin, Principal Planner. So when we look at, I think to answer your question, first we have to start at Boulder Junction. And Chandler mentioned that, you know, part of that 55% reduction from ITE rates for Boulder Junction was based on the vision of Boulder Junction in terms of the level of multimodal service. You've got a new bus station with dedicated routes, future rail, Goose Creek Path, micromobility, and you also have the district approach. So we used the general improvement districts that provide the benefits, then also the parking enforcement and everything of the sum principles. So there's a lot going into Boulder Junction. But that 55% was also a number that was backed into because the vision of the Transit Village Area Plan was to redevelop Boulder Junction without producing new vehicle trips. So basically we're going to intensify the site, we were going to add residential units, but we were going to add no new net vehicle trips. The calculation we did to figure out that based on what projected future land uses were, square foots, number of units, turned out to be about a 55% reduction. So that's how that number came about. But it also has the district approach. So what the ordinance says is, if you're in Boulder Junction, that there are two ways in which you can meet that reduction. You can not join the district and meet it on your own, or you join the district and the district as a whole meets that, knowing that there is going to be properties above and below that line, but as a whole, the district has to function and equal that 55% reduction. If you look at the Alpine Balsam situation, yes, our studies show, the parking and the TDM studies show that we need that 30% reduction. But if we're not going to have a district that evens out the variance between properties, the way in which you can think about it is that 20% reduction goal is kind of that minimum level. You know, in Boulder Junction, Google can have a 70% reduction. You know, I'm just picking out a name. Boulder Commons could have a 30%, but when they even out, it's 50. I don't think we want to have a situation where we have to look at individual parcels, and I believe there's going to be 5 different parcels in there that each of them all have to meet or get to that 30% reduction. And so setting it at 20 allows the variation between properties in order to reach that goal of the 30%. You know, we need to reach that to have the parking function as a site and make the site workable, but not all the different parcels are going to be right at that 30. So thinking that the employees and the pavilion, that parcel, we're probably looking at least a 50% reduction, because that's what we were really experiencing in the civic area before COVID, when we had all their TDM programs, the parking cash out, the paid parking. But other parcels could be a little less. Overall, we're looking to even out at that 30, but we know that not all properties are going to be there. We've got to get that kind of average at 30. But what the ordinance essentially establishes, what is that minimum that we want to see out of an individual parcel?
Okay, so you're saying the 20% avoidance or alternate mode requirement is per parcel?
Yeah,
it's applies to every parcel equally, but the TDM plan is for the whole site overall.
Yes.
And you're expecting
And so-
30% on average.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's very
You're
helpful.
welcome.
Appreciate that.
Chris, don't sit down. If I can follow up on that, I'm still not clear what these are trip generation reduction goals. It's not like we have a police officer stationed out at Boulder Junction saying, you know, the area has generated too many trips today, and so you can't drive your car. What's the real result of these numbers, whether they be 55% or 20% or whatever?
Yeah. So what we do in Boulder Junction is we have the ordinance that says the district as a whole has to operate at this 55% reduction from ITE rates of trip generation based on the square footage, the number of units. So that's the goal. And it's the average of the whole district. Different parcels may be at different levels, but overall it has to be that. So we do a trip generation study. We did one in 2017. We just did one in 2024. And we look at what that trip generation is compared to the ordinance target. So when we first did it in 2017, granted very early into the development of the Transit Village Area Plan in Boulder Junction, we were at a 57%, so we were only at a 43% reduction. So we were not in compliance. We did this last one and we were actually in compliance. I think a lot of it had to do with hybrid work environments and telework, really playing a big factor in the reduction of vehicle trips. But what we can do in Boulder Junction, because we have that district and we are collecting property taxes, we could raise that mill rate to collect additional property taxes to provide additional benefits. So in Boulder Junction currently, through the property taxes, anybody who lives or works in Boulder Junction, they get their EcoPass, their B-Cycle membership, their car share membership, all of those things. If we were out of compliance, we could say, what are other TDM benefits that we could provide to employees and residents of Boulder Junction using that property tax money in order to, again, change travel behavior and reduce additional vehicle trips. So maybe we could introduce Lime credits. So if someone wants to use Lime, everybody in Boulder Junction gets X amount of Lime credits per year. So those are the mechanisms that we have in place in Boulder Junction, is that if we're out of compliance, we can pull those levers, we can change the mill rate, we can collect additional property tax money, and we can use those to spend on district provided benefits. In looking at Alpine Balsam, the Western City campuses, where we don't have that district to do that, and the ordinance would be applied to all those different properties, so that's why we're looking at, okay, we know we need to get to 30% trip reduction in order to make the site work and make the amount of parking work, because we were told, don't build more parking, make that work. So then we've got to, figure out what that balance is. But where are the levers we can pull? In the district, in Boulder Junction, we can raise mill rates, we can add more benefits. I think what we have at Alpine Balsam, is we have the levers on the city employees. They're the group that has the largest elasticity in terms of travel behavior change, because what the city has the power to do in terms of what do we charge for parking, what do we provide into a parking cash out, and what are the other benefits we provide. We already provide EcoPasses, bike share memberships, we have a van pool subsidy, we have hybrid work environments, we have compressed work weeks, we have showers and changing, all those things, but there are still some levers we can pull. We can make van pooling free. We can pay fully subsidized van pooling. We could raise the price of parking. We could raise the parking cash out. So those are the levers we're going to have to pull in order to make this work.
So, but as we were just saying, there at Alpine Balsam, there's not a district. It's all split up. So if we're looking at, for example, the people living in the townhouses, right? What enforcement mechanism is there? What are the practical implications of if we say it's 20, the goal is 20% versus 55%? What are the practical implications on someone's lives?
Yeah, well, we'd certainly be out of compliance with our own ordinances.
But is that it?
I don't know what, maybe Hella could discuss I don't know what the recourses would be, but from my standpoint, I would say, what other types of benefits do we need to provide to our residents or our employees in order to change their travel behavior and make those differences?
So it would be incumbent on the city then to take action to...
I think I can answer that. So that essentially would be a zoning violation, and we do enforce on ourselves through code compliance. So we have the mechanisms to hold accountability, whether by observing that is happening or whether it gets reported as a violation. And we've got an obligation to enforce on any property owner, including ourselves.
That will be a very interesting situation.
Well, we do it already, so.
Okay.
There are in the, I actually missed the question that maybe was for me, but I wanted to mention that in the trip generation section itself, it requires that property owners continuously evaluate and submit that to the city on a biannual basis. And if they do not meet the requirements, then they have to revise their plans. So there's kind of an ongoing monitoring built into the code and enforcement language that allows us to charge a property owner if that's not being complied with.
And so again, for the building A, for the townhouse units, those are individually owned, right? And so technically, each individual owner is going to have to submit their own report on how much they drove?
That's a good question.
I think it's more like what Chris was saying with a study, right? That they would maybe conduct site-wide or hire somebody like a transportation consultant to do a study for each property and then submit the results biannually.
Okay, I'll cede this floor. Thank you.
Continuing to belabor this because I'm just not understanding here. I am in attachment H, which is the draft ordinance, and I'm trying to figure out how these numbers of 55% reduction versus 20% reduction actually compare to each other. I don't see anything about it being measured by parcel on the Alpine Balsam site. Could you please help me find that? I am on page 395 of our packet, which is very close to the end. I think it is page 286 of the memo in attachment H.
I'm not sure that it's, are you talking about the part of the code that Hella just referenced? That requires the biannual reporting?
I'm not even looking at reporting right now. I was still trying to get at this, how we are measuring 20%, 30%, 55%, and how things are different between Boulder Junction and Alpine Balsam.
Hella, do you know, I'm not sure that we specify who has to report in the zoning code. Does anyone?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to try and answer. So the 55% for Boulder Junction was determined because that would equal the net new or no net new vehicle trips despite redeveloping. So the 55% reduction from IT rates is very specific to the goals of the Transit Village Area Plan, because we said to the people of Boulder, we're going to redevelop this, but we're not going to add new vehicle trips. We looked at what the current vehicle trips were, and then we projected out what the new land uses would be, the new residential units, and we said, if we were to redevelop but not have net new traffics, what would that mean? That would mean a 55% trip reduction from what ITE says those land uses would produce, right? So that was developed. When we started on this plan, we didn't think that that 55% was relevant to Alpine Balsam, because that 55% was strictly related to Boulder Junction and all the things that are there. New bus station, future rail, Goose Creek Path, the district approach that provides the TDM benefits in, forever. Right. So that's the first part. Is that good?
I'm not sure we're going the same place here. If I understood correctly, you suggested that the 20% that you're asking for in the ordinance here for Alpine Balsam was a floor, a kind of by parcel floor, but that there might be some variation between parcels. I am not seeing in the way that the draft ordinance is presented to us that 20% is measured by parcel within the site rather than being 20% for the site as a whole. That's what I'm not seeing.
I think what I can, I might just jump in. So in section H of 9922, it just says the owner of any property that has a travel demand management plan shall be responsible for ensuring that the monitoring and evaluation component of the plan is completed as required by this section. So I think that's what puts the onus on property owners, if that makes sense. And that part of the code we're not changing.
And, within Boulder Junction, you can meet it on your own as a property owner, or you join the district and the district as a whole is responsible for meeting that. Without a district, my thought was, well, the ordinance as it is would apply to individual properties. And we wouldn't need, not everybody's going to be at that 30% that we need overall average. We know some are going to be more, some are going to be less. And so the thinking was that 20% represents basically a bottom of what, and generally when we look at ITE rates in Boulder, generally we kind of take that 20% off because we know we travel much differently from the IT rates, which are really based on kind of suburban America.
Okay. Chandler, could you repeat that section of the code? I want to get that number that you just mentioned.
It's 9922H.
Okay.
So I know ML had some additional questions. I want to time check us a little bit. I want to get to the public hearing and then take a break. So I'd ask for kind of final questions, if any. Go ahead, ML.
So these are the questions that I didn't get to before. They're for the architects. I think it's the Coburn. So are the market rate units, are those for sale?
I think the intention of the townhomes is that it would be for sale. The C building on the corner of Broadway and Balsam, I don't know that the ownership has been identified yet, how that's going to work. I don't think that that's been decided.
And the rest of the Boulder Housing Partners, would they be rentals?
The rest would be rentals.
Okay. And then is the only commercial, because the presentation talked about commercial and retail, is that only in building D?
It is in building C. There's 2,000 square
I'm in
feet.
C.
Yeah.
Okay. So if one is walking along the Paseo or any of the other public amenities, it's all residential. There's no commercial.
Except for the very eastern edge, that C building, the commercial component wraps the corners. So
Right.
yeah, there's a little bit of exposure there at the
Right.
very southern or eastern edge.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just a clarification on that commercial space. Has that been programmed as to what that is or not yet?
I believe there's some limitations. It should be it's retail or personal service, I believe.
Retail
It-
or
it-
personal
it was
service?
it was dictated in the form-based code. I don't remember the exact.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Look it up later. Thank you. Any final questions before we get to the public hearing? Charles?
Just looping back to our Juliet balconies. So Juliet balconies or false balconies as they're defined in the code are not allowed on A frontages. So the options tonight, there's nothing that requires a balcony. So the applicant could agree to delete them, could agree to install full-size balconies, which would probably require a little bit of thought on their part with regard to setbacks. Or the board could make findings tonight as to whether or not those Juliet balconies meet the criteria for modifications to the form-based code. So we can start talking about that when you guys deliberate, but wanted to loop back on that.
Thank you.
One clarification on that, if I could. My colleague Vanessa corrected me. Both 11th and Alpine are type B frontages, not type A.
So I'm going to double check that because I thought that I just double checked that. So
Okay.
we'll loop back.
Please do. On the regulating plan, I think it's where it calls out the frontages.
We can circle back to that. Thank you. All right. I think we're ready for the public hearing component, and then we will break after that.
All right, we'll start off with people that are in the room with us. I don't believe we have anybody signed up to speak, but if there's anybody in the room that would like to speak for the public participation section. please approach the podium. Otherwise, we'll move
Hey,
to
Thomas,
people
we're having a little hard time hearing you. Just
Okay. Yeah, otherwise we'll move to the people online. Online, first up, we have Lynn Siegel. Lynn, I'll go ahead and unmute you, and you will have 3 minutes to talk. Please go ahead.
Yeah, did someone answer my question? What's IT? It's not answered. The acronym? IT.
ITE.
If you're, Lynn, if you're referring to ITE, that is the Institute of Traffic Engineers. They produce essentially a manual on vehicle trip generation by land use based on size and number of units.
Lynn, the time is running if you would like to continue with your comment.
Lynn,
Oh,
you're muted.
I was muted. Could you start me again?
Sure, you were not muted on our end, but I will go ahead and restart your time.
Yeah, I was somehow there was a glitch and it muted me.
Okay. If it's all right with the chair, we will go ahead and begin your 3 minutes now.
Thanks. Yay.
Well, we'll stop you at 1 minute. Sorry, I'm having trouble with the timer. You can go ahead, Lynn.
I know there's lots of glitches here. LIHTC I kind of consider like heroin for growth, so I'm not really supportive of it. Elders, I don't think should be in separate housing. It's not healthy to split them into one unit. I'm concerned about overflow because I do live near this area. So overflow and parking. The architecture on some of the spaces look okay, but I think the frontage on Broadway with that stone kind of building that's kind of just a big wall. I personally am not attracted to that architecture. I like Flower Pot staying there, if that's the name of the Asian place restaurant. I don't think there should be any parking reductions given. And I actually wanted this to be a hospital. I understand like it was from the start. You know, there's nothing I can do about that now, but that was a much better use for me considering my neighborhood. This is an intensive development. It's adding a lot of people. They might not be driving as much because it's a transit oriented development situation, but it's still without some kind of jobs housing balance, which we're not meeting. I just can't really support, in spite of all of the, you know, affordable housing and everything, I can't support these kind of projects. Because first, you know, you have to meet jobs housing balance, and that's not being done. And then we just get more and more intensity of use. And the more housing that you have, the more cars you have, even with transit-oriented development. And then you're just working to catch up all of the time. So that's my problem with this development overall. And I understand the city has to have the space because of the floodplain, and it's a lot of trade-offs, but that's all I wanted to mention about it. I had a project I was working on, so I didn't follow the whole meeting this time, but those are notes I took. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. If there's anybody else online that would like to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll move on with the meeting. I don't see any more raised hands, so I think we're good to go.
Thanks, Thomas. And thank you, Lynn, for your public participation and comment. Appreciate it. I think we will take a break. It's 10:12. Let's reconvene at 10:20. Charles.
Final answer, Alpine is a type B street. Juliet balconies are not an issue, so we can leave that one to rest. 11th also, yeah.
Okay.
The grays are very similar on the map, so I apologize.
Great. All right. We will reconvene at 10:20 and start deliberations. I will do a time check with the board when we get back as it relates to how we, make sure we continue this in a reasonable, coherent ability to make some decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
all the effort and for being here this late. I would check in with Hella as it relates to what our options. So what are our options as a board? We've got 5 motions to get through. I'm not sure how long, six, sorry, how long this will take us. So can you give us sort of the protocol or any thoughts on protocol as it relates to?
Oh, are you thinking about when to consider whether or not to continue to
Correct.
another meeting?
I'd also like to acknowledge that for Mark, he's 2 hours ahead of us, so it's after midnight for him. He's in Pennsylvania canvassing, doing his democratic civic duty.
He's still on Colorado time though.
Mark thinks that's very funny.
So the board rules state the board's goal is that all regular meetings be adjourned by 10:30 p.m. Generally, new items will not be commenced after 10 p.m. By majority vote of members of the board present, the board may agree to adjourn at a different time. I think we've discussed this before. There's a little bit of ambiguity in there.
Okay.
I think it's a goal to end by 10, but by 10:30, but it's not required. But you might just want to check in with everybody
Okay.
and see where everybody's
So
at.
I'd like to check in with everyone just to make sure everyone is interested in continuing now versus continuing to another meeting. Does anyone have any objection to that or have any hard stops that they need to do?
I'm in favor of trying to power through.
Okay. Sounds like it. And then I just want to check from a staff perspective, we got a lot of people here, so is that okay from everybody? Okay. All right, great. Then what I suggest is we start with, we go sequentially, just like we just did, through the motions, and I don't know if we want to do, talk about the motion and talk about commentary, and then someone make the motion, or if someone wants to make a motion right away, and then see if there's a second, and then do it that way. I'm kind of up for thoughts. I'm losing my train of thought. So
I think it works well. I know Mark is in favor of this, making the motion and putting the motion on the table and then debating the motion.
okay, you want to debate it before we second it, so that we have or you want to second it, because then we have to vote. If we second it, then we have to vote on it right away, right?
We can then we discuss and we can make motions to amend at that time after it's on the
Without
table and
voting
seconded.
once it's seconded?
Yeah, there shouldn't be any discussion until there is a second
Okay.
on a motion. But
Okay,
I also
great.
wanted to mention that I think we haven't given the applicant team an opportunity to reply after the public
Oh,
hearing.
after the public hearing, of course. If the applicant wants to reply after the public hearing, is there any? No? Okay, great, thank you. All right, so we have the motion language. Does anyone want to talk about this or make the motion?
I can go ahead and make the first motion. I agree with the plan of, I mean, these motions are very broad and they are basically to adopt what staff has recommended. So we put the motion on the table, second it, and then we have any discussion, including any people who want to move to amend. So I move to approve form-based code review application LUR 2023. Oh, it's covered up by I can't see the number. Okay.
00034.
LUR 2023-00034, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of review criteria and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Okay, so we'll have a discussion about this.
And this is for the infrastructure plan?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Can you just, since you just said it, what components are we, because.
So these are all for the form-based code applications. So these are the 3 form-based code. First one's infrastructure, second one's buildings B and D, and the third one is buildings A and C. And then I have separate motion language for the area plan amendments.
So this is just the infrastructure
Infrastructure plan.
plan, but not the 11th Street and not the moving the mobility hub?
No, the 11th Street and Mobility Hub are the amendments, so that's a separate motion language.
That's a separate motion, so that's not this.
Correct, but this
So-
would include the exception for the Greenway.
Okay, this does it, so this is basically the Greenway is the only exception that's in this. Otherwise, it already complies with form-based code for the infrastructure plan.
Correct.
So any discussion or wanting to amend based on the Greenway? Or anything else in the infrastructure plan that's not covered by another motion? Kurt has a hand up.
Go ahead, Kurt. Sorry, I'm in my own level of confusion. So go for it.
I have I would like to suggest an amendment.
I'm
based
sorry, do we need
on-
a second first? I forgot to get a second.
I second.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. And this is based on my question about the connection, the routing of the sidewalk on Balsam at Broadway. This is my particular obsession about efficient and intuitive pedestrian connections, especially for people with disabilities. So I move to amend the motion to add a condition that reads as follows. The plans shall be modified to show the east end of the sidewalk on the south side of Balsam, adjusted to align with the Broadway curb cut and crosswalk.
Kurt, did you send that language to Thomas? So he can show it on the screen or to,
I did not, I will send that.
or should it go to Chandler? Who's should it get to?
I have the motion languages up in a Word document, and I can add the amendment in there as well, if that's helpful.
While we're getting that proposed amendment to the motion language on the screen, can I ask staff to respond to that? Because I think I heard staff say that there's some existing infrastructure that would be in the way of that, like telephone poles or something.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Curtis Stevens, who's the project engineer.
Un momento, I heard. Okay.
Okay.
So for anybody who's still following along online or watching the video, we're going to get an answer.
Well, and I guess the question is, does anyone want to second that or not? Because I can cut it short too if no one's going to second. Anybody?
So George, you're asking if there's a second?
That's what I just asked. Okay. Any other amendments or comments? Comments are welcome too, because we didn't really comment on these. So if you have something specific that you want in the record, now would be a great time to do that. Anybody? Okay. Well, shall we vote on this particular one then? Yes. All right. Laura made the motion. Who seconded again? Kurt did. ML.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Mason.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. All right. One down. On to the second motion. Would anyone like to discuss that or make a motion?
I move to approve form-based code review application LUR 2023-42, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of review criteria and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Second. Oh, Claudia.
Great. We'll have a discussion on that or any proposed amendments.
Just
Go ahead, Mark.
just a quick clarification, just like the prior one, where we summarize exactly what this is.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, can you tell me?
Yeah, Chandler, thanks.
Yeah, this is for buildings B and D. So these are the permanently affordable units, 89 units in building B, and then 55 age restricted affordable units in building D. And this includes the exception request for the Paseo.
And this is also the removal of the sump. Is that this one for the LIHTC because it's the affordable or no?
That's really just the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a comment, may I?
Go for it.
Okay. I support this motion. I support the Paseo. My only comment, and this is at the end of my comments for tonight, is that I find it so telling and interesting that the city chooses to privatize its own street, even though it's ultimately going to be public, because
Wait, Mark, say that again. You just got garbled just when you started.
Okay, the city is choosing to make a private street out of this and the reason they're choosing to is because the DCS, the city document, is prohibits us from creating the kind of streetscape and street cross section that we all want. And so it's a comment that sadly our design and construction document that is the guidelines for constructing things keep us from doing the things we really need and want to do to reach our goals. And as a consequence, the city is privatizing a street. So it's just a comment on the problems associated with the DCS and the reform that's needed of the DCS so that we can go and have beautiful streets like what's proposed here. So I'm in support of this motion, but I wish we had a design document that actually functioned to help us reach our goals.
Great. Other comments? Claudia.
Also a comment and not an amendment. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the elevated walkways that are in this design. We did not talk about them at all, and I'm sure there's something that are not addressed in the form-based code. It's an innovative thing. I think they add some interest to an otherwise fairly constrained project, and I hope that they create some connections between those buildings in terms of community with the movement they facilitate. So thank you for including that.
Yeah, that's cool. I have a few comments. I'm supportive of this as well, but I'm pretty disappointed with at least the conceptuals that the form-based code has yielded, specifically with building D and building B3. I think B1 and B2, and to Claudia's point, the elevated walkways are quite innovative. I also want to say, as it relates to D and B3, I think the courtyard is exceptional. So I'm not completely negative on the design. I think we can do better as it relates to these squared off blocky buildings. Not something I would want to reside in. I do not agree with the applicant that this is a timeless design. I think there are timeless designs on the site, but I do not agree that D and B3 are. And I would urge the city, the applicant, city council, to ask for a bit more creativity, a bit more thought around residential design, and to the goal around timelessness stated in the application. I think there's work to be done there, and so as I said before, it's very difficult as a planning board to go through form-based code in the abstract, trying to yield something that may be more aspirational than what we actually got. And so I'm hopeful that the applicant will take those comments as they're intended, which is to be productive and not disparaging, and hopefully maybe create a better design for the final outcome.
I just want to
Yeah, sure.
I just want to say, with all respect to George and your aesthetic judgment on this, I have lived in big blocky buildings at the Peloton, and I don't think that they are necessarily a bad thing. I would not want to have an entire city made out of big blocky square buildings. But I don't personally have that aesthetic negative reaction to big blocky buildings. At the Peloton, they did have one of those elevated walkways, right? So I think that there are opportunities to be creative and beautiful with the design. I do encourage the applicant to try to make the buildings interesting and the facades really nice. And I'm sure the materiality doesn't really come through in the drawings as well. But I just want to say it's not a unanimous opinion that big blocky buildings are bad. But I do know that there are many people in the city that share your opinion, George, and I respect that.
Yeah, I think we're speaking for ourselves, so we can all speak for ourselves. Do you have a comment, or?
And my comment has to do with, and I think it's, there were two of them that were talking about the paseo. And, you know, the imagery that we saw for the paseo is not, I mean, we've all been to beautiful paseos, right? We've been to Las Ramblas and we've been to places where we know we're someplace. So I don't know the regulations that are being that are driving the design and the direction of the paseo, other than what we've talked about tonight, which is the width of it, 14 feet versus 30 something. I would just encourage the development of that if it in fact is intending to be a pedestrian and have something other than, it's not called a path, it's not called a multi-use area, it's called a paseo. And I would encourage there to be some very focused directives, design about what is that and what makes it a place. You know, we just saw some big paved area with some, you know, jogs, and I think the intent of the Alpine Balsam project was that it was going to create this very active and dynamic piece that would become a positive contribution to the neighborhood. And I think that this idea of a pedestrian component that would move through the site and maybe connect it to the other ends, the east and west end, was very enticing. So I would encourage the design to kind of step up and make it the worthy of the name, paseo, and create something that will become an interesting, you know, we saw in those original pictures that there was this pedestrian area and there was commercial and there were things happening, and you'd want to be on the site, not just if you lived there, but if you were in the neighborhood. So I think that's an important piece to, and I don't know if it belongs with this particular, there's two that had to do with the paseo, and this was one of the two motions. And it's not like I'm looking to change anything, but I would just like to, in following up what, you know, George was talking about as far as the architecture, let's make sure that the people places really step up and become people places. The neighborhood is waiting for this project. And, you know, there's neighborhood across Broadway and the neighborhood around on the west side of Broadway around this project. A lot of people are looking. And let's step up and make the public spaces truly live up to being an asset to our neighborhoods.
Other comments, amendments?
Yep.
Go ahead, Mason.
So I'm just going to piggyback on a lot of what Laura had to say, including all due respects to George's opinion. I don't mind the design. I think it looks nice, and including the bit of architectural additions to the top of the building that may be blocking a little bit of the balance there. You can still see through there, and I understand that this community cares a lot about those views, and any kind of obstruction is going to be attended to with great detail. But I kind of liked it, honestly. The only thing I guess new that I have to say is this is it's a really cool project that is likely going to have a lot of foot traffic and bike traffic and just people in that middle section, and a fair number of people crossing Alpine to the parking garage, and I do want to make sure that we're paying extra attention to safety for the broad and diverse group that's bound to live in this area. So I know that you all have thought about that, and I know I've been told that this is not the place to ask for those additional safety measures, but I hope that you're thinking thoroughly about that to make it truly, as ML said, a place for people to, be playful and not be bumping up against each other, if you will. That's all.
Great, thanks, Mason. Mark, I can't see you, so I just want to make sure I get you. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Who made the amendment? Who seconded? Just so I know. You did? And Claudia seconded. Okay. ML.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Mason.
Yep.
Mark.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. All right, onward to 17. And Chandler, can you do the same thing for us and just summarize 17?
Yep. So this is buildings A and C, which are the 22 market rate townhome buildings on the northwest corner of the site, and then building C, which is the 50 units that are a mix of market and affordable, and 2,100 square feet of retail on the corner of Broadway and Balsam. And these included the exception requests for the impervious area for each site.
Anyone want to discuss it or make the motion?
I move to approve form-based code review application LUR 2024-17, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of review criteria and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Or seconds, any discussion or comments or amendments? Anybody? Nobody? Claudia?
So, comment here. I am disinclined to support the impervious surface exception in the area of the A buildings based on what that extra impervious surface is actually facilitating. So the criteria I know that we are supposed to consider here is whether that exception creates adverse effects. And it seems that staff's interpretation of adverse effects in this case is focused on water runoff and measured over the site as a whole, the whole Alpine Balsam site. I do understand that. I want to suggest that what this impervious surface is being used for, which is access for private cars to private garages, also has effects on the entire project in terms of what it does for trip generation on this site, for the SUMPS principles that is governing the rest of the site, and for the pedestrian-oriented goals of this site. And I have to say, it's extremely disappointing to see access drives and alleys, whatever we choose to call them, in a site that is really otherwise quite unique in terms of how well it supports pedestrians and centers pedestrians. So,
And a follow-on question as it relates to what Claudia just mentioned, because I am also supportive of what you're saying. So a question to the applicant, maybe for clarification, which I was trying to get to at the very front. I just placed it in the wrong place, which is the impervious areas that Claudia was just mentioned, where the drives to the garages. Is it possible? Not that there isn't a cost associated with it, et cetera. Is it possible to make those drives semi-pervious and still achieve access like those units need?
Those drives are actually a combination of pervious and impervious as they are now. So in theory, the amount of semi-pervious could be increased, and the amount of impervious decreased. I don't know that that gets us to be in compliance, however. Go ahead.
Those drives are actually designed as permeable pavers, so they're a full water quality, mile high flood district compliant, EPA compliant water quality facility. We can't expand the area further because we need a certain amount of concrete apron for the transitions to get, I'm dealing with a bunch of grades across an area, and you actually need a fairly flat area, but it might not be clear on the planning sheets, but on the civil plans, which I think are buried in there, there's a hatch for pavers showing basically almost all of those drives, once you get up over the apron, are permeable pavers.
So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Maybe less granular, but in the same direction. Are there other opportunities that you guys can think of that for semi-pervious or areas that are not reflected on the plan in that area?
My professional opinion is that we've honestly extracted as much out of that area as we can as far as rain gardens and permeable pavers. The sidewalk areas along the perimeter really don't function well as permeable pavers for those users, and we're going to have to run electric lines along that side to serve the buildings, and those can't go under permeable pavers, unfortunately. And then the public street on the south side has water and sewer and storm lines out there, and we can't put permeable pavers on top of those. So that's been the and that's also why we have rain gardens on the north side of those buildings as well to treat additional runoff.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Go ahead, Emma.
So those are alleys, is that correct?
Those are private driveways. In the code, an alley is like a city public roadway with concrete usually. So these are considered private driveways accessing those garages, which is one of the things that allows us to use permeable pavers, is that they're a private driveway.
So the paving on those private driveways is permeable?
Yes, so it's those paver blocks, but they have special engineered joints and 2 feet of gravel for filtration and then a drain system. They're an EPA pollutant discharge actually compliant system. I will add that in that zone, one thing we've learned with these drives is trying to add additional little landscape planters between the garage doors to plant some of that. We've had to rip that out because the car turning movements out of the garages hit them and it doesn't function. Was an unfortunate learning lesson in another project.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or comments?
I just wanted to address a few things because I think I understand what you guys are getting at in trying to solve how do we increase either shrink that gap or sort of eliminate it. I think some of it is just a function of where the property line is drawn, right? That is sort of a key piece. The way the park, which is adjacent to it, was shown is included with building B, and that's a function of maintenance and ownership being able to be done by Boulder Housing Partners. So there's a property line that got drawn on the east side of A that is very tight. So that's sort of, if we move that property line to the middle of the park, the calculation looks a lot different and we probably meet it. The only other way is to lose a unit. I mean, that's with keeping the property lines how they're shown, which are intentional. The way we meet it is to eliminate a townhome.
That's helpful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
That's an excellent point on the lot line because we spent a lot of time with those lot lines and that changed the calcs a lot when we moved it over.
Other questions or comments? No? Did I remember correctly that Kurt made the motion, Laura second? Shall we vote?
Well, I guess, Claudia, are you offering a formal amendment to the motion?
I'm having some difficulty crafting an amendment, but I would be interested in offering an amendment.
Is anybody interested in seconding that? And I just want to say, I do want to comment and say, I appreciate that this site is intended to function as a whole and that you've had to parcel it out in various ways that have created complications for meeting certain code requirements. And I know there have been reasons for why you had to parcel it out that way. So I personally am not inclined to hold people's feet too closely to the fire on a percentage of permeable pavement on one particular parcel, knowing that there are other areas like the greenway, the flood feature, the pocket park, the courtyard in between the affordable buildings, that if you averaged it across the site, it probably would meet all of the requirements. And so I probably would not be supportive of that amendment, although I appreciate where you're coming from. And I also do appreciate the value of having some missing middle housing on this site, that it's not all apartments and that there are some of the more family-oriented units that we have asked applicants for in the past. And I don't particularly want to punish the applicant for providing those units.
I appreciate that, Laura, and I think I will pass on offering that amendment, but I do hope that those comments are heard.
All right, great. So let's go ahead and vote then. ML?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Mason?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
And I am also a yes. Thanks for those explanations. That was helpful, I think, for all of us. All right, moving on. Is there
This is the Alpine Balsam Connections Plan amendment that's associated with the infrastructure plan, but requires a separate legislative action.
Does anyone want to?
I will move to approve amendments to the Alpine Balsam Area Plan Connections Plan to modify the location of the residential mobility hub at 10th Street and Alpine Avenue to the east side of the new 10th Street roadway, and to modify the 11th Street connection between Balsam Avenue and Alpine Avenue to an access drive.
Second.
I'll second.
Oh, Claudia got it first there.
You can give Mason one too.
All right, Mason gets it. You already seconded something, right? So Mason seconds. Any comments or questions on this one? This one's pretty. As I'm reading it, it's pretty isolated, right? I mean, it's not like the other ones we were reviewing.
Yeah,
and
this is
that.
just
This
for
is
the
just
11th
language.
Street and for the mobility hub.
Kurt?
I just have a question about, we say modify it to be an access drive. That it clarifies that it's private? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Laura?
Just a quick comment that I want to second Mark's earlier comments, that it is a little ironic that we had to exempt ourselves as the city from the DCS standards in order to achieve the outcomes that we wanted, and that we probably wouldn't have done that for a private developer. And that's unfortunate because this is a beautiful plan. You guys did a really good job with this, and it would be great if our code standards allowed more things like this. So just a comment for the future and thinking about how can we enable more of this stuff when it's not necessarily the city that's going to own and maintain it.
Can I just concur on that? I've been trying to fight against the design and construction standards for many, many years now in various capacities, and we've made some very tiny incremental progress, but for some reason we are unable or unwilling to comprehensively revise it to make it more, to make it reflect our transportation master plan and our Vision Zero goals and so on. And it's been extremely frustrating, and this is an indication of that. And so I hope that the city takes this seriously, that it's time to sit down and just basically rewrite the DCS, because I think that that's what it needs.
Okay. Anything else? And that was Laura and Mason. ML.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Mason.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
And I am also a yes. Okay. Next one.
Okay.
Can you explain this for us, Chandler?
Yes. Sorry. This is the site and use review for the pavilion building, including the addition of the 55,000 square foot addition, the addition of the fourth story, the modifications, renovations to the parking garage, and then the site improvements to the Brenton building site. And this also includes the TDM. So there's the parking reduction and the height modification request as well. And the use review for replacement of the existing commercial space with parking.
Does anyone want to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. Move to approve site and use review application LUR 2023-00053, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of the review criteria and subject to the recommended conditions of approval for both the site and use review.
I'll second
Mark
that.
seconds. I have a few comments for discussion. Number one, to the point around investment in the parking structure, I do appreciate that we've got a lot of structural work to be done there and facade work to do the site review stuff. That being said, I take particular issue with the elevated section connecting the towers of the parking garage. That seems superfluous. It seems a bit anti what a lot of us consider is one of the reasons to live in Boulder, which is the view of the mountains. Sometimes we make exceptions for height, and I don't even know if that's an exception for height, just as an aesthetic. I don't believe we should be blocking the mountains for essentially connecting architecture and not any functional purpose. I also think that by deleting that, we'll actually save on some cost. So I think there are a lot of good reasons for that. That's number one. Number two, I do want to have a discussion, if there are board members that want to have that discussion with me around the retail component in front of the parking garage that currently exists. I understand and actually very much appreciate that we're picking up 6 spaces by deleting that. I have some concerns that it's the city that may be displacing a small business, even though it's not renewing something, which I understand as a landlord as well. But I think it merits some consideration, or at a very minimum, the applicant thinking about what ways, if that tenant wants to stay, what ways we may be able to accommodate them, if that makes sense. And I also, along with that, outside of that, is the activation of in front of that parking garage. And it's not clear to me that that we're getting a net benefit by the space basically appearing to be deactivated on that side of the street. So those are my comments. Other people can make comments, or go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, following up on this last point, first of all, I guess a question: the use review is only for the change of the removal of the commercial from the parking garage, right?
It's just to allow parking on the ground floor. Yeah, instead of retail. You're supposed to have retail on the ground floor in BC2.
So if we approved the site review and not the use review, that would allow for everything to happen except for that change of use, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I will offer an amendment to delete from the motion the words "and use."
I'll second that.
Can I speak to the motion? Okay, I am appalled, actually, that the city is proposing to evict, basically, a small local business, minority, I don't know if it's minority owned, it's minority run, from a site like this for 6 parking spaces? Really? Is that really what our values are? Is that really what our Boulder Valley Comp Plan says? I don't think so. I'm utterly shocked that this proposal is coming in this form, and so I am strongly opposed to this change of use.
Yes. Thank you for putting that on the table so clearly, Kurt. I would also just, if I can read the tiny print here, refer to the, refer to the code, which talks about that a change will not adversely affect the intended function and character of the area as a neighborhood serving business area where retail type stores predominate on the ground floor. As I mentioned before, people, that's a very active sidewalk. People walk by there all the time. And to have a basically parking garage or a blank wall, I think would be a great disservice to the character of the neighborhood, the use of the public spaces in that area. And visually, I think it would detract from an experience that we're used to having an active ground level, and to have that taken away, I think would in fact adversely affect the character of the existing. And just seconding everything Kurt said about this is a little tiny business that it survived COVID. And so it just seems like this is an unnecessary move. Cars over people, right? We're gaining 6 cars, and yet we're asking for a 33% parking reduction. So it doesn't equate. It really doesn't equate, and I think it probably goes against some of our Boulder Valley Comp Plan values around supporting small businesses.
I'd like to ask a couple questions of staff. That would be okay. So first question is, if we simply eliminate the words "and use" so that the use review is not approved, what does that mean for the credit union space? Could that space still be repurposed, or would the credit union have to stay?
Yeah. No, I think.
Because it wouldn't be parking. It would be a
they're not
city
replacing that with
lobby.
parking. Yeah, so I think with the flexible programming, I think that the current plan could continue to exist. I don't think the bank would have to stay.
Okay. Okay, so that space on the corner there could still be repurposed by the city in the manner that you have proposed with this change. Okay, so that's a good clarification. Second question is, if we retained these spaces, you noted that they're only 5 feet deep, would that potentially offer an opportunity for the city's affordable commercial program that you're piloting? I think it's Community Vitality, I think, is
I'm not
doing
sure
that
anyone
pilot
here
program.
is affiliate or is working on that. So
Okay.
I don't know.
I think if this does go through, I think that's a suggestion I would have, is to try to use those spaces for the affordable commercial program, because they seem like they would be ideal for that, very small spaces. And I had a third question, but I can't remember it, so I'm going to pass to Kurt and see if I remember.
I have a comment. So the site review and use review are truly two, they're under one application number, but they are two applications, so you can act on them separately. If you delete and use from this motion language, then you should separately act on the application for use review. And also, if you don't want to approve a parking space in those commercial spaces, I would also recommend that as part of that motion, you ask that plans be revised to show retaining of that commercial space, and you should think about whether the parking reduction requirements are met with a few less spaces.
That was my third question, is if you don't have those 6 parking spaces, what does that do? Are you then out of compliance with something? Do you have to change something else?
Well, they would definitely have to change the TDM plan and the parking plan to readjust and reallocate. It would change the parking reduction percentage. So we'd be approving, I mean, it's probably only like 1 or 2%. I can do the math real quick here, but yeah, I think it would have a few kind of cascading changes that would have to happen, but I'm sure that we could come up with motion language to address that.
So the motion on the table is the amendment. So I would like, based on the suggestion from staff.
Yeah, what if we want to make an additional amendment? We need to vote on this first?
No.
No.
Don't we though? We need to vote on this.
No.
This amendment has been seconded, and don't we need to?
We didn't, it's just like the main motion, right? We have moved and seconded the main motion. Then we didn't vote on it. We made the amendment. We moved and seconded the amendment. Now we can have a motion and second to an amendment to the amendment. And then we move back up the tree.
Yes, that's correct.
And maybe before we go down all that, do a straw poll.
Oh, on Kurt's amendment?
Yeah, and
that's a good
Yes.
the concept to not approve the use review, and you have to make findings that the criteria are not met for the use review application.
So does anyone disagree with that? Because I think I'm seeing a lot of nodding
Yeah.
heads.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to raise my hand here. This is Mark.
Yeah, go ahead.
So counter to form, I actually do not support Kurt's proposed amendment as it stands now. And I find myself in a strange position of supporting the holistic reform of the parking garage to achieve the greater goal of the kind of site that we're developing just to the north. And that is one that is truly pedestrian, bike oriented, that minimizes the car. And if by repurposing, and we talk a lot about how we embodied energy and saving the current infrastructure. And so for me, in this case, the 2 retail spaces are not particularly attractive or active. I walk on that sidewalk all the time. I understand ML's point, but for me, the greater goal, the realization of what we've already approved with the parking reduction and the benefit to the site to the north, I'll be fine with those 2 spaces going. And I also will point to the incredible variety of ground level retail space that is going unfilled now in many of our developments at 30 Pearl, at Spark, all over, that we need those people in some other spaces that are already built, and we are not short on vacant ground level retail space. We are short on housing. So I am actually in support of the original motion, but
All right,
not the
so
amendment.
Mark's a no on the straw poll. Anybody else? Okay, so we straw polled it. Sounds like it's 6-1. I would like to make an amendment motion as well. And I would like to move, as it relates to the parking garage, to remove the additional structure placed above the top deck between the two towers of the parking garage fronting Broadway to expose the mountains and reduce cost, and ask the applicant to come up with an alternative design for that top.
So point of order, I think we need to resolve the First Amendment first and then come to yours.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make amendments to Kurt's motion to amend right now.
Okay.
But then the motion to amend by Kirk needs to be acted on, and then you can propose other motions to amend the main motion.
All right. You need to walk me, it's late, so you need to walk me through that one more time. Are we voting on Kurt's amendment? And then we can make an
Unless
additional
there are additional amendments to Kurt's amendment.
No.
Yeah, and I think Hella recommended that we amend it, or we could pass potentially, I guess.
No, let's vote on your amendment. If that's what we should do, and then we can move forward.
We can vote on the original amendment and then add an additional amendment to
Okay.
add the words that Hella was recommending.
Okay. All right. So we're going to vote on Kurt's amendment.
Right, so my amendment was to delete the words and use, but something changed.
Oh,
It's like it's already deleted.
sorry. Nope, I had the wrong.
Okay,
motion
yeah,
up.
great.
Oh.
So that was your motion. And who was the second on that? ML was the second on that. So let's go ahead and vote on that. ML.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Mason.
Yes.
Mark.
No.
And I'm a yes. On that motion, amendment carries 6-1.
So, Chair, can we finish with this
Yeah.
and then come
Yeah,
to yours
yeah,
just
absolutely.
for clarity? So I move to add to the end of the motion the words and modify the plans to show the commercial space at the southeast corner of the parking garage preserved. Does that work?
I'm unclear. So
Yeah, what are you saying?
yeah, what are you saying? What are you trying to accomplish? And then can you restate the motion?
Well, Hella recommended that by just deleting the and use, it leaves the plans as submitted inconsistent with this motion. So I think she was recommending, putting words in her mouth, I think she was recommending that we add a condition to also require that the plans be changed to reflect the fact that we're not approving the use review.
That the commercial
Hella-
use needs to stay.
Is that correct, Heller, or should they make a second motion just to not approve the use review?
That's correct. I think you want a requirement that the plans for the site review be revised to show the commercial space to stay, because that needs to be reflected on those plans, but then you also separately have to act on the use review.
So both.
Yes, and I would also recommend to add a finding, if you find so, that this will result in a deeper parking reduction, and that you approve that if you find that. So some of the parking spaces will be removed, and adding back in commercial space comes with its own parking requirements. So Chandler said that the commercial spaces have required 2 additional parking spaces.
Yep, so you,
as well.
Which would bring the reduction up to 35%, I think, ish.
Oh, I as opposed to 33.
And just for my own clarity, when we're talking about the use on the corner, that's not included in this because you have the ability to flexibly, was that what you were saying before? So we're just, in this case, we're just talking about the retail where Flower Pepper is essentially.
Oh, so that
Correct.
doesn't
Just to
remove
clarify.
that,
So it's
No,
it's
there was only
essentially
four.
you're essentially removing 8 spaces by keeping the retail space because the 6 that would otherwise be there, and then the 2 that are required for the retail space,
but two
which is
were
not city owned.
on the other street. They're not on Broadway. 4 were on Broadway.
There are 4 on Broadway and
And
2
two-
on Alpine.
So what are those
For
two on Alpine?
for what?
Parking spots. They're
On-
not all on they're not all facing Broadway for the Flower Pepper is. There's 2 around the corner.
Can we
And
show
it's
the,
showing on your plan.
can we show the plan that shows where the parking spots are that you were proposing to add by removing commercial space? Because there were 2 separate, they're on both sides of the credit union.
Correct. So we're only reducing it by
Right.
4.
No, because we,
You're reducing it by 4, but then you're adding 2.
Right. So it's 6 as opposed to 8.
Or actually, it's no, because what are those 2?
Yeah, see those? 1, 2, 3. There's 3 over there.
What are the 2 retail areas? I thought there were all.
so what are currently in those spaces that have the 6 parking spaces?
The rest of the bank and the ATM.
So it's only 1, 2, and 3 that are Flower Pepper.
Correct.
That are impacted by Flower Pepper. So we're only deleting 3, and then we're adding back 2 for the commercial use at Flower Pepper. Is that correct?
I'm gonna let Jeff try to address the specifics of that.
So we're looking at the commercial space, and we're looking at keeping the space where Flower Pepper is. And it appears on the plan that that is stalls 1, 2, and 3. And that 4 and 5 and 6 have to do with the remodel of the bank.
Correct.
Not the Flower Pepper space.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're only losing 3 spaces, but then we have to accommodate an additional 2 for the user of the Flower Pepper space. Okay.
Correct.
5 spaces are.
So it's only 5
So-
spaces
Okay,
that,
so essentially we're losing 5 spaces, so it would be 290 as opposed to 295. So
Clarification around the shared use and stuff like that. So that those, when you have a commercial use like that, it does not, do those spaces need to be dedicated or they just need to be available?
these are all things I think we still need to figure out.
Yeah, maybe Kurt could consider adding to his motion also a requirement to revise the TDM and parking plan accordingly.
One more question
Yes.
around these
way,
these
the motion
two
whipped into
these
shape.
2 spaces that are required for the commercial. It doesn't matter in the city of Boulder. It doesn't matter. You need 2 spaces irrespective of the size because this is only like a 450 square foot space.
I mean, theoretically, they could ask for the parking, they could expand the parking reduction to ask for elimination of the 2 space requirement for that space.
Oh, okay. Okay. Kurtz, it's up to you.
Hella, can you say what you said again about revising the TDM plan and the parking reduction? Were those 2 things you were referencing?
Where is the parking in the plans?
In
The
what?
TDM plan, I think, needs
Yeah,
to be
I was
revised.
just going to suggest perhaps it's updating the parking study and the TDM plan. They're 2 separate documents. One is a parking study, and the other one is the TDM plan. If we're changing the number of parking spaces available, then I think we were just really updating those 2 documents, the parking study and the TDM plan, because they reference those numbers of parking spaces.
Thank you.
And if you want, I mean, in order to be safe, instead of doing all of the math right now, maybe we could say up to a 35% parking reduction. And that would accommodate if there do end up being spaces that need to be removed or provided for the restaurant space. I think the 35% is the highest that the parking reduction could possibly go.
Can we just, it doesn't seem like it needs to be that ambiguous because your plans are pretty clear, right? I mean, you're losing 3 spaces and you're adding 2 back at a maximum, whatever that might be. So maybe we just do that. Just because I don't want to give flexibility if we don't need to relative to an additional reduction that we may not be anticipating.
Do we have to specify the parking reduction tonight? What percentage it is, or can we just say that we want to make this change and that includes updating the parking study and TDM plan?
I think that would be okay as long as it's clear whether you're expecting other parking spaces to be established somehow, or if we're just taking those 3 away and you're okay with that total number.
I also think the applicant wants the chance to address the board if that's possible.
I think Jeff and I will both. I think we just want to ensure that there is some flexibility as we reassess the design of this space, just to make sure that we aren't kind of painting ourselves in a corner because we are working in a constrained budget. I think, and just also for awareness, in one of our evaluation, I do appreciate, we grappled with this for a while. No matter what, we will likely have to vacate tenants during construction, which in reality would likely mean that they're going to find a different space. And so we're going to be left with a vacant space. But I think we just want to ensure we have some flexibility as we look at this and kind of look at the recladding and make sure we do it within a budget. But also, we will then be looking to refill a tenant space. And to the point that was made, I think that was, we know that there's an opportunity further up the street on that parcel C that's a better use of space, but it's going to take us a little bit to make sure that this is an active space and that we aren't now a city building. We're not really in the business of being landlords operating a vacant space. So one is just asking for some flexibility in the redesign and reassessing this, but also just wanted to bring that to the attention is when we look at this, the practicality is there's likely vacating.
Okay, so when you're asking for flexibility, can you define what the flexibility is exactly that you want?
Yeah.
Just somewhere,
Jeff, I don't know if you want to help.
To not have it?
Well, for instance, and this like flies in the face of the cost issue, but let's say you were to provide some flexibility on the setback to Broadway. We could actually take the existing retail space, move it out in front of the parking structure, retain the parking spaces that we're planning to put in there, and maybe even provide better retail space in the future than that silly little 5-foot strip that's attached to the building. We're just trying to think of ways that we can accomplish everyone's goals here. Obviously, the challenge will be cost, and we'll have to, figure all that out. But I think there are some ways that we can get creative in solving this problem to hopefully achieve what you're trying to achieve, as well as what the city's trying to achieve with the parking goals. That was
super helpful. You have a comment?
Yeah, I really appreciate this discussion. Oh, sorry. I really appreciate this discussion because these are things that you are going to have to grapple with in reality that us sitting here tonight at almost 11:30 might not have thought about. And this is making me think about the fact that that particular tenant, so one thing that I think about is we shouldn't be designing buildings around one particular tenant who may or may not move or close up shop at some point in the future. And we've had this discussion with other projects. And I really appreciate what you just mentioned. It's Michelle?
Yes.
What Michelle mentioned, that we are building new commercial space in building C, and there is other probably vacant commercial space up and down Broadway that could be utilized, and that tenant is going to have to move during construction, which will probably be a period of years. They might not even want to move back into the same space that they're in. So perhaps we would want to reconsider the amendment.
At least from my perspective, this wasn't about necessarily the tenant. This was about activating and keeping that space active. That I understand as a landlord, right? I mean, you've got multiple years of construction, and you may lose a tenant even with bending over backwards. That might still not be feasible for them. But that was at least my perspective. I wasn't really focused on the individual tenant.
And I agree, even though I didn't make it clear in my statement, I totally agree with ML that this simply doesn't meet the use review criteria, which is really what we need to be evaluating. And as I read it, it just doesn't meet the criteria.
Kurt, do you want to try to craft something?
Sure. So,
Maybe Heller's
so
help.
based on Chris's suggestion, hopefully we can modify the Robert's rules a little bit and let me just revise my motion to add the words to the end of the motion and revising the site review plans to show the commercial space at the southeast corner of the parking garage retained and updating the parking study and the TDM plan accordingly.
Question as to that amendment, to provide them the flexibility that they just asked for, because if we say it's retained, then I'm concerned that we may constrain them to the actual situation that exists there.
You could say a retail space of equal or greater size or something like that.
Yeah.
Or a commercial space.
So to show a commercial space
At the
at the
southeast
southeast
corner.
corner of the parking garage of current of equal or greater size than the current space retained, and updating the parking study and the TDM plan accordingly. I guess I'll get rid of retained. I'll read this again. Motion to add to the main motion the words and revising the site review plans to show a commercial space at the southeast corner of the parking garage of equal or greater size than the current space and updating the parking study and the TDM plan accordingly.
Can I ask a question on that language? When you're saying the corner, it's not, it's along the east face. It doesn't go around and create a corner, but anyway, so maybe just where the existing, or you think that's clear enough?
I think,
You think
yeah,
it's
I mean,
clear enough?
I think we can, I think we
can
understand.
I think we know.
I think we understand the intent.
I'll second it.
Just a question. That doesn't deal with the setback issue that the applicant raised, that would just eat more into the garage if it was larger.
I think the only concern we have is the word existing. Was that in the language?
No,
Nope.
existing is no longer in the language. So just for your, to make sure that it works for you, let me read it again.
Please.
So we're adding, and revising the site review plans to show a commercial space at the southeast corner of the parking garage of equal or greater size than the current space, and updating the parking study and the TDM plan accordingly. Do you feel that that gives you sufficient flexibility?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And as far as the setbacks go, I'm not sure if you guys are right at setbacks or not currently, but they could modify setbacks through like a minor mod if they had to, administratively. Yeah.
Great.
Oh, I haven't sent the revised version, but I'll send it to Thomas.
You have it typed out all right. Wonderful.
Okay, and I did just send it if you want to cut.
All right, you made that motion, and I'll second it. Let's vote. ML.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
Yes.
Mason,
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
He's a yes. And I'm a yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, you surprised me with your yes.
Well, at this point, it's better.
Well, and maybe around this before we get off this subject, it would be nice that the minutes reflect that we're trying to provide some flexibility for the applicant. That it would be great if we didn't have to eliminate the parking that was made space for on the site, and so I'd like that added to the minutes, at least from my perspective. That I think that's what one of the things that we are trying to accomplish, but we're trying to give the applicant flexibility to add the retail and still manage TDM and parking to the best of their ability.
So I think we have one more item of business on this thing, which is to move. So I move to deny the use review, finding that it does not meet the criteria in, shoot,
9215.
what was it?
9215.
9215.
I'm sorry, do we do that now or do we do that as a completely separate motion?
It is a separate motion.
You're right.
Yeah, we have
Okay.
not yet voted on the main motion.
You're right. You're right.
We've amended it.
Oh,
You're right. I'm
that's
out of
right,
order.
You're right.
Okay, so we have to come back to that one, but George, you had an amendment.
Yeah, I had an amendment. And I need to type it up, but I want to do a straw poll on it before I go through the effort of doing that. So the amendment I'd like to make is the elimination of the top connection between the two towers of the parking garage. That's the motion. I can explain what that is about, which is, I think it will reduce cost. I think it will expose the mountains more. I think it adds superfluous height, and I think that the applicant can come up with an alternative design that's just as attractive and not have that. So that's the reasoning behind that.
George, can I make a comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't know if you would be interested in kind of expanding the idea of superfluous bits on that building. Can we?
It would be great to put up the rendering that we had for the garage.
And can I just ask a
sorry,
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I confess that I am not great with diagrams. I'm a word person, not a picture person. And I just would like the applicant to explain what that thing is. Does it have any purpose, or is it just purely superfluous with no functionality? Or is there some functionality that you're anticipating from that bit that connects the towers?
Yeah, it depends on if you're an architect or not. It has value, right? It's an aesthetic device. It really just connects the massing of the building. The building looks a little bit odd when there are two 4-story towers on either side in glass that we absolutely have to have for the use of the or the enclosure of the elevator and the stairs. So I would just mention that it's also on the north side. So if you have issue with it, you might want to address both sides of the building.
And what is it? Is it you can't walk on it? Does it provide shade? Does
It
it
provides some shade, yeah, but it would be hard for me to say that's a shading device because it's not that large.
How
And
wide is
would-
it? Does it cover the whole roof, or is it?
No.
It's hard to tell from
No,
this
it's
view.
purely just a parapet extension.
So it's like a 2x4, or like how wide is that thing?
It's a steel structure, so it's kind of like it would look almost like a wing if you cut a section through it. If you cut through it.
So you can kind of see it where it bends here. Or over here on the,
Posts that come up, steel posts that come up, and then a roof that's on top.
Okay.
We're open to your comment. I think we can look at some options and the removal of it. I just want to point out that it's also on the north side. It connects the towers on the north as well. And
So
so
its width is what, 5, 7
Yeah,
feet, something like that.
7 to 8 feet, something like that.
Yeah, go ahead, Emma.
So I have another question.
Mhm.
Those panels that we're seeing,
Which
what
ones?
are they?
The vertical panels that you're
The
looking
big
at?
panels that are covering the facade of the garage,
They're an aluminum metal panel.
but what are they doing?
They're basically obscuring the sloping of the parking structure. The idea was to try to, create an architectural device that would link the character of the parking structure back to, the really handsome proportions of the pavilion. And so this is really trying to create an architectural vocabulary that's similar to what's happening at the pavilion. So we're creating more of a campus atmosphere at the corner. So it's really trying to tie the architecture across Alpine.
So it's happening on the Broadway and on the north side of the building as well?
It's happening on Broadway and Alpine, yes.
Mhm. And it's pretty much for aesthetic purposes?
Yes.
There's no structural?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
thanks.
just to provide to conceal the precast concrete that slopes because of the ramps. To try to make it look a little bit more like an actual building rather than a parking structure that's just exposed to.
And
the
did we add a floor to that parking garage?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a question too?
Of course.
Is it safe to say that by removing that element, it would save some cost?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. Mhm.
Can I ask a question before he goes away? This is Mark.
Yeah, go.
Okay. The illustration that is shown in the lower right hand of the screen right now is from some elevation, some distance east of the garage. If I was sitting in front of Breadworks or the coffee shop or KT's looking west, but my butt on a chair that's 18 inches off the ground, would the architectural design element be up in the sky, or would it be, in fact, obscuring the foothills? Do you know?
I think it's safe to say that it would be up in the sky, but certainly from some vantage point, this being one of them, it would obscure the mountains.
But this vantage point is like standing on the roof of KT's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to point out that we're discussing, I am all about view sheds, and I think view sheds are critical and important, but I think that we have got ourselves concerned about view shed that doesn't practically exist. It exists if you're, it doesn't exist.
But you may want to consider one thing, which is at some point, because we're in an area plan, at some point, those parking lots may redevelop, and this will obscure if there are developments that go up beyond a story, that could obscure mountain views for what is just an aesthetic device. So just to your point, right? There may be today where you're sitting at KT's, you may not see a mountain, but from a second or third story from across the street, you may. Something to consider.
Should we straw poll this one?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a no.
The
Pretty
reason I
straightforward.
was asking, is somebody still talking?
I'm sorry, Mason, were you saying something?
Sorry, I thought we were straw polling. I was giving my vote.
I was going to add something to the conversation before we So, George, the thing that I was interested in, it was, I wonder if we can just speak about all of the aesthetic moves. You know, that parking garage has been the parking garage on that site for, I don't know how many decades. I don't think that anybody is especially offended by it. Or, I mean, it's a parking garage, and we now know it's a parking garage. So I am wondering why the city would invest all of this money to decorate a parking garage so that we don't know that it's a parking garage. And I wonder if that could somehow go into a motion that sounds something like superfluous design or superfluous elements that
I think
it just seems to me that it's going beyond a
So as the person that was trying to make
Right.
a motion,
Sorry.
I personally, if you want to pursue that, I'd like to separate it, because I do think that there's a very clear reasoning that this particular aesthetic is adding mass to the building without adding mass and cost to the building without any function. And specifically mass is my concern. I know that was a concern in the community, and I get adding mass when we're doing, you know, affordable housing and community benefit, but this is adding mass for mass sake, at least from my perspective, which is a little bit different than, you know, contemplating the design elements. So that's why I would like to separate it out. That would be my preference. Go ahead.
I'll say I'm curious to hear the comments of the rest of the board, but I'm inclined to support George's motion. I'm just like, I'm not bothered by big blocky buildings. I'm not bothered by buildings that step down, you know, that look like a series of different heights of blocks. And I agree that keeping the cost down would be good on this site. The city is budget constrained, and you know, people's architectural tastes differ. It doesn't particularly bother me to not have this element. It looks a little odd to me. I don't really understand it, but I'm not very sophisticated in architecture. Anyway, those are my comments. I don't mind losing this particular piece of the structure.
I think if I may add a couple comments. I see what the this design element is doing. I think it achieves a more interesting and better looking building. And you know, I would rather look at something that is visually interesting than looking at a blocky garage. So definitely don't want to remove anything in addition, for sure. I know that's separate. And as far as blocking the view, I take York's point. I think that, you know, in the distant future, should something be built that's multi-storied, yes, we would see something like what we're seeing on the screen here. But again, it's not blocking even the full view. I know it's blocking some of the mountains. I can see that myself, but it's not like it's just a blank wall. So I don't know. I think it has some nice trade-offs in terms of you know, view shed and architectural interest to a type of structure that usually is the least interesting of all structures in our community.
I take it, are you a no on straw poll?
Yes.
Okay. Kurt.
I mean, yes, I am not particularly concerned about the views. I am very much concerned about the cost. And for the record, I agree with ML about the facade. It's a parking garage. It should be ugly, you know, frankly. And so I agree with that part as well. And so I know that that's separate.
Okay. And Claudia, I thought you said yes, but just to, okay. So Claudia's yes on straw poll. And Mark, what are your thoughts?
I concur with Mason. I'm a no on the straw poll. I actually find the kind of floating linear to be of visual interest, and I absolutely think that something other than ugly is important. Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like we have support in a straw poll. So I'd like to make a motion. And the motion is I move to eliminate the additional architectural element between the stair towers on the parking garage and have the applicant revise the design to accommodate that, to minimize the cost associated and expose the mountains.
I'll second.
Second?
And if you could add,
I'm sorry?
if you could add at the beginning, you move to amend the main motion to add a condition.
Okay, I move to amend the main motion to add a condition. Thomas, were you able to get that?
Most of it until the very end, last 10 words or so.
Okay, let me restate it. I move to amend the main motion to add the condition to remove the architectural element between the stair towers of the parking garage to minimize the massing and costs associated and expose the view shed to the extent possible. Is that good? Good. Do we have a second? Because I modified that slightly differently.
I'll second again.
Kurt seconds that. ML?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Mark?
No.
Mason?
No.
And I'm a yes. Okay. What, ML, did you want to suggest something else?
No, I just want to, but I think that it's a comment that hopefully won't fall on deaf ears. You know, we've got a building that has a very, a big purpose right across the street from it, which looks the way it looks, and it's part of a very intentional move on that corner. And I'm not sure that the parking garage should try to match it. I think it's a secondary function on the site, and to have the expense of developing these big facade elements that I think it's an unnecessary move, and I would suggest that you all reconsider spending that kind of money to accomplish basically an aesthetic move.
Kurt, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I would just like to concur. I think what you, as the architects, have done on the pavilion building is amazing. I think it is fantastic. I will be so proud to live in a city that whose offices are in that space. I think that's wonderful. I don't feel that it's necessary to try to reflect that in the parking garage. I think the parking garage should be the parking garage, and it is what it is. And let the pavilion building, that beautiful, completely renewed pavilion building, stand alone and really proud as its own architectural element.
So I'll make a comment. In that, first, I fully respect my colleagues' opinions on that. And so I'm speaking for myself, which is I think that the parking garage should be a cohesive component of this development. Everyone's going to be accessing it. Everyone's going to be seeing it. My understanding from the applicant is that the major investments in the garage are structural, But I also like the idea of it aesthetically matching the development. That being said, I also respect their opinion on cost and trying to do more with less to the extent that we can. I think that's there's a great opportunity to thread the needle and design something that may not match the pavilion, but may give a positive aesthetic to an aging structure. So that's my Mason.
Yeah, piggybacking off of you, George, I agree. I think it's a little arbitrary to say that one structure shouldn't look good, but another structure should because of what's inside of it. I think we have to live with these structures, so we should make them, you know, like you said, George, cohesive, and there are things that are going to be standing for, 50 plus years, like, you know, so I don't know. And I think I know it's not as much as the costs of the structural element, but requiring redesign and coming back to us adds costs too. So I don't know what the net is there, but it's, we're adding costs by doing this.
Okay. Yeah, Laura.
So I am strongly ambivalent about this because I see the logic on both sides. Yes, ambivalent, both sides. I agree that we definitely would like to keep costs down, and at the same time, this is a structure that's going to last for a long time, and we only get one shot, right? Like if you pass up the opportunity to make them match, you're not going to be able to go back and find the same materials and the same builder and make them match in the future. And then also just the fact that we would be out of compliance with the form-based code, for me, tips it into we should go ahead and redo the parking garage. But I agree, let's not get extravagant with decorating a parking garage. So to the extent that we can keep costs down, that would be great.
It's site review, not form-based code.
Sorry, the site review, not the form-based code. My bad.
Any other comments before we move on? Kurt?
So we need to vote on the main motion.
Oh, all right.
I think, didn't the main motion pass? And then you guys just voted on the two amendments?
Voted on the main motion.
Oh.
Yeah, you haven't voted on it.
Do you want to, since you're the catcher, you want to make a motion?
Well, we already made the motion.
Who made the motion?
I think I did.
That was so long ago, I don't remember. But we need to vote on it.
I think I made the motion and Mason maybe
You made the
seconded.
motion and Mason seconded? That's
Laura
great.
made the original motion and Mark seconded.
Mark seconded.
Mark seconded. Okay, great. Thanks. All right, ML.
I was waiting for it to show up on the screen. Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Mason.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Okay. Yes, go. Yes.
So to follow up on the changes that we made, I would like to move to deny the use review application for LUR 2023. Darn. I lost the number.
53.
00053, finding that it does not meet the criteria in Boulder Revised Code 9-2-15.
Second that.
Could you be more specific in what criterion it doesn't meet? Because there's several in 9-2-15 and findings around that.
Yeah, it was those three. Shoot. There were the three criteria.
Packaged it all up already.
So, Hella, would it actually be the conditional use standards that add the
It depends on what he
Kurt,
finds
would you
is
like
not
me
met.
to?
It looks like it's 9 to
15.
15 E1.
E2.
Right. The use either provides a direct service or convenience to or reduces adverse effects, provides a compatible transition, is necessary to foster a specific city policy. Those are it needed to meet those.
Yeah, it needs to meet at least one of those.
But it doesn't meet any of them.
And
Right. And so the finding is that it does not meet those. So if I'm looking at the right place in the code, I can add that.
There's also this other one.
If I can interject, I don't want to speak for Hella, but I think she's asking for the request we generally make, which is if you're offering up a reason for denial or against city or against staff's recommendation, that you specify how something's not meeting a particular criterion or criteria, which may just be re-articulating some of the conversational points you were making.
Okay.
There's also this one.
So, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so ML and I were both making reference to a different section of the code dealing with use review in the BC2 zoning district, and that is 9-6-2C3. And that says the use on the ground floor with a combined floor area larger than 10% of the total floor area as applicable will not adversely affect the intended function and character of the area as a neighborhood serving business area where retail type stores predominate on the ground floor. So that is with reference to BC2.
So that does sound
right.
Yeah, okay.
It's less complicated than the one on the side.
I feel like we can wordsmith that to make the finding. You're basically saying it doesn't, removal of the retail space does not meet the conditional use standard, requiring that the proposed use does not affect the surrounding character as a neighborhood, whatever that criterion says. But you're referring to the conditional use standards for BC2.
You actually quoted it, Chandler, in the memo. It's on
Yeah.
page 50 of 295.
Page what?
50 of 295 has that quote from 9-6-2C1A, Roman numeral 3. The applicant must demonstrate that the use will not adversely affect the intended function and character of the area as a neighborhood serving business area where retail type stores predominate on the ground floor. So the finding is that you have not demonstrated that. Did I get that right, Claudia and Kurt?
Yes, and you reminded me how I found that. Thank you, Laura.
Typing away.
Yay for search function.
So, do we have what we need?
Just to clarify, I think you're talking about section 962C1, capital A, little Roman 3. It's there's several subsections. Okay, then we'll assume that's what the motion says. But it would be great if you could do some fact finding around that. Why do you find that having garage space on the ground floor there will how the application doesn't show that that will not adversely affect the intended function of the area as a neighborhood serving retail center?
I would think that goes to the comments folks made about that area of Broadway having retail for the pedestrian experience of people walking along that west side of Broadway. And that block shouldn't be an unbroken parking garage, or that part of the block.
And could you address a little bit more directly? You're talking more about pedestrian experience. That's not actually in the criteria, at least not directly. How having a garage there will not adversely affect, well, I guess would adversely affect it being a neighborhood serving retail
Right.
area where
Exactly.
those stores predominate.
Right.
Yes.
It's hard to have a functioning brain at midnight.
All right. So what do we need to do to finalize this?
Maybe you could talk about looking at the particular parcels being redeveloped and the neighborhood serving retail area and how having garage space in this will affect that. Maybe looking at how long the stretch will be where there's no retail space, and that having that effect of an impact. Well, so typically when you, for example, in your approval motions, you make findings of, so you have to make findings of how the application doesn't meet the criteria. And most of the time you do that by adopting the staff findings in the memo, but we don't have staff findings for a denial. So rather than setting it over to draft them up in writing for another time, I was hoping that we could do that on the record.
Can I read you what I have and see if this passes muster? Yes. So motion to deny the use review application for LUR 2023-53, finding that it does not meet the criteria in BRC 962C1A3, in that the loss of commercial space on the ground floor and the resulting loss of pedestrian activation would adversely affect the intended function and character of the area as a neighborhood serving business area where retail stores predominate on the ground floor. Is that specific enough?
I think that's good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kurt.
Did I second your motion already?
Well, you might as well second that because that's just.
So I sent that to you, Thomas.
Okay. So you're seconding that?
Yes.
Okay. If there's no discussion, we'll vote. Sounds good. Emel?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Claudia?
Yes.
Kurt?
Yes.
Mason?
Yes.
Mark?
No.
Mark's a no. Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm getting cranky.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I'm a
2 in
yes.
the morning for him.
6-1. All right. What's left?
The ordinance.
The ordinance. All right. Can we put the ordinance up?
So this is the ordinance, amending Title IX to adopt the trip reduction standards.
Chandler, your mic's not on,
Oh, sorry.
but the podium mic is.
Yeah, this is so far past my bedtime, it's not even funny. So this is the ordinance that amends Title IX of the Land Use Code to adopt revised trip reduction standards and a revised regulating plan for the Alpine Balsam area, and to eliminate some principles for certain buildings with permanently affordable units. So just to go over each of those a little bit, the trip reduction standards, it's proposing to change it from 55%, as was adopted for Boulder Junction, to 20% for the Alpine Balsam area. The regulating plan changes are just to reflect the requested amendments to the area plan connections plan, which you guys have already approved. And then the elimination of some principles is for the permanently affordable units with LIHTC funding, which we discussed a bit earlier. And it's just worth noting that approval of all of the other applications are conditioned on approval of this ordinance.
Okay. Does anyone want to make the motion?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
I move to recommend to City Council approval of an ordinance amending Title IX Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to adopt trip reduction standards and a revised regulating plan for the Alpine Balsam area, and to eliminate some principles for certain buildings with permanently affordable units and setting forth related details.
Second.
Kurt seconds. Let's have a little bit of discussion. I would like to bring a few things up myself. So I get the elimination of some principles because of LIHTC funding. It makes sense. I don't really, it's very abstract to go from 55 to 20%. I understand the whole Boulder Junction thing. However, this was like a hospital site, right? And that was the discussion early on. Hey guys, like it was already an intense use, right? There were nurses and doctors, helicopters, and all kinds of stuff coming here. And it feels like we're backing away from the challenge of one of the things that we set out to do as a city at this site. So I would like to put up, I don't know what the right number is, but it feels like we should be challenging ourselves and holding ourselves to a little bit higher standard. I don't know what that is. I'm open to discussion or just being shut down, but that's what I want to put on the table.
I totally agree that we should be aiming for higher, but reading the ordinance, it feels like there's not a ton of meaning to these numbers. Basically, if you don't meet the requirement, if you don't meet the reduction goal, then you make a plan for meeting it next time, and that's kind of it. And so I think in the absence of more effective enforcement mechanisms, I feel it's a little bit arbitrary.
Claudia.
I was going to say, I think the most effective enforcement mechanism that we have at the moment is actually the limited parking supply, and there's not a lot of mechanisms to change that. So I also agree that 20% is a low number. I don't know what the correct number is, but like Kurt, I don't think there's a lot of enforcement potential.
Anybody else? I mean, from my perspective, I don't think there are a lot of enforcement mechanisms, but to what was being talked about, there are levers, right? And if we don't hold ourselves to a standard, or if we accept something, I'm not saying we have to push ourselves to the 55%, but I mean, this was the promise of this site was to do a lot of things, and I think we are doing a lot of things. I just think just because there is an enforcement mechanism here, because the city is the applicant, so there is an opportunity for the applicant to make adjustments with the levers that we have to meet some of our goals. I don't want to take up more airtime.
Just quickly, the reduction is based on ITE, the ITE numbers, right? It's relative to the ITE numbers.
Yes, it's relative
so,
to the ITE.
So if our goal is only reduction of 20% relative to ITE, that is pretty sad for Boulder. I totally agree.
Mark.
I just want to say that I couldn't parse Chris's explanation of the difference between the numbers of Boulder Junction and here. I am generally highly in favor of the infrastructure of the site design that is designed to minimize the use of the car, separate the use of the car, put it over in the garage, and to somehow say, okay, I want a higher number without tying that to actual additional physical infrastructure or programmatic changes on the ground. It all gets arbitrary. And so I look to the site design, the infrastructure, and the programming, and I say, this is pretty great. And I'm ready to go with it.
Other thoughts and comments?
I'm just trying to find the language in the ordinance. Maybe Chandler, you could point us to, or pull up on the screen the language in the ordinance, because what I'm seeing is the applicant shall demonstrate how it will achieve the alternate mode use and trip avoidance required pursuant to subsection C at the highest peak travel time. So it doesn't specify a number in the ordinance
It's in
unless
there
it's in subsection C.
It's in there somewhere. One other thing just to keep in mind is that you've approved the TDM plan. So all of the metrics in the TDM plan, those are now essentially regulatory for the site review approval. So, and the TDM plan anticipates a 30% trip reduction. So whether the code says 20 or 30%, they're basically required to follow the TDM plan, which is saying 30%. So yeah, just in terms of what's actually going to happen on the ground, you guys have already kind of approved the regulating document for that.
Okay, I did find it actually. It says in the Alpine Balsam area, at least 20% of the trips generated by the development shall be by alternative modes or avoided. But you're saying, Chandler, that even though the ordinance says 20%, it's still bound to the TDM plan, which says 30%, which maybe gets at George's point about being a bit more ambitious.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and if I just may add, we know with the amount of parking for it to function properly without negatively impacting surrounding neighborhoods, for example, we know we need to get to a 30% shift in those vehicle trips. The only reason of proposing to do the ordinance lower was related to the idea that we would be looking at individual properties, and we know that the properties are going to have different levels of reduction and reduction potential, and so we know we need to get to the 30% to make the parking work. And as a whole, the property needs to be at that 30%. But if the ordinance is looking at individual properties and assessing each individual property, we didn't want a number of properties to be in non-compliance just because we set the number at what the whole area needs to be. Hopefully I've explained that better. But, you know, if there would be a way to say, we want to look at these sets of parcels as a whole and say, as a whole, we'd like the trip reduction to be at 30%, then I think that's good. If we eliminate that being a requirement for individual properties. Now, I don't know, could be causing hella massive headache with that, but but that may be a way to say, you know, individual properties are not required to meet that, but as a whole, which is how the Boulder Junction functions. That's how Boulder Junctions functions. It's as a whole.
So I'd like to respond to that. I mean, if there's a way to craft it that way, I would certainly be a proponent of that. And I think the 30%, if it's agreeable and it's what we can do, that means it's kind of like, I go back to the planning board meeting we had a few weeks ago where we had like this, you know, the units were going to be 1,900 square feet, but then, you know, the developer wanted insurance up to like 3,500 square feet or 3,000 square feet. And that's where the disconnect is for me, right? It's the 20% versus the 30%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but 30% is like 50% more than 20%. Yeah. So if we can view it as a whole somehow in this, I would like to do something like that.
Can I ask, would this satisfy that? So we're looking at the ordinance 9-9-22 C2, which currently says in the Alpine Balsam area, at least 20% of the trips generated by the development shall be by alternative modes or avoided. Could we say in the Alpine Balsam, what is it, an area plan? What's the whole thing called?
I think the piece that's getting us is the H, maybe the monitoring and evaluation. I'm not sure.
Can I ask a question about that? Because H only talks about the development, and I don't actually know what that means. Does that mean an individual parcel, or does it mean the project as a whole? It kind of sounds to me like the entire area. the
It says
development.
it says the owner of any property that has a travel demand management plan.
Well, isn't the owner of the property the city of Boulder for the whole area?
Well,
Oh, there's private
the TDM plan applies to the overall site.
Yeah.
I think it could be interpreted as applying application-wide. Each owner of a property would still be responsible for making sure they comply with the plan that's approved for the application, but it does talk about applicants for development, so I wouldn't go beyond the scope of an application.
The owner of a property that has a transportation demand management plan, but we approved a TDM plan for the whole area at the 30% level. So does that mean that every individual property owner is already committed to that 30% level? Because they are the owner of a property that has a transportation demand management plan?
They're committed to the TDM plan and everything it says it's going to do, but the 30% trip reduction is anticipated. So it's not like guaranteed. That's what's expected based on all the TDM measures, which they're bound to.
I think it's too late at night for me to think about how an individual property owner would be bound to monitor and evaluate for a group goal.
Well, but we're only talking about, if we parse it out, right? If we get into the detail, we're really talking about the townhomes, which have individual property owners, which is a small component of the site, which is 22 units. And then you've got basically three other large components. You've got the city, BHP, and then building on the corner, right? And so there are really only three, those are not for sale. There are three owners there. Could we, if the concern is kind of like the same thing that was talked about with, you know, there are 6 units or less in this, you know, contiguous row. We talked about that briefly, right? We're really concerned about the 95% of the development. I mean, sure, it would be nice to get the townhomes to comply, but to your point, right? Individual homeowners, there's no way you can put that burden on them. Even in the TDM, like, I don't know how an individual
With parking spaces
complies, right?
Yeah.
But
it actually requires that the monitoring plan state whether the monitoring shall be done by the owner, occupant, tenant, or other designated organization. I think that still has to be done in this TDM plan, and that there are requirements for a final TDM plan to be filed. I think that may not be in there yet, so that's something that can still be worked out, but it has to be specified.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Hella. You're saying there could be an organization that is specified to do this for the whole development?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, we'd have to figure out how it applies, whether it's over the whole development or not. But we also have part of the development is not even part of the form-based code area, and some are in site review, some are in form-based code. So,
could there be? Is there maybe an option under subsection I that says city manager may issue rules? Might we already be covered? It says the city manager may adopt rules necessary for the implementation and interpretation of this chapter. Such rules may address without limitation the following topics: methods for determining how programs and facilities impact trip generation rates, methods of evaluating approved travel demand management plans during the biannual review process, and monitoring procedures and practices for approved travel demand management plans.
that's something that can be done. I don't think that has been done.
It has not been done.
But would that maybe give us a way to apply it to the entire site without having to create specific motion language to amend the ordinance right now?
I think that might be possible. I'd like to review and think about that when I haven't worked for about 16 hours.
I mean, I think either way, you're going to want the 30% and the flexibility over the whole site, because the 20% is still not workable for an individual homeowner that we're talking about anyways, right? I mean, there's no way to get some individual to comply like that. So I think you need it site-wide.
Yeah, I think it would be better for us to evaluate the site as a whole, much like we do and Boulder Junction, because we haven't had a property in Boulder Junction redevelop without joining the TDM access district, because it's beneficial to join the TDM access district because you're not required to meet this on your own. You're part of the district doing it, and you get all the benefits of being in the district. In this case, perhaps we could make a city manager rule saying that this area will be evaluated as a single entity with the goal of a 30% reduction from ITE rates to be monitored biannually. And the TDM plan has all the components that we're saying these properties must do. And so we have the mechanisms to do it. It's really just determining what that target is and how that target is evaluated, whether or not we can do it as a whole.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yeah.
Can I suggest that this is a very complicated thing, and I think that staff are seeing that there are inherently problems whether we change these numbers or not, and that I think our intent is hopefully is fairly clear, that we would like to try to push a little further and let them work on figuring out how to do it and maybe come back to us with a revision or something.
You're saying continue the ordinance?
No,
are you
I'm saying let them work on it, pass the ordinance, let them work on it, and maybe come back to us with an amendment at some future time.
Well, but if we pass the ordinance, we pass the ordinance.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we can always amend it.
You're making a recommendation to
it's only a
council
recommendation.
on the ordinance. Only council can pass an
So
ordinance.
we could recommend that council approve it with a higher
With the 30%.
trip reduction.
And with a way of looking at
With a
it
way
as
of
a
looking
whole.
at it as in its entirety, which I think so that works, that would be great, because I don't think the way it's drafted right now, it doesn't sound practicable either in reality. So it sounds like that would be beneficial for all parties and would give us it's an opportunity for a new tool in your.
Yeah. No, and it's really, we're trying to fit something that was created for Boulder Junction specifically,
Okay.
and now we're trying to fit it onto another development project.
So I get back to, would it work to amend in the ordinance 9-922C2 to say, it currently says in the Alpine Balsam area, at least 20% of the trips. We could amend that to say in the Alpine Balsam area as a whole, at least 30% of the trips, and then let staff figure out how to do that. Does that work? Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to amend the main, have we already made the main motion?
No. Yes?
It's been moved and seconded.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you for keeping track of that, because I am not. I'm going to move to amend the main motion such that in the ordinance 9-9-22C2 shall read, in the Alpine Balsam area as a whole, at least 30% of the trips generated by the development shall be by alternative modes or avoided.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Is that clear? Can we vote? I know.
Hella, does that create any issue? You okay?
I think we understand it well enough.
ML.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
Claudia.
Yes.
Kurt.
Yes.
Mason.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. All right. That motion and the amendment passed. Is that it?
No, we're back to the main motion on the ordinance.
Now we have to do the main motion. But we already who firsted, who seconded? ML firsted.
Kurt seconded it.
Kurt seconded.
Thomas, do you remember who moved and seconded?
The original motion.
ML moved and Kurt seconded.
All right, great.
Yeah, that's what I have too.
ML,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Claudia,
Yes.
Kurt,
Yes.
Mason,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, great. Now we're done.
Can I just make a comment? Not amending any motions. I just want to ask staff to think really carefully about the bike parking in the pavilion building, because those hanging bike spaces are not going to work for e-bikes, which are the future. And as we talked about, this building is the future and needs to last a long time. Thank you so much for thinking about that. And seconding what George said, we all want to gush about how great you are and how much work you've done. And thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
I should have. I didn't. Thank you.
All right. That was awesome. It is 12:28. I don't believe we have any matters, but anyone wants to bring anything up?
I was
Brad?
going to pare down my hour-long prepared notes.
Yeah, I was gonna
to
say
30
we have so
seconds.
many matters for you
Brad.
this evening.
An interpretive dance.
I think I'll hold off. Thank you. Thanks for all your work tonight.
Yeah. Nothing else.
Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone's hard work.
Nice.